And we're live. Sound check one, presenter's laptop. Sound check one, presenter's laptop, November 9th.
You're live, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, and I want to say a special thanks to Legislative Assistants Stephanie and Michelle, I believe. Thanking them today because this has been a phenomenal task in putting this all together. And just for everybody who's watching, this is the agenda for today. I know when you see it on your eScribe, you don't fathom the amount of pages that are there. So quorum is present, and I'd like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to non-audible function during committee meetings. Members and delegates are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require additional time to ask questions or make comments. And I'd like to remind the delegates to please not use, again, not use the chat during the meeting, as it is a means of communication for members of council and the clerks. And after you have provided your delegation, if you wish to continue to watch the meeting, you may do so through the city's website or YouTube. So I ask that you vacate your presence on the screen. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, Madam Clerk. Are there any changes to today's agenda?
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, there are quite a few changes to the agenda today, but I'm going to give you the Coles Notes version for today. So communication items, we have added items 5.1 MO to 5.1 AAR, added delegation request items 6.1 AG to 6.2 AX, and for the video delegations, we have added 6.2K to 6.2 AC. As well, Ed Fothergill's delegation was missed, so he should be moved up following item 6.1K, which I believe is Kathleen Livingston. And Summer Thomas has changed her presentation from a video presentation to a live delegation, and she will be item 6.2S. I just want to make a quick note that there was some trouble publishing, so if items are not showing clearly or the attachments are not showing, it's something we're going to have to look into after the meeting, but we're just going to get through this one now. That's it.
We will do our very best, Madam Clerk, and I know you will keep us in line. So with that, is there any discussions with regards to the amendments to the agenda today? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Nan. A recorded vote, please. And carries, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that carries 12-0.
Thank you. Now, members of committee, are there any declarations of this morning? I'm sorry, I'm hearing voices.
I'm
not
trying
sure.
my best here, Ma.
Okay, then.
I'm
Excuse
trying my
me,
best here.
sir, we can
Yes,
hear everything, so we're going to ask you to stay muted.
Thank you. And Councillor Clark, I see your hand, sir.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is with respect to item 14.1, which is the in-camera session today. I just had a conversation with the Integrity Commissioner this morning. I've been advised to declare a apparent conflict of interest, as the principal of Urban Solutions has a retail business interest with my son. With regards to the overall citywide planning, I was advised that there is no conflict, just as there was no conflict with the watershed planning at the HCA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor. That will be noted. You will abstain at that point. So we have item 6 is delegations requests, and I'm not going to read all of them. I think they're over. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I can't hear you, Steph.
I'm sorry, I was muted.
There.
My
Okay.
apologies. You might be missing a page. We are going to receive the communications right now.
Okay, so may I have a mover and a seconder to receive all the communications? And I did a quick count this morning. They're over approximately 600. So moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Esther Pauls. That's to receive all the items of communication today. Recorded vote, please. Clerk, I'm going to item 6. Is that correct? Delegation request. Thank you. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put the delegation requests on the floor? Moved by Mayor Fred Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor John Paul Danko. And I'm going to ask, are there any discussions regarding the delegations requests? And seeing none, thank you. We will have an electronic vote to put these on the floor. Oh, we got it up already. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on now to presentations. 8.1 is Grids 2 and the Municipal Comprehensive Review Urban Growth Citywide Consultation Summary Report, PED 17010M Citywide. We have Lauren Vrates, planner, that will provide the presentation for item 8.1. And we are also asking that members of council wait to ask questions of staff until we reach consideration of the report so that the delegates may all present in a timely manner. You'll be able to ask questions of both the presentation and report at that time. Is Lauren attendance?
Hi, Madam Chair. I'm
There.
here.
Good morning. Thank you, Lauren.
Morning.
Welcome.
Just a moment while I share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you and good morning, Mayor, councillors, and members of the public. My name is Lauren Vrates, and I'm a policy planner with the city, working with Senior Project Manager Heather Travis on Grids 2 and the Municipal Comprehensive Review. The presentation I'll give today focuses on the recent citywide mail-out survey, which asked residents about their preferred urban growth option to accommodate population growth to the year 2051. The report accompanying this presentation is provided in the agenda today as PED 17010M. The request for staff to distribute a citywide mail-out survey with respect to Grids 2 and the land needs assessment is tied to motions presented at the March 29th, 2021 General Issues Committee meeting. At this meeting in March, staff recommended that the ambitious density scenario be adopted for the Grids 2 process. The approval of the draft land needs assessment and the recommended ambitious density scenario was deferred, and Council directed staff to undertake further public consultation on the results of the land needs assessment and associated growth options through a mail-out survey to all households in the city. As per direction to staff, the mailed survey was to ask residents to provide their preference of either the ambitious density scenario requiring urban boundary expansion, the no urban boundary expansion option, or an alternative scenario for consideration. The surveys were to be distributed across the city with post-paid return to City Hall. Residents were to have 30 days to complete the survey. Staff were directed to report back with the findings of the mail-out survey at the October special GIC meeting for Grids 2. Finally, in August, staff were directed to release the results of the survey no later than the week of September 13th, 2021. This was done in order to ensure that the public and members of council had time to review the results of the survey prior to today's meeting. The survey was designed by the city's creative design department and staff and management from the planning division. It was finalized as a one-page, double-sided folded mailer on cardstock paper. The bottom portion of the page, which contained postage paid return, was designed to be filled out by residents and cut off for mailing. The mail out included information on the terms intensification, density, and greenfield development, and briefly explained their relationship to determining how much land is needed for future growth to 2051. The mailout also included information on the population forecast for Hamilton to 2051 and the current rate of intensification over the past 10 years. In keeping with the direction from council, residents were asked to choose their preferred growth option. Option 1, the ambitious density scenario. Option 2, the no urban boundary expansion scenario. Or Option 3, other suggestions. Room was provided so residents could also provide general comments about their choice. Residents were invited to send their preferred option and any additional comments to staff through the Grids 2 project email. Beginning the week of June 21st, Canada Post initiated delivery of the surveys to households across the city. One survey was to be delivered to each household. While most surveys were sent as the folded cardstock mailer, certain households on the municipal border of the city were mailed a survey through an addressed envelope. In total, Canada Post distributed 215,822 surveys throughout the city. Early in the survey distribution process, staff received inquiries about the potential for individuals from the same household to submit their own survey responses. Staff also heard from groups who were concerned that those with no fixed address could not provide a survey response. While the survey noted that individuals could submit their response through email to the Grids 2 project inbox, staff further clarified with individuals looking to submit a response through email that this would be acceptable. Similarly, staff provided a copy of the survey electronically to those who wanted to review the contents of what was mailed out. Several requests for an electronic copy were made, and staff responded by adding the survey document to the Grids 2 MCR webpage with instructions for submission of an email response. In keeping with the directed 30-day window for responses, staff received mail and email responses up until midnight of July 23rd. The city released the results of the survey on the Grids 2 MCR webpage on Friday, September 17th. An email was sent to the Grids 2 project mailing list that same day to advise of the results. In total, the city received 18,387 survey responses. 8,233 surveys were received by mail, and 10,154 surveys were received through email. Of those that responded to the survey, the majority, 90.4%, chose option 2, no urban boundary expansion. 5.9% of respondents chose option 1, ambitious density, and 3.6% chose option 3, other suggestions. Staff received additional comments from respondents regarding their preferred growth option. For those who chose option 1, ambitious density, comments generally centered around the need for different housing options and to increase the supply of housing, as well as some interest in concentrating development in key corridors in the urban area, while also allowing additional opportunities for more residential use in rural areas. For comments related to option 2, no urban boundary expansion, the comments received echoed some of the comments received for option 1 with respect to intensifying key areas of the urban area, but also centered around themes of protecting farmland, natural areas from development, the climate change implications of expanding the urban boundary, and the cost to build and maintain infrastructure. Comments related to option 3, other suggestions, provided some alternative scenarios for consideration, including a mid-range intensification target between the two scenarios, which would result in urban boundary expansion but with lesser land need. Housing affordability was noted as a key concern, and there was a desire to focus development in areas that have vacant buildings or sites that could be better utilized for medium-density housing. Over the course of the survey distribution, staff were made aware of issues related to the survey design and distribution. In terms of design, there were complaints made that the survey looked too much like an advertisement and not clearly identifiable as a piece of city mail. Some residents noted they accidentally discarded the flyer because of the way it was designed and delivered. Some other criticisms were made, noting that there was a feeling the language used was intentionally biased, notably the term ambitious density, in an effort to have residents choose option 1. It should be noted, however, that the term ambitious density had been used in the direction to staff to develop the survey and options. Finally, staff were also made aware that some felt there was not enough information on the survey mailer itself to explain the options to the general public. With respect to distribution, staff heard from residents who said they did not receive a survey through the mail delivery. When this was discussed with Canada Post, they noted that that houses with a no flyers sign would not have received a survey. Some residents also remarked that there should have been an option for more than one survey per household, and staff received criticism that no online survey tool was developed. Finally, there were complaints that the survey was not widely advertised, and also that there was potential for duplicate submissions through mail and email, since personal information was not collected beside the postal code. In terms of next steps, the purpose of the Urban Growth Survey was to inform Council about the preference of the public on the issue of the two growth options, the ambitious density scenario and the no urban boundary expansion scenario. Knowledge of the public opinion on this matter will assist Council in making an informed decision with respect to the land needs assessment. Therefore, these results are for Council's consideration today alongside concurrent staff reports M and O, which speak to the land needs assessment and the How Should Hamilton Grow evaluation framework. This concludes my presentation today, and myself, Heather Travis, and Steve Robichaud will be available to answer any questions we have later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you for that. And are there any? No, we don't ask questions at this time. Thank you for that. Can I have an electronic vote to receive the presentation? Moved by, I'm following Stephanie's roadmap here. Moved by Councillor Jackson. Good morning, sir. Second by Councillor Brenda Johnson. That's to receive the presentation that we just heard. Electronic vote, please.
Just give me a moment here, folks.
Yep.
It's being a little bit. Councillor Jackson, I see your thumb. Thank you.
And mine's not up. Oh, here we go. It's just come up. Everyone, we're going on to item 8.2. This is Grids 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review Final Land Needs Assessment and Addendum and Peer Review Results PED 17010N as in Norman, citywide. We will have two presentations for item 8.2. The first presentation regarding land needs assessment peer review will be provided by Jamie Cook of Watson and Associates, and the second presentation regarding land needs assessment peer review response and addendum will be presented by Anthony Loris of Loris and Associates. We are again asking that members of council wait to ask questions of staff until we reach consideration of the reports so that the delegates may all present in a timely manner. You'll be able to ask questions of both the presentation and report at that time. So we require an electronic vote now. So we're going on to, my apologies, I'm going faster than the roadmap. I'm going to ask Jamie Cook, if you're in attendance, please.
Yes, thank you. Good
There.
morning.
Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning. Good morning, members of committee. I'm just going to have my presentation pulled up. My colleague Brad is on the line. You can pull that up for us.
Not for the presentation. No, no. You're muted.
Waiting for my presentation to be pulled up.
It's not showing on this yet, on this end yet, Jamie.
Okay. Here we go. Great. Can everybody see that okay? Great. Everyone can see the presentation? Perfect. So again, good morning. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you this morning regarding our peer review of the City of Hamilton Land Needs Assessment methodology and reporting by Loris and Associates. Our firm was retained in the summer of 2021 to prepare an assessment of the key reports that were prepared by Laureus Associates as part of the land use assessment methodology for the City of Hamilton, as well as a number of background reports that were used to support that analysis. If we can go to slide 1. Keep going. So the primary purpose of our review was to assess the study approach, assumptions, key findings of the city's LNA, as well as the subject reports that were used to support this analysis with respect to the requirements of applicable provincial policies, plans, and the land use assessment methodology that was prepared by the province in 2020. I do want to note that our report does not provide an assessment of the merits of each of the growth scenarios that were prepared by the City of Hamilton, but rather, again, is to look at the technical aspects of each of the scenarios and the overall methodology that was prepared in preparing the LNA. We also looked at some of the sensitivities of the assumptions to test their validity and emphasizing a number of the key background aspects of the LNA with respect to balancing policy requirements as well as a market-based supply for housing and employment lands within the City of Hamilton. Next slide. So I just want to go through a very quick overview of the key findings. We'll go to the next slide. Overall, we did prepare a fairly detailed peer review study. There are really 3 broad themes that I wanted to raise today, and those are also identified in the addendum report that was prepared by Laureus and Associates in November of this year. In that report, you'll find 4 broad themes. We've just essentially consolidated those themes into 3 primary themes, which include 1, the composition of the historical development within the built-up area, and this includes the housing by type, as well as structure type, as well as historical development trends regarding infill, redevelopment, other types of intensification, as defined by the growth plan, as well as the provincial policy statement 2020. We also provided significant comments on the calculations associated with the DGA density metrics, as well as the rationale for changes under the various LNA scenarios from the base targets to the more ambitious growth scenario. And then lastly, we provided comments on the assessment of the employment areas. These comments were a little more broad in nature with respect to the overall suitability of the employment area land supply, employment density, as well as the ultimate impacts that would have on the employment land needs analysis to 2051. So if we can go to the next slide. This first issue, as I mentioned, deals with the composition of development within the built-up area or the intensification areas of the City of Hamilton. And we noted in our report that the city's LNA would benefit from additional details describing the nature of historical development trends within the BUA by structure type since 2006. And we noted this because we felt that it would be helpful if it was possible to illustrate the amount and type of what we would call more true intensification as defined by the growth plan and PPS, as to opposed to just identifying the greenfield lands that are captured within the built-up area since the delineation of the built-up area was drawn in 2006. The response we received on that comment was that while the details on the nature and the shift of investment is relevant to conformity of the provincial intensification target, the provincial growth plan only deals with the total number of units without regard to type, location, or density. On the next page, I just wanted to note that we do feel that Mr. Laureus's response is consistent with the growth plan and provincial LNA methodology, which defines all housing captured within the built-up area from 2022 to 2051 being defined as intensification. So we do acknowledge this. This comment was provided to raise additional insight into the challenging nature of development within the built-up area, and to further highlight that the potential challenges of achieving a more ambitious residential intensification target through an increasingly redevelopment focused approach over the long term. We would note that these issues, while they're not raised within the historical context, they have been raised within the LNA document and the supporting residential intensification market assessment study in section 3 and 4 of that report. So we do feel that within the context of forecast demand for intensification, this issue has been addressed in terms of the challenging nature of redevelopment over the longer term. And so we are satisfied ultimately with the response and the analysis that was conducted in the LNA document in this regard. Next slide. The second issue deals with the overall DGA density assumption. And there's really two aspects that we were looking for here. One is additional clarity required regarding the DGA density targets between existing DGA density within designated greenfield lands within the city of Hamilton, as well as the density for new development in expansion areas within the city, and then the combined overall density. We also were looking for more rationale in terms of the reasoning to the adjustments to the new density target in the expansion area relative to the existing trends on designated lands. We would also note that the growth plan in section 2273 does identify that the minimum density requirement is to be measured over the entire designated greenfield area. And so based on that analysis, the addendum report has responded with a more detailed breakdown of the DGA densities for each of the growth scenarios. It's broken that down between the existing DGA density, and you can see that summarized here in the table. The first column identifies the existing DGA density, and it does identify that each of those each scenario assumes the density will remain the same at 60 people and jobs per hectare. It identifies or states that that trend has been assumed because there's relatively limited ability to adjust those densities within existing DGA lands, because most of those lands are already identified with inactive plans of subdivision or condominium that would make it difficult to change those densities over time. Other lands outside of those active lands are already developed, and the densities are obviously in place in those areas. So what the report really focuses on is the DGA density trends within expansion areas, and you can see here, these are the densities that are identified in the LNA report, ranging from a low density in the expansion areas of 53 people and jobs per hectare to a high of 77 people and jobs per hectare under the ambitious scenario. But also important to note that when you weight the two densities together, the final column shows the overall densities within each scenario. And so this was a final statistic that I was interested in understanding under each of the scenarios, and that's been provided. So in general, we feel that the overall requests and issues that have been raised in the peer review report with respect to density have been addressed. Next slide. So the final sort of key theme or issue is centered around the issue of employment land needs and the assessment of the employment areas. And so what we were focusing on here is a number of factors. One would be focusing on not only the amount of quantum of land within the city's designated employment areas, but also focusing on more the quality of that employment land. The provincial LNA document does stress that municipalities are to review their employment land supply to ensure that there's a sufficient quantity to meet the overall demand, but also that the attributes of these areas are also reviewed in terms of parcel size, market choice, access, vacancy, and other factors that would reflect the changing natures of and needs of businesses. We also had some comments around the overall density assumptions and the shift in density from the existing density trends to the forecast density. We noted the sensitivities that has on the overall land need requirement, and then ultimately the impact that has on the long-term employment land needs assessment. Next slide. So in response to those comments, additional background information was referenced in the addendum report with respect to background work prepared for the land use assessment methodology and more broadly the municipal comprehensive review. There was a number of reports that were referenced that Watson was not aware of at the time preparing the peer review, including a 2008, 2012, and 2013 employment area land budget report, an employment lands review study that was prepared by city staff in 2021, as well as other supporting strategies that were prepared and dealt with encouraging new investment and job growth, including the Bayfront strategy for renewal and the advanced manufacturing and FDI strategy. So we do feel that these studies have provided more background to assess these issues with respect to competitiveness, investment, and the overall quality of the employment lands. The other issue was with respect to density. We noted the sensitivities that has on the long-term needs. Our comment was that the overall density seemed a little bit on the high side relative to the existing trends. We have gone back and done a further comparison of those density trends within the broader regional market area, looking at comparable municipalities within the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And we do feel ultimately that these densities are appropriate, that have been used for the LNA. The overall density was just under 40 net jobs per net hectare, or about 32 jobs per gross hectare. So again, we do feel those overall densities are reasonable, but we would note that again, these densities are have a high sensitivity to the overall outcome of the report, and so there's a need for ongoing monitoring to consider how the city is tracking to those overall densities over the long term. And the LNA document report also does comment on the need for monitoring for employment land supply and non-residential development activity. So we do feel that this issue has been addressed, but again, we really do want to stress the importance of these inputs to the overall land needs assessment for employment areas. Any moderate change with respect to employment density, also conversion of employment lands to non-employment uses, as well as other factors like, for example, land vacancy. So sites that may not be developing over the long term for various reasons, such as land banking, poor site location, size, configuration, low marketability. All of these factors can influence the city's long-term employment lands. And so this is something that does need to be monitored over the long term to ensure that the city does have an ample supply of employment land to accommodate need to the year 2051. That concludes our broad comments, and I'm happy to provide any answers to questions at this time.
Sorry, Jamie. I want to thank you for that presentation. We're going to hold off on questions until the end, sir. So we'll ask you to step out and come back when we get into the questions, if that's okay. And I'm now going to go on to the second presentation is regarding lands needs assessment, peer review response and addendum. This will be presented by Anthony Loris of Loris and Associates. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning.
Sorry.
The presentation.
Thank you. Yes, I just have to
Could we
ask,
just
Heather Travis to load up the presentation.
Okay.
through
Is
you,
it-
Madam Deputy Mayor? I just wanted to receive the presentation, but we can
Oh,
go
thank
back.
you.
We can go
Yep.
back after the
Can we
presentation.
do both? Yes, we'll do both
Yes.
then. Okay. So again, we are asking that members of council wait to ask questions of staff until we reach consideration of the report so that the delegates may all present in a timely manner and we be able to ask questions of both the presentation and report at that time. Go ahead, Anthony.
Thank you. I think we're just waiting for the presentation to
Yep.
come up.
It's up, Anthony.
Oh, I can't.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I can see it now. Thank you very much. So we can move to the next slide. From a growth management perspective, there are a number of key themes or points that are important to highlight in order to set the context for the discussion. If we can just move to the next slide. I think we're stuck on the cover page here, or maybe I'm delayed.
It looks like we're on page 2, Anthony, so I'm not sure what you're on.
Yeah, I'm having a bit of a difficulty, obviously, on my end, seeing the next slide. So let me just
Anthony, it's Stephanie. Are you looking at WebEx or are you looking on the city's website?
I'm on WebEx now.
Okay, because that shouldn't show you a delay. There is a delay though, if you're looking on the city's website.
No, I'm just running this through WebEx. So
Oh,
if we're
sorry.
on, I'll see if I can do it on my end as well. Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing the next slide, but I can do it beside me. So if we're looking at slide 2, the context for the land needs discussion, there are a number of key themes that, as I noted, are important to highlight to set the context for the discussion, beginning again with the growth forecast. We've shown the numbers to the right. It's 236,000 more people, 122,000 more jobs over the period to 2051, which again is just a significant amount of growth, no matter how you cut it, and fundamentally driven by the attractiveness of the city region to newcomers, both the city of Hamilton and the broader metropolitan region, especially international migration. The forecasts that are used for the analysis are the mandated forecast that all municipalities must use to complete the land needs assessment. And those are the forecasts that are shown in Schedule 3 to the growth plan. Notwithstanding some of the discussion that we've had about the accuracy of those forecasts, these are the forecasts that must be used as a minimum for the land needs assessment process. And just for some additional information, in Appendix G, we have provided a comparison of the growth plan forecasts over the years to what the census wound up reporting. And what we find is that they have been in relatively close range of the actual census results. There has been variability. There has been variation, of course. Some years they're higher, some years they're lower. 2016 was a particular exception where we saw an unexpected change in the provincial migration patterns out west to the oil industry. But generally speaking, they have been in relatively close range. I wouldn't necessarily say that there's been any sort of consistent pattern of overstating the growth. There has been variability. They haven't been perfect, but it's sort of in either direction. As you know, the ambitious density scenario is recommended as preferred scenario to accommodate this growth, and which embodies very strong growth management principles. And it's important to stress that significantly increased levels of intensification, much more compact residential communities, both in the existing DGA and in the new DGA. And similarly, as we heard from the Watson peer review, the expectation for the employment areas is also based on a very efficient use of the existing land and building supply. So definitely not a business as usual approach. The level of policy intervention is high. And on a broad note, the ambitious density scenario is ambitious. It's called ambitious for a reason because it represents an extremely aggressive approach, a very aggressive take to conformity with the growth plan. So we can just move to the next slide. We're on the mandated provincial method now. And the method, as you know, that has been used to prepare the land need assessment is the method that municipalities are required to use as part of the analysis. And we've had a lot of discussion about the method, not just in the city of Hamilton, but in other large urban municipalities in Peel and Halton and York. And it is true that there is flexibility in the method. It is true that municipalities have the latitude, as they should, to approach different components of the analysis differently. And yes, it is correct that the inputs may be subjective, but they must be based on sound evidence. And what I mean by that in particular is that the mandated provincial method requires the preparation of a housing forecast by type. We cannot avoid that. And in order to prepare a housing forecast by type, the analysis must, at least as a starting point, examine current patterns of household formation and occupancy. And particularly to do with household formation, it's very important to bear in mind that household formation is fundamentally a social construct. It's not a set of abstract numbers or mysterious inputs that come from deep within the forecast model. These formation rates reflect when people partner up. They reflect when people get married, they choose to move in together or have children or not have children. So they're driven by very long-standing demographic patterns that don't show significant signs of change. And the statistical norm, at least in Canada and the United States, is for apartments to be preferred by younger age groups, typically younger single and two-person households. Family formation begins through the 20s and 30s with home ownership and demand for ground-related units. And then as the family ages, the kids grow up, they leave the home, form their own single or two-person households and apartments, and then we experience a period of downsizing, typically in the 70s and 80s for health reasons or other negative economic events such as the death of a spouse or divorce. So age is a major indicator of housing choice by type, which is why the growth plan forecasts are structured around housing and age structure so they can take into account things like aging of the population, family formation, demand for ground-related units, empty nesters downsizing. All of those age-related housing choices are incorporated into the base forecasts, which are shown in Table 4 to the March LNA. And that, of course, is just the starting point for the analysis. If we could go to the next slide. In terms of the creation of the actual LNA scenarios that were presented originally in December 2020, very much a policy and target-based approach is taken, guided by provincial policy, in particular the growth plan, which has as one of its primary objectives, I would argue the fundamental objective of the growth plan is to optimize the use of existing lands to avoid the over-designation of lands for future urban use, both on the employment and the residential side. As we've discussed before, this objective is achieved through what's called an intensification first approach. And yes, intensification serves a number of very important planning objectives, but mechanically, from a land needs perspective, in terms of the calculation, it has the effect of limiting the amount of new housing units and associated land in the DGA, serving the objective of avoiding the over-designation of land. We know that the minimum target for intensification is 50%, and it's important to point out that the market-based forecast that's shown in Table 4 of the March LNA is not growth plan compliant. There is no purely based market scenario that would be dense enough to achieve 50% intensification. So very important to bear in mind that all of the LNA scenarios involve some level of policy intervention, which means that when we talk about the notion of market-based demand or market-based supply, market-based does not mean development totally unconstrained by land use planning policy. There's a great deal of policy embedded in the base Schedule 3 forecasts, which are the result of the original growth plan policies from 2006. And then an even higher level of policy intervention is introduced into the ambitious density scenario. So the challenge from a planning perspective is really to maximize the tolerance of the market to these levels of policy intervention without jeopardizing the Schedule 3 forecast and really just forcing growth to go elsewhere, more likely to smaller communities in the Southwest Greater Golden Horseshoe. So we remain of the view that a balanced approach is required to meet provincial policy requirements, including both significantly elevated levels of intensification and much more compact and carefully planned greenfield areas. However, if we can go to the next slide, given the significance of the decision that is before us today, Council had directed that a peer review be undertaken of the results, and we've just heard a brief overview. I won't repeat that. I will add two additional comments. Number one, the undertaking of a peer review is not necessarily unusual. These types of studies are often peer reviewed in a broad sense, and also not for the City of Hamilton. A similar approach was undertaken, if I recall correctly, for the Airport Employment Growth District, where the original land need assessment was subject to a third-party objective opinion. So the key issues that are raised in the peer review are addressed in the addendum report. And as I said, I won't go through them again, but what I will say is that it really does highlight again this notion of market versus policy-based analysis, which is very critical to understand how significant the shifts in the ambitious density scenario are. And very important to bear in mind that the land needs assessment does not necessarily attempt to forecast different market-based futures, but rather it reflects the required outcomes of increasingly aggressive density and intensification targets. So as we have discussed before, the City of Hamilton, no question, is very well positioned to achieve a shift to more compact, intense urban forms, but there are limits to the level of change that can be achieved through planning policy alone. So if we can move along to the slide on community area land needs. Since the March 2021 LNA was completed, a number of changes have occurred. In particular, the introduction of zoning regulations to do with accessory units, secondary dwelling units, especially detached secondary dwelling units, otherwise known as laneway houses, garden suites, coach houses, and that type of thing. In the March LNA, the issue of laneway houses was not explicitly addressed, although they were expected to form part of the ground-related intensification that was expected to occur inside the built boundary under the very aggressive intensification targets for the density scenario. No specific adjustment for laneway houses was made in the Greenfield area, so a forecast of detached SDUs was prepared based on available information, including some recent reporting from CMHC on secondary dwelling units and the experience of the city of Vancouver, which has been at this laneway housing business for quite some time and is really viewed as a major success story. The result for the ambitious density scenario is to reduce overall land needs from approximately 1,340 to 1,310 hectares, which is not a large reduction because when you look at the city of Vancouver experience, for example, there's no question that there's a tremendous amount of supply. There's no question that there is a theoretical potential, but it's just not a large part of the market for a number of reasons that are explained in the Addendum report. So a very important part of the missing middle discussion, a very important part of the affordability discussion, but just generally, again, in terms of the overall scale of growth that will need to be accommodated over the period to 2051, it's just not a very large part of the market. Some updates to the unit distribution were undertaken inside the built-up area, which was in response to some technical questions raised by other stakeholders about how the city plans to accommodate these very aggressive intensification targets, particularly to do with the row house supply. Those adjustments do not change the greenfield land need. They just shift the mix inside the built-up boundary. And then, of course, additional analysis has been undertaken on the no expansion scenario, which is explained in the technical update memorandum. And the preliminary analysis shows that the no expansion scenario will result in a substantial shortfall of ground-related units beyond the already very aggressive shift that's envisioned in the ambitious density scenario. And that will very likely result in a redistribution of growth beyond the city of Hamilton into smaller communities in the Southwest GGH, which results in a regional misalignment of the Schedule 3 forecasts, which are to be used as a basis for single and upper tier planning, so would not be growth plan compliant. And for that and other reasons that we explain in the technical update memo, we remain of the view that the no boundary expansion does not meet provincial policy requirements. However, I must acknowledge that a no boundary expansion scenario is technically available under the growth plan. The density targets are minimums. Municipalities are encouraged to exceed the targets, although in our view, a no expansion scenario is not consistent with the spirit of the growth plan, which in my view speaks to a balance between intensification and greenfield areas. If the intent was not to have any urban expansion, there would be no intensification target and no greenfield target. So finally then, moving on to the employment area land need. The conclusion on employment area land need remains unchanged, that supply and demand are largely in balance. But again, and following some of the comments made through the peer review, it is very much a policy-based approach. It's underpinned by a much more optimistic outlook for major office development, and the density assumptions are in accordance with growth plan policy to optimize the use of the existing lands, increase employment densities, and make more efficient use of vacant and underutilized sites. So I agree completely that this constitutes a very optimistic view and estimate of the capacity of the land supply, and there's no question that many factors could shift the current balance into a shortage position. The level of intensification may not occur as incorporated in the analysis. The major office sector might not cooperate in terms of the rate of growth that's required, and the density around the airport employment district may come in somewhat lower or somewhat higher than expectations. So the city will need to monitor the land supply going forward to ensure that supply and demand remain in balance, and actions will also be required to actually achieve those objectives in terms of, as Mr. Cook mentioned, carefully managing the employment land conversion, taking action to encourage higher intensity uses both on the employment and the residential side, And that is part of the more detailed analysis to be undertaken in the next phases of the MCR. And of course, depending on the direction that arises out of the meeting that we're having today. So hopefully that tracked along the slides on your end. I'm still stuck on one of the previous slides, but thank you again. And I'm happy to address questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Anthony. Thank you for that. I am going to ask for committee's indulgence that we have a motion to receive the presentation by Anthony, moved by Councillor Esther Paul, second by Councillor Partridge. Electronic vote, please.
So just point of order, Madam Chair. If we receive the presentations, are we going to then be able to go back and ask questions
Yes.
of the presenters?
That's what I've stated a couple of times. Thank you, Councillor Danko. That's how Madam Clerk has arranged this to create an efficient process and flow today. So we will be able to, I've asked the presenters to be available to come back to answer questions. Okay? Thank you, sir. Recorded vote again. Sorry, Stephanie.
That's okay, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And just for clarification, this vote also receives the presentations for item 8 points. Okay.
That's correct. Thank you for that clarification. So 8.1 and 8.2, mover and seconder to we haven't heard that yet. Thank you. Okay, everyone. That vote carried, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it did. My apologies.
No, okay. So we're on to 8.3. This is the Grids 2 and Municipal Comprehensive Review. How should Hamilton grow? Evaluation, PED 17010 citywide. And we have Heather Travis, Senior Project Manager, and Patty Kennedy of Dillon Consulting that will provide the presentation for item 8.3. And again, we're asking members of council wait to ask questions of staff until we reach consideration of the report so that the delegates may all present in a timely manner, and you'll be able to ask questions of both the presentation and report at that time. Thank you. Good morning. And I'm sure it's Heather there and Patty.
Good morning.
Morning, Heather.
There we go. So good morning, Chair, members of committee, and members of the public. We are pleased to present today the results of the How Should Hamilton Grow evaluation, which examines 2 growth scenarios for accommodating Hamilton's mandated growth to the year 2051. My name is Heather Travis, and I'm the project manager for Grids 2 in the Municipal Comprehensive Review. Joining me to provide today's presentation is Patty Kennedy with Dillon Consulting, who authored the How Should Hamilton Grow evaluation report. Before we get into our presentation, I'd like to note and acknowledge the many staff and consultants who contributed to the report in front of you today. As noted on the side, we have staff from planning, growth management, public works, finance, public health, and transportation planning in attendance today. Further, we have our consultant team that has contributed to the reports in front of you today. In addition to Patty Kennedy from Dillon, we also have Gary Scanlon with Watson and Associates, who completed the fiscal impact assessment and growth options financing memo. Ewell Hebert from Sustainability Solutions Group, who completed the GHG emissions analysis. Chris Hamill and Matthew Fisher from GM Blue Plan, who worked on the infrastructure analysis related to water and wastewater servicing. Matt Senior from Wood, who completed the infrastructure analysis related to stormwater management. And Sue Reimer, also from Dillon, who completed the agricultural report. The How Should Hamilton Grow evaluation is one important part of the city's GRIDS 2 and MCR planning exercise. GRIDS 2 is a long-term planning exercise to 2051 that will guide how and where the forecasted growth of people and jobs will be accommodated. The Municipal Comprehensive Review, or MCR, is a provincial requirement to update the city's official plans, both urban and rural, to bring them into conformity with the most recent versions of provincial policy documents. Both of these planning exercises are planning to the year 2051 and will identify how the city can accommodate the provincially mandated growth forecasts of an additional 236,000 people and 122,000 jobs to the year 2051. So I'm going to provide just a brief project review to provide some background context for how we've arrived at where we are today. At the GIC meeting of March 29th of this year, staff presented the draft land needs assessment prepared by Laureus and Associates. Staff recommended the approval of the ambitious density scenario as modeled in the land needs assessment to identify how the city could accommodate the mandated population growth. The ambitious density scenario is based on an average intensification rate of 60% over the next 30 years, increased density in new growth areas, and a resulting land need of 1,310 hectares expansion to the urban boundary to accommodate a portion of the population growth. The land needs assessment did not identify a need for any expansion to accommodate job growth. At the March GIC meeting, committee deferred the decision on the LNA and directed staff to review and model two potential growth options. A no urban boundary expansion scenario, which would focus all of the community or population growth within the existing urban boundary, and the ambitious density scenario, which had been recommended by staff. The direction for the mail-out survey on the two potential growth options, which you heard about earlier today, was also given at the March meeting. And finally, at the same March 29th meeting, the staff report presenting the draft evaluation framework and phasing principles was received by committee, and staff were authorized to consult with the public on the draft framework. In May of this year, staff undertook public engagement on the draft evaluation tools using the Engage Hamilton portal, and more than 90 responses were received. One of the key themes that was identified during the consultation included the need to evaluate the no urban boundary expansion option. The How Should Hamilton Grow framework before you today was developed in response to this concern. From late June and extending to July 23rd, the mail-out survey on the growth options was sent to all households in Hamilton as per the council direction, and the results were presented earlier in today's meeting. And further, in June of this year, council direction for the peer review of the city's draft land needs assessment was provided. The peer review commenced in July of this year, and the results were presented through the earlier report in today's meeting. At the GIC meeting in August of this year, the city's employment land review report was approved by committee, with some deferred employment conversion requests remaining outstanding to date. The evaluation framework and phasing criteria, including the new How Should Hamilton Grow framework, was also approved at the same meeting. Committee directed staff to undertake some additional consultation on the How Should Hamilton Grow framework, which was completed in August of this year, with approximately 120 responses received. And Mr. Kennedy will highlight the response to those comments received later in this presentation. So moving on, before Mr. Kennedy gets into the details of the How Should Hamilton Grow evaluation, I'd like to provide an overview of the two growth options that have been evaluated using the How Should Hamilton Grow framework. For the purposes of conducting an evaluation and modeling between the two growth scenarios, option 1 being the ambitious density scenario and option 2 being the no urban boundary expansion scenario, staff allocated potential population, unit, and employment distribution across the city representative of the two growth options. I provided some of the key metrics on the next few slides, and more details can be found in the report. First, in terms of the total population and total dwelling unit growth that we're planning for, the numbers are the same under both scenarios. Both option 1 and option 2 are planning for population growth of 236,000 people and dwelling unit growth of 110,320 units. The difference between the two scenarios lies in the location of the growth and the type of growth in terms of dwelling unit type that we're planning for. In terms of the distribution of where the growth will occur, the differences between the two scenarios is summarized on the slide. Option 1, ambitious density, plans for 81,620 dwelling units within the existing urban area, accounting for approximately 74% of the total growth to 2051. Of those 81,620 units, approximately 66,000 will be located within the built-up area and will contribute to the city's intensification target of 60%. The remainder of the units within the urban area would be located within the city's existing designated greenfield lands. I'm just going to go forward one slide just to show the geographic breakdown of the areas I'm talking about. On this slide, the dotted outline in black is the city's urban area. So all the lands within that dotted line are considered urban. So under the ambitious density scenario, we would be accommodating approximately 81,000 units within that urban area. The portion in red is what we call the built-up area. And these are the lands that are already, for the most part, developed. And this is where the intensification target applies within the city. So within the ambitious density scenario, 66,000 units would be accommodated within those lands shown in red. And the white lands that you can see within the urban area, those are called designated greenfield lands. They're already urban, but not yet, generally not yet developed. And in the ambitious density scenario, we would see approximately 15,000 units developed within those designated greenfield lands. Also within the ambitious density scenario, we'd be planning for approximately 28,000 units within potential urban expansion areas. Option 2, the no urban boundary expansion scenario, plans for 109,880 units within the existing urban area, essentially all or more than 99% of the city's planned unit growth. There is a small allowance of approximately 400 units within the rural area through infill and within the city's rural settlement areas. Of those almost 110,000 units, 94,000 would be located within the built-up area as intensification, and the remainder would be located within the designated greenfield areas. So in terms of the distribution of unit growth, it's apparent that both options are planning for the majority of the city's growth within the existing urban area. The difference that we are evaluating is the approximately 28,000 units, which are located within an urban expansion area under option 1, and within the built-up area under option 2. The shift in the location of unit growth results in a different unit mix by unit type under each scenario. As you can see from the slide, both scenarios are planning for the majority of the city's future growth to be in the form of apartments or multiple dwellings. This is especially pronounced in option 2, the no urban boundary expansion scenario, which plans for 78% of the city's future growth to be in the form of apartments. In option 1, that number is 50%. In terms of townhouses or row houses, this dwelling type accounts for 25% of the unit growth in option 1, ambitious density, and 13% in option 2, and single detached and semi-detached dwellings account for 25% of the growth in option 1 and only 9% in option 2. So the next two slides show the geographic distribution of growth in dwelling units. The slide shows the distribution. This slide shows the distribution and growth for the ambitious density scenario. The darker blue the area is shaded, the more growth is planned. Also on the side, areas that we identify as nodes are shown with a star, and the city's corridors, for example, the LRT corridor and the A-line corridor, are shown in green. So the growth allocations reflect the intensification, density, and employment assumptions identified in the land needs assessment and background documents. And for the ambitious density scenario, this means this is based on the city achieving the average intensification rate of 60%, which increases over time from 50% to 60% and up to 70% in the final 10 years. In the ambitious density scenario, intensification is distributed across the city's built-up area with a focus on nodes and corridors, and reflective of current development applications, the vacant residential land inventory, and other residential intensification supply opportunities identified in the residential intensification supply update. Within the designated greenfield areas, growth allocations are based on the city's vacant residential land inventory reflective of registered, draft approved, and pending development applications, and density assumptions regarding unplanned areas. For the purposes of the How Should Hamilton Grow evaluation, growth in the expansion areas is assigned to the areas known as Elfrida, 20 Road East, and 20 Road West. This does not reflect a decision on phasing or location of future expansion if the ambitious density scenario is selected, and is for modeling purposes only. Under the no urban boundary expansion scenario, we see growth allocations, which represent an additional 85,000 population approximately, 28,000 units, and 11,000 jobs being shifted from the urban expansion areas to the existing urban area through intensification within the built-up area. Primarily to the nodes and corridors, consistent with provincial and local policy direction to focus growth in strategic growth areas. Growth is focused in the downtown and sub-regional service nodes, being Eastgate and Lime Ridge, and the B-line and A-line corridors. A higher number of persons per unit is assumed for apartment growth in this scenario to reflect the need to accommodate family-size units within intensification areas. And within the designated greenfield areas, the growth assumptions are the same as those of option 1. Under this scenario, you'll note that there's no growth identified in the expansion areas as there was under option 1. And just a note regarding the modeling of the no urban boundary expansion scenario, it's noted that this growth allocation represents one model of how a no urban boundary scenario could be accommodated by focusing growth on nodes and corridors with the emphasis on downtown, the sub-regional nodes, and the corridors, in keeping with the provincial and local policy direction. This allocation was completed for the purpose of accommodating the comparative evaluation and modeling of the no urban boundary expansion and ambitious density scenarios. It's difficult to predict with any level of certainty where the additional intensification units under the no urban expansion scenario would be realized. Where intensification will occur is difficult to forecast, as intensification may take place throughout the urban area. Many variants of growth allocations would be possible under the no urban boundary expansion scenario. So with that, I'm going to turn it over now to Patty Kennedy, who's going to walk you through the results of the How Should Hamilton Grow evaluation.
Thank you, Heather. So for the more context, the purpose of our work was to identify the different implications associated with the two different growth options that Heather has outlined. Findings of the work that's in the staff report, summarized in the staff report, and in our technical report are really intended to support decision making. We have two on the surface, very different growth options, and trying to tease out the differences, the pros, the cons, the advantages, the disadvantages of growing the city in two very different ways was our responsibility. And the intent, as I said, is to support the difficult decision making that on this topic. Let's go to the next slide. You may recall the evaluation framework that is used to assess these differences between the growth options is organized around 11 key themes. Those themes being growth allocation, climate change, natural hazards, municipal finance, infrastructure and public service facilities, transportation systems, natural heritage and water resources, complete communities, agricultural system, cultural heritage resources, and conformity with the province's land needs methodology. Next slide. So the way this evaluation framework is set up is that each of these 11 themes has a series of questions and criteria intended to draw out the differences between the two options. The idea here is that the framework can then be used to understand very clearly what the trade-offs and the implications are of growing the city in different directions. The framework is set up to sort of not be a model that scores or ranks things or takes weighting on these different themes. That was one of the key comments we got when we presented the framework previously, and the rationale for that is that the test under the Growth Plan and the Planning Act is that we have to apply all the policies of the Growth Plan in their entirety, and because this framework is set up, themes are tied back to a number of policies in the Growth Plan. It's difficult to pick a hierarchy about what particular policy takes precedent over, at least from a planning and growth management perspective. So for that reason, the framework is set up to allow us to compare the differences on a line-by-line basis and ultimately make a planning case for which option best balances all of these different themes. The framework also reflects the themes that not only from the province's growth plan, but as noted previously, it does reflect the GRIDS 2 MCR 10 directions to guide development. As alluded to, we did get a number of comments over the summer on the evaluation framework from stakeholders in the public that we tried to incorporate. The staff report provides a little bit more of a detailed breakdown on some of the key themes and things we heard from the public, but there are some examples that that we have updated in our evaluation framework. Maybe we included a cultural heritage resource theme to try and assess the differences between the two options with respect to cultural heritage resources. Received a lot of questions just to clarify what the intent of a particular criteria or question were. There were some good suggestions about data we should use about, for example, the transportation assessment asked that we consider differences perhaps in modal split or differences in the number of people in proximity to the city's blast network, and those suggestions were incorporated into the transportation assessment that's in the technical appendix. So there's a number of instances where a lot of the questions were around clarifying how exactly we're going to assess the work. Let's go to the next slide. So before we dive into a bit of a summary, and I will try to be brief today because I understand there's a long agenda and lots of folks would like to have a chance to speak. So I will try to be brief, knowing that most have probably read the report, or at least read Heather's staff report that shows the summary results. But I will say this, that comparing the two growth options—
Mr. Kennedy?
Yes?
I'm sorry, some of the counselors are having difficulty hearing you. Are you able to turn up the volume or?
Sure.
There you go. Thank
is
you.
that better?
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. Apologies. Before we dive into the summary results of the evaluation framework, I would like to point out that comparing the growth options, these two options together, is both complex and rather complicated. It's complex because the framework we've set up identifies these different 11 themes, which are a reflection or an abstract of all the different systems that could be impacted by a choice of this nature. Systems being a transportation system or an infrastructure system. Those systems themselves are also complex. So the transportation system's made up of transit, active transportation, the road network, all the services and facilities that go with it, the operation, the maintenance. So even the individual themes or systems themselves are complex, and they tend to be actually kind of complicated to assess because they're all interrelated to some degree. It's difficult to talk about the impacts or the potential risks associated with the two different options from a, say, public infrastructure perspective without talking about the municipal finance implications around funding infrastructure. So all that to say that I understand that it is a very complex and complicated question that we have in front of us. My intent today is to try to be simple about it so that we can tease out some of the real clear differences and between the different options. And before we go into that, I will point out that there are also some subtleties and caveats that I'll maybe point out. So let's go to the next slide. So there are some similarities for sure, as I think both some of the previous speakers noted, that both options are similar in the sense that they do exceed the province's minimum density targets and intensification targets for the city. And this represents a significant change in past trends, both the historic trends and what's in the city's current official plan. And ultimately, both options are going to help to provide a more compact, complete transit supportive community for the city of Hamilton. Next slide. Before teasing out some of the core differences between the two, there are some similarities to say, and these sort of subtle differences. If you've gone through the evaluation for infrastructure and public service facilities, for an example, you will see that there are some trade-offs and some differences, but it becomes very difficult to say which option is stronger from a public infrastructure perspective. For example, growth option 1 will require new infrastructure to service the expansion lands under this scenario. We're going to have a greater length of linear networks to construct and also require some upgrades to accommodate intensification in the built-up area. In contrast to that, in option 2, we're going to see a significantly larger portion of the population concentrated in the built-up area compared to option 1. And the analysis showed, or the analysis highlighted, that there would be some differences around less certainty around cost recovery, greater complexity associated with the infrastructure planning in the larger scale development in the built-up area, around challenges mostly on the sanitary sewer side related to combined sewers, more capacity constraints, etc. One of the only things to note about the infrastructure assessment where there there's a real strong difference, I suppose, is on the stormwater side in the DGA lands. It's going to be greater impacts and risks associated with maintaining water quality compared to that under option 1. And that is also picked up in the natural heritage and water resources evaluation theme. So let's go to the next slide. From a cultural heritage perspective, both options will have impacts on protecting and the city's ability to protect and preserve cultural heritage resources. Province's direction and your official plan direction is to protect, preserve, and enhance significant cultural heritage resources. And so those policies will be tested under both scenarios in the future as you receive more development. In the built-up area, both options are going to have higher levels of intensification, which may result in pressures to redevelop on or adjacent to heritage properties within cultural heritage landscapes as well. Contrast that, I suppose, under option 1, where we're looking to expand the boundary. While there are no known cultural heritage landscapes or individually designated properties or Ontario Heritage Trust easements in the expansion area, there is going to be potential archaeological potential adjacent to or within the majority of these candidate areas. So there's going to be requirements for future development to complete archaeological assessments. So under this slide, I suppose you could say that there are trade-offs. The more development within the built-up area, the more risks and challenges there's going to be to conserve those heritage resources in the built-up area. Similarly, the expansion area is going to require a careful look at archaeological potential. Next slide. And finally, the last one that's a little bit gray is the natural heritage, natural hazard lands analysis. Both options are expected to direct development equally away from natural hazards. The planning framework for natural hazards is that development is to be directed away from these lands. It's reinforced in your zoning bylaw, your official plan. Conservation Authority regulates development in hazard lands. So there's lots of protections to ensure that development is directed away from hazard lands. And so while option 1 will see some new hazard lands brought within the urban boundary, option 2 would see a greater portion of the city's population concentrated in proximity to existing natural hazards. But there really isn't a significant difference in the perceived risks associated from a natural hazards perspective when comparing the options. Let's go to the next slide. With those sort of more gray areas aside, there are some real clear differentiators between the two options. And I'd like to highlight a couple of the key strengths that the evaluation drew out. The strengths of the ambitious density option is that there's perceived less financial risks associated with this option. The location, the timing, the tools required to fund development are generally well established and understood for building in designated greenfield areas. Infrastructure planning is relatively straightforward in this compared to option 2, where there will be challenges around recovering the full cost of infrastructure because of the way the Development Charges Act is structured. I just wanted to note also in your staff report on page 3 and 31, this particular one was noted as being similar for both, but in fact the evaluation table and in the staff report and evaluation table in our report and Watson Associates work did highlight that there's a more risk associated with option 2 compared to option 1. Option 1 also provides for broader, fuller range or more balanced approach to housing under this option. It aligns better with the projected market demand. It's not necessarily aligns with the historic, but what the land needs work identified as what the future needs will be. That housing mix that Heather highlighted is sort of 25-25-50 versus 9-13-78. It seems to provide a better match for what the future demand for housing will be in the city. And for that reason, it does provide opportunities for a more complete community from a housing affordability, housing mix, housing access perspective. And as noted by Mr. Lorius earlier, this option also does conform and meet with the province's land use methodology. So those are sort of the 3 core strengths associated with this option. Option 2 also has some very obvious core strengths. It certainly better responds to the overall potential risks associated with climate change and results in a slightly smaller increase in greenhouse gas emissions. And that's highlighted in the modeling work that was done, the technical report. It also maximizes opportunities to support the city's existing and planned transit system by putting the majority of the future population in close proximity to the city's transit system. Obviously comes with some key benefits, relatively speaking. It better protects the existing supply of prime agricultural lands. This is a clear difference. The option 2 comes with no boundary expansion. It means we maintain the current quantum of prime agricultural lands within the city compared to option 1, where we are seeing about 1,300 hectares transition over to some sort of urban development. It also better protects the natural heritage systems and water resource systems, and this is related to the notion that as we expand the boundaries, those features in the expansion areas are going to be impacted over time by its proximity to urban development. Under the final note is it also allocates the majority of growth to the city's existing settlement area, and while most of the growth is allocated to the settlement area in option 1, option 2 allocates more. So for that reason, it comes across as a strength. Next slide. So just to sort of round this out, while growth option 2 has several key strengths, it also has some fundamental weaknesses which are really difficult to mitigate. The fact that it doesn't conform to the provincial policy framework is therefore not likely to be approved by the province, introduces a number of procedural risks for the city. There's also uncertainty around what the impacts of planning for almost 79% apartments over the next 30 years would have on the local housing market and what those risks are, whether the growth doesn't happen or whether the growth occurs elsewhere in other municipalities, and that those municipalities end up bearing the impacts of expansion. Does call into question whether or not that is an appropriate approach for long-range planning. And finally, given the uncertainty around planning for the higher level of intensification under option 2 and some of those financial risks highlighted in the infrastructure analysis, it does create a high level of uncertainty as to how the city will appropriately finance the cost of growth in the built-up area over time. So let's just go to the final slide. And so from a purely from a land use planning perspective, the growth option 1 is recommended because it does conform to provincial policy, does still provide a very ambitious target for intensification and supports the city's planned urban structure, and that the impacts around agricultural, climate change, natural heritage systems need to be further assessed and addressed through secondary planning. It's noted that they cannot be, they can be perhaps minimized and mitigated to some extent, but obviously not entirely, as in some cases we would be losing, as I said, prime agricultural land or having impacts on natural heritage systems or having stormwater impacts to deal with that all have to be, as I say, further assessed. So I will turn it back to Heather at this point.
Thanks, Patty. So I'm just going to highlight now the recommendations in the staff report. So staff are recommending council adoption of the ambitious density scenario as the preferred community area land need scenario for the reasons noted on the slide. It represents an aggressive and forward-thinking approach to growth management. If we recall back to the city's draft land needs assessment, the ambitious density scenario was one of 3 scenarios modeled and included the highest intensification and greenfield density targets of the 3 scenarios. The other 2 scenarios, known as the growth plan minimum and increased target scenarios, planned for intensification rates of 50 and 55% respectively. So compared to the no urban boundary expansion scenario, the ambitious density scenario does result in a land need to accommodate growth. However, compared to the growth plan minimum scenario, for example, the ambitious density scenario requires significantly less land, 2,190 hectares versus 1,300 hectares respectively. With higher intensification and density targets and lower land need, the ambitious density scenario would be preferred over the growth plan minimum and increased target scenarios in terms of growth allocation, climate change, agricultural system, and natural heritage water resources themes if we were to evaluate them under the How Should Hamilton Grow framework. The intensification target under the ambitious density scenario represents an ambitious approach to planning for intensification. Planning for increased intensification and planned density will have the impact of focusing more growth in the existing urban area, but still maintaining a balanced approach to future development. The ambitious density scenario represents an achievable, albeit challenging, growth management objective. The city's residential intensification market demand study by Laureus and Associates has identified 50% as being at the high end of a suitable aspirational intensification target. The ambitious density scenario plans for a 50% intensification rate early in the planning period, in keeping with the report findings, and then increases the plan target as the period progresses. Staff note that achieving these high levels of intensification will be challenging. The city, through planning initiatives and other incentives, can provide opportunities for intensification to occur. However, it is the market that drives whether or not a given site is intensified, and there are a number of factors that influence market demand, including site characteristics, ownership, and economic climate. It's staff's opinion that achieving the intensification levels as required under the no urban expansion scenario, more than 80% intensification over the entire planning period, are not realistic considering the conclusions of the residential intensification demand report and recent intensification trends. And finally, as noted, the ambitious density scenario conforms to the provincial growth plan and the provincial LNA methodology. The province has commented that the no urban boundary expansion scenario does not appear to conform to the growth plan or the provincial method. Staff note the risk to planning for a growth scenario that is deemed by the province to not conform to the growth plan and the provincial method is that the province will not ultimately approve the city's implementing MCR official plan amendment. Rather, the province could refuse the amendment or make revisions to the amendment to bring it into conformity without consultation with the city. In addition to recommending the endorsement of the ambitious density scenario, I'd also like to highlight the other recommendations in the staff report. Staff are requesting that the phasing of growth requirements shown on the screen be endorsed, as we know that not all of the 1,300 hectares are required immediately. For the period from 2021 to 2031, we recommend a land need of 305 hectares. From 2031 to 2041, a land need of 570 hectares. And for the period from 2041 to 2051, a land need of 435 hectares is required. Further, should the ambitious density scenario be endorsed by Council, staff are requesting, as part of the next phase of Grids 2 and the MCR, that Council authorize staff to evaluate phasing of growth options under the ambitious density scenario to identify where and when development of the White Belt lands, which is comprised of one or more of the areas known as Elfrida, 20 Road East, 20 Road West, and Whitechurch, should occur. And this will be evaluated in accordance with the Grids 2 and MCR evaluation framework and phasing criteria. And in relation to the growth plan provision to allow for small expansions to be considered from Waterdown or Binbrook, should the ambitious density scenario be selected, staff are requesting that Council authorize staff to evaluate requests for expansion from Waterdown and Binbrook up to a maximum size of 10 hectares, of which 5 hectares may be for residential use, and this will be evaluated in accordance with the screening criteria and evaluation tool for Waterdown and Binbrook. And finally, staff are requesting that Council direct staff to prepare a draft official plan amendment as part of the MCR that implements an urban boundary expansion to 2031, and that includes policies to ensure that any future urban boundary expansions are controlled and phased, including consideration of options for identifying growth needs beyond 2031 without formally designating the lands as urban at this time. And just to wrap up, in terms of next steps, we did provide an updated work plan within the report. Depending on the outcome of today's meeting, staff will commence work on the next phase of Grids 2 MCR, which will include the evaluation of phasing options under the ambitious density scenario and the preparation of a draft official plan amendment to provide to the province. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you for that, Heather. Just going to go back now. So with that, may I have a mover and a receiver to receive the presentation by Heather and Patty, moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, seconded by Councillor Farr. All in favor, electronic vote, please.
Sorry, it's coming, folks. It's just a little delayed today.
Very slow. delegations portion. And members of committee, we will take one vote to receive all of the delegations after the final speaker. I am going to be timing presentations to 5 minutes. I'm going to try and hold my finger up as 1 minute left if the presenters can see that, because I don't like to interrupt when you're presenting. So if you can keep an eye out, I'll hold the finger up. If not, I'll call your time at the 5 minute mark. So first up, we have MPP Sandy Shaw. Good morning, Sandy.
Good morning, Council. Yes, I'm Sandy Shaw. I'm the MPP for Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas, and I'm also the official opposition environment critic for the province. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide context from the vantage point of the Ontario legislature. So what I see is a government that through their actions and their legislation continues to put our environment, our wetlands, our natural spaces, our greenbelt at risk. I've also watched a government with complete disregard for the rule of law when it comes to existing planning, zoning, or environmental protection laws. This government has also shown complete contempt for the role of democratically elected municipal councils, / Toronto City Council and HAP. And here in Hamilton, he issued an MZO to rezone brown lands where Century Manor is located against council wishes. This government is also no friend of protecting farmland. We know we're losing 175 acres of farmland each day. And yet, just yesterday, while the world is gathered in Scotland to address climate emergency, on this side of the ocean, Ford announced the Bradford Bypass, a 6-lane Holland Marsh Highway through the agricultural lands and the Greenbelt, all being bankrolled by provincial taxpayers. So this is the province's 1950s mindset and says a lot about growth, the growth framework that is being imposed on communities. Not the least of which is say that it does not address climate change or, in fact, Indigenous sovereignty or the right to consult Indigenous communities. We know Hamilton will need more housing as our city grows, but that does not mean paving over farmland and green space. We're hearing from so many residents, planners who are sharing their expertise and ideas, and I support their vision of a sustainable future. We need to accelerate the construction of new homes on ample land already within existing urban boundaries, and we need to align this with Hamilton's upcoming transit investments. We must have a better understanding of homes that people want. COVID has changed the way we live and work, and it seems foolhardy to predict housing and employment lands 30 years into the future. We know that increasingly young people, retirees, are looking for homes in existing urban areas close to work, health services, and public transit. But it's not just homes that people want. We have to address homes that people can't afford. So it's critical that we make sure there are affordable options like duplexes and townhouses. And I have to note that there's absolutely no guarantee or evidence that just building houses on farmland will make housing more affordable. You know, given the homelessness crisis that our city is facing, it needs to be said that this growth plan does absolutely nothing to provide answers or resources that we need to address this crisis. I'd also like to say it's important to note that the Ford government is relying on politically driven growth projections to make the case for urban boundary expansion. As official opposition, we wrote to the Auditor General expressing concern with those growth projections, and she has confirmed that her office is conducting an audit of Ontario's growth planning policies. However, the Ford government continues to push forward with these questionable growth projections that we know will result in the loss of farmland, that will result in a legacy of higher property taxes to pay for infrastructure servicing, and developers have, once the developers have moved on. And most certainly, and I would suggest probably the whole point of the exercise, this would result in unfair windfalls to land speculators and PC-connected developers. Our provincial government should be working in the best long-term interest of the public, not private interest. Hamilton's housing future shouldn't be determined by coercion, manipulation, or bullying. It's not how we build cities. So let me end by saying to City Council how much I admire the courage that you've shown so far. Your decision to engage your residents and to take the necessary time to make this important decision is being noticed by councils across Ontario, believe me. And I encourage council to continue to listen to the strong voice of Hamiltonians who know that sustainable growth within this great city's existing urban boundaries is possible. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, MPP Shaw. You're well within your time, and I'm just going to check my speakers list because we have activated that. Councillor Clark, you wish to ask MPP Shaw a question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Member Shaw. Thank you for attending today. In your statement, you did make a statement. I think we need to correct the record. The MZO for the Brow lands, as I recall, was requested by council, by the majority of council. So that may have got lost in the translation. Two questions for you. The minister's op-ed piece that was in the Hamilton Spectator a few weeks ago. Did you see it? And from your position as a member at Queen's Park, can you comment on such an intervention?
Yeah, of course I saw it. It was a shot heard around the world. It was remarkable and unusual, I would say, for this government to come out so publicly with their style of business, which is about coercion, manipulation, and certainly making deals behind closed doors. I mean, we've seen that in everything that they have done. They don't consult, they don't like to consult, and they don't like to be held accountable. So the very fact that the minister, was sent, I would suggest by the premier to deliver this heavy-handed message to city council shows two things. It shows, one, how they like to do business, and that we do have a premier that expects to get his way. And the second thing I would say that it shows is that what you are doing here at City Council is a standout across the province. I mean, you're getting this unwanted attention because what you're doing may set a precedence that you can push back. You can exercise your role as official, as democratically elected representatives of your ward, and make this decision. And showing that to other councillors is something that this government doesn't want to happen. They want to make sure that that you do their bidding.
Thank you. So, Member Shaw, from my understanding of the process, we submit our proposals to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the minister and their staff review it, and then the minister gets to approve it or reject it. That's the process that I find in the Act. And yet I was struck that we received an op-ed in advance of that process, almost, my words, preempting the process. Can you speak to the propriety of that?
Well, I would say it's completely unacceptable. And, for this government to, put their thumb on the scale to influence this decision is unconscionable. But
Thank you. Do you know when the Auditor General is releasing their report? Because we're making a decision today and the Auditor General is reviewing the population projections. Do you have any indication from the AG as to when that would be coming out?
It's our understanding or expectation that this will be included in her report that will come out in December.
In December. Thank you very much for coming today, Sandy. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Danko.
Just a reminder to all delegates, please, we have announced that you are not to use the chat for any reason. So if you could please refrain from using the chat, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's nice to see you, Member Shaw. It's an unusual step to have an opposition member delegate to council. My question, in your presentation, you mentioned affordability and housing affordability. And one of the main reasons why the current government has this drive towards expanding the urban boundaries is because they say that will increase housing affordability. And of course, your party has been very active on that file. Can you expand on that idea that expanding the urban boundary will increase affordability or not?
Right. Well, this, I would say, the seal argument from this government that just simply supply is going to resolve the complex issue of housing affordability is so transparent. This does not, there are no guarantees. There's no actual evidence, no connection to supply and affordability for the vast majority of Hamiltonians. I mean, we, as you mentioned, Councillor Danko, the official opposition have a housing plan. It's called Homes That People Can Afford. Because as we all know, the housing continuum is very complex. And just by slapping up, you know, houses in farmland is not a magical fix for the homelessness problem that is, you know, tragedy in the city, or for the problems of all that all of us face with young adult children, myself included, that are struggling to afford a home, a place to live in a neighborhood that they grew up in. So, you know, they need to do better than that. They need to have a more robust, intentional plan to make sure when we build homes, that there is a connection between these homes and the need, and it is absolutely not there. This is the government that, you know, says we're going to build homes and we're going to fix housing affordability and homelessness, but they have absolutely no homelessness plan. They've in fact taken away resources, funding from frontline organizations and the like that would have gone to address the issue of homelessness, women's shelters, for example. We also have a government, I mean, really, that just yesterday said that we are going to build more highways to reduce greenhouse gases. So that's the mindset that you're dealing with. And I would just support your question, which I think has the intention to say that we need to do better if we really are looking at housing affordability.
Thank you, Member Shaw.
Thank you. With that, I have no further speakers. Thank you, Member Shaw. Councillor Partridge, sorry I didn't see you in the chat, but go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I do apologize I didn't put my name in the chat. Member Shaw, nice to see you. So I just want to be perfectly clear that I want to make sure I understand. So I'm just going to ask for clarity. Are you saying that you are not, your government, you are not in support of any expansion within the city of Hamilton? I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Councillor Partridge, I wish I could say that it was our government, but it will possibly be. We're the opposition. And what you have said, I maybe I'm not clear with your question, but we do not support the expansion, the urban boundary expansion into greenlands and farmland. That is what we're suggesting. And that we are suggesting that there is, you know, this is a more complex issue that doesn't need, that requires more than the blunt hammer or the blunt instrument of just a blanket urban boundary expansion, not just in Hamilton, but across the province, coupled with a Minister of Housing that has absolutely no hesitation to issue MZOs, which override planning laws.
So thank you, Member Shaw.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to make absolutely clear in my mind that the current staff recommendation that has been put before us, that you are not in support of the expansion as it has been presented by our presenters previously. But that's what I'm looking for clarity on. So is that a yes?
Member Shaw?
The notion of expanding into the urban boundary expansion as it's currently constructed, it doesn't take into climate change account, doesn't take into account Indigenous sovereignty. Yes, we are not in support of that.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's good to see you again, Sandy. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councillor Partridge.
Thank you. I'll ask you to vacate the screen, MPP Shaw, and I'm going to now move on to Mike Collins Williams of the West End Home Builders Association. Mike, if you're there, please. Thank you.
Just sharing my screen.
And it's a 5-minute limit, sir.
The West End Home Builders Association is the voice of the land development and new housing industry, representing approximately 300 member companies, including both high-rise and low-rise builders. In 2020, members of our association were a stabilizing force for the economy, employing over 20,000 people, paying $1.3 billion in wages, and contributing over $2.3 billion in investment. To begin with, the WHBA would like to address a concern that the growth projections are inflated. I'd like to clear up this misconception. As per Hamilton's 2016 population, this would have appeared to be the case. However, since 2016, growth in the Greater Golden Horseshoe has accelerated, and Hamilton's home building has not caught up. Dr. Mike Moffat and the Smart Prosperity Institute undertook a deep dive into how these demographic changes using 2020 Stats Canada data have affected both housing availability and attainability. The findings of research paint a grim picture. Young families in Hamilton are being priced out of this market and driving until they qualify to nearby cities. 15,000 people on net have left the last 5 years. The reality of market demand pressures for ground-oriented housing cannot be ignored. The research findings shown in that SPI report are also reflected in the City of Hamilton's own demographic analysis that found Hamilton actually exceeded the growth plan forecasts by 5,000 people. I'll also mention that the freshly re-elected federal government has a target of 400,000 new immigrants per year. This is a big increase from previous targets. There's a real risk that the growth plan forecast may even be underestimating growth as they were based on older, lower immigration targets. Of course, no one would ever design city policy in a way that forces people to leave. And this is why it is crucial that city staff, politicians, and our association work together to make sure we're planning for growth appropriately and not in a way that will encourage young families to continue to leave. This involves planning for a full range of housing opportunities as referenced in the ambitious density scenario. The growth isn't just coming, it's already here, and we need to plan for it to avoid unintended consequences. Our association has emphasized that we strongly support intensification within existing neighborhoods. To intensify, Council will be required to implement major changes in our current planning framework, including massive upzoning and infrastructure servicing capacity. The system we have in place will not achieve the targets Council is seeking at either 60% or 80%. So we know the growth is coming, and we also know that we're not producing enough housing units to keep up with our growing population. It is critical that the city make realistic plans to ensure we are positioned to absorb this population and thrive. We need to plan for a balanced approach that protects our environmental resources, increases densities, and recognizes that a small urban boundary expansion will be necessary. Now is the time for city and industry to work together more collaboratively. Historically, we've only built 17,000 units per year, but we need to ramp that up, as by 2051, our city will need to be producing 3,700 units on an annual basis, a near doubling of our annual housing completions. We HBA would like to remind Council that the city struggled to reach the previous intensification target of 40%. Achieving a 60% target will require a substantial shift in housing preferences and a recognition by the city that market distortion may cause significant increases in the cost of ground-oriented housing. Hamilton is going to need to upzone nodes, corridors, and allow our existing neighborhoods to accommodate higher densities. It's a head-in-the-sand approach to assume demand for low-rise housing would simply evaporate. Driving demand elsewhere through a hard boundary will cause development to leapfrog across the Greenbelt to other communities like Brantford and Woodstock. Within the 60% ambitious density scenario, the share of apartment buildings would be 50% of the housing stock. Even this challenges the high demand for single-family and family-oriented housing, especially now with a flight from higher density areas where pricing has exploded like Toronto, Peel, and York. An 80% intensification rate under a no-boundary expansion scenario would be 78% of all future units built as apartments and an undersupply of nearly 60,000 ground-oriented units. Furthermore, under the municipal finance theme in the city staff report, under the no-boundary expansion option, significant upgrades to existing infrastructure will be required to be built across the built-up area. Staff report that replacement of existing linear infrastructure normally costs 250 to 300% more versus the cost of new linear infrastructure in a greenfield area. I think the city staff report puts to bed this notion that capital costs are somehow lower for the no-boundary expansion option, as major and complicated upgrades will be needed in existing areas. The West End Home Builders Association position is clear. There's a need for both a boundary expansion and significantly reformed process to bring a higher rate of intensification. We welcome intensification, we support intensification, but we're going to need more help from the city to facilitate and encourage it. The choice Council is facing as we move forward is, will we ensure there's enough housing of the right type is built for a growing population in our city, or will we continue down a path of unaffordable housing and an exodus of young families from our community? Thank you.
Thank you. Within time, Mike, appreciate that very much. Any questions of the presenter? I see Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, sir.
Thank you. CEO Collins Williams, good to see you. Thank you for delegating. I still like the previous name of your association, the Hamilton Halton Home Builders, but that's fine. You're with the West End at this time, so be it. It's the same body that is building housing in our communities. So 2 questions, Deputy Mayor Pearson, to you, to Michael. Michael, I've always been a big supporter of jobs and trades in our community. Have you got a ballpark figure roughly how many in the trades are employed through your association and the multitude of your home builder members? Through you, Deputy Mayor Pearson, please.
Based on 2020 data and the number of housing starts in the city, we employed approximately 20,000 people. Now that includes both skilled trades as well as professional planners, engineers, architects, etc. So it's an all-encompassing figure with both the on-site and off-site jobs generated by the industry.
Very important to know. Thank you very much. That's huge. As well, second question, could you elaborate on what you're noticing, depending on what council votes on today, which option, Michael, when you say that young families may be migrating to Hamilton, looking at Hamilton, and we all know our current housing stock, and Deputy Mayor Pearson, and the real estate market is scorching hot. It's gone through the roof. And you're saying they're now passing Hamilton, going towards Brantford. Could you further elaborate on that trend of what's happening and why, please? Through you, Deputy Mayor Pearson, that's my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Hamilton's not an island unto itself. We're part of a broader region that is experiencing, I'll call it a housing crisis in terms of the rapid escalation of housing prices that really began around 2016. So what we've seen is it's almost from the CN Tower outwards, a cascading effect of a flight for affordability. Mike Moffat from the Smart Prosperity Institute found that on net, 60,000 families left Toronto and Peel last year for outlying communities. Now, some of those communities are like Hamilton, where we have increased pressure from areas with higher housing prices, where people are able to sell their homes and have more resources at their disposal to purchase homes in Hamilton. This is putting an upward pressure on housing prices, where especially for those larger ground-oriented homes that families tend to prefer, you'll have 7, 8, 9, 10 people bidding on them because there is a lack of supply and pushing prices up. This is causing a displacement effect in Hamilton, where a lot of Hamiltonians who might not have the same salaries as those working on Bay Street or elsewhere in Toronto are suddenly unable to afford the homes that they would have been able to afford in years past. Again, the Mike Moffat Smart Prosperity Institute found that on net, over the last 5 years, 15,000 people left Hamilton, and in particular, we're going down the QEW to St. Catharines, to Brantford and Woodstock. And that's a cascading effect there, because then you're experiencing displacement in those communities where people from Brantford are now going further and further out. So this is an effect that is happening all across Southern Ontario as housing prices are getting more and more out of control.
Thank you very much for that education and explanation, CEO Collins Williams. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I now have Councillor Danko. That'll be followed by Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you again, Mike. I think you were transparent right up front that the West End Home Builders is an association in favor of, representing land development and new housing industry members. So just to be clear that there is a financial incentive for your members for you to be here today. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. 90 to 95% of housing built in the city of Hamilton and other communities across Ontario is built by the private sector. I represent a membership base that includes both the low-rise discussion that we're having about a boundary expansion, as well as members building infill and intensification projects that would occur downtown or throughout existing neighborhoods.
Very good.
Thank you. In your presentation, you mentioned the need for intensification, whether it's 60% or 80%. So just to be clear that your membership and your association would be in favor of things like inclusive zoning in the Yellow Belt, planning policy that encourages that missing middle type development that we haven't seen a lot of in recent years.
Absolutely. I think the missing middle is a significant challenge. We're in favor of it. It's missing for a reason. Politically, I mean, we're having a political discussion about some of the challenges around a boundary expansion. The missing middle is missing possibly because it's the most difficult discussion around the politics of neighborhood change. So when our members come into an existing neighborhood and propose changes, that's a challenge. We would like to see zoning reform to eliminate what I'll call exclusionary zoning, in which we have vast areas of the city in which only single detached housing is allowed. I think there's an opportunity, not to build towers in neighborhoods, but to build semis, quadplexes, small scale townhomes, and other infill projects. That is a great way of increasing densities without drastically changing the look, feel, and character of existing neighborhoods.
Thank you. We touched on with the previous speaker and in your presentation, support for the trades in the city. I think there's a shift in the industry right now going from ground-based stick framing, traditional construction to more that multi-residential. Do you anticipate that being a trend to the future?
I think that trend will continue in the future. We have the LRT line coming into downtown Hamilton. We have the West Harbor GO station. I think there's going to be a lot of interest in high density living. Of course, we support a balanced solution. To your question specifically about the trades, it is a different trade person that is framing a house versus concrete forming. We are challenged in our industry that we do not have a great supply of trades coming in. There is a deficiency in trades. I think you'd be shocked if you walked around the average construction site to see what the average age of the people building our communities are. We need to encourage more young people to enter the trades. This is actually contributing to the cost escalation of housing, that the increases in labor costs are going up at rates much higher than inflation or average wages in other industries because we just don't have enough trades.
Thank you. And working in construction, not housing, but heavy civil for 20 years, I wouldn't be surprised at all. It is a very tough career choice. And also, I think a significant opportunity for those going into the trades. My last question, Madam Chair, is just on the existing designated greenfield areas. So in the growth plan, that's pegged at 60 people and jobs per hectare. And that's based on approvals that of those existing designated greenfield areas that are already in place. Representing your members that some do have properties that are in the existing designated greenfield areas, would there be an interest for them to increase those densities from the 60 to, not only facilitate that missing middle development, but also I assume higher densities would be more profitable for your members?
That's a great question. It is a little bit challenging because some of those existing approvals are in place. They've gone through block planning, secondary planning, et cetera. A lot of the engineering in terms of the storm water ponds, et cetera, has been completed. And that's based on, current runoff, current plans, et cetera. So to go back and redo a lot of those plans, we're talking years. In terms of the discussion of the new expansion areas, should council go that direction, we're probably not going to pull the first building permit for 10 years. So you can imagine for the existing DGA, if some of those lands or properties have gone through 5, 6, 7, 8 years of approvals, backing out, starting again, is probably not something that some of my members would be terribly excited about. However, if on a parcel by parcel, site by site analysis, there are opportunities to increase densities, if it works from a market-based approach, and perhaps if there's an expedited approvals process, I think that could merit further discussion, but it probably would not be across the board. It would probably be pretty specific with particular landowners if it makes sense.
Thank you. Really appreciate the answers. And I definitely, whichever way this vote goes, I do look forward to working with you and the home builders towards those goals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Mike, welcome also. And I understand that you have a planning background, and so I listened with interest to your presentation. We are facing probably with one of the biggest lobbies I've experienced in my 15 years on council, mostly for option 2, but an equally balanced amount of contacts on option 1. So we are really getting pulled in 2 directions on this thing. But one of the arguments I'm hearing for support of option 2 is the lower cost of infrastructure. And I heard you say something different. I am picking up the same thing in the staff report, particularly the Watson report, but from your review, I think I heard you say that staff have determined that the cost of a greenfield development for infrastructure is greater in an intensified area than in a greenbelt. Did I hear that properly?
One of the city staff reports in terms of the evaluation looks at the cost of infrastructure. And there are a couple different threads from there. In terms of some of the linear infrastructure for water and wastewater services, the report noted that some of the existing infrastructure in the ground in downtown Hamilton is very, very old. It will need to be upgraded. And in some cases, this is in complex urban areas. You have combined sanitary and storm sewers. So the report noted that on that particular item, that would probably be more expensive from the no boundary versus the expansion option. I'll acknowledge that the staff report noted that the expansion option would have higher cost for stormwater. However, that could be recouped through development charges. So there are different costs associated with different types of developments. And I think that council should be careful in its decision that it's not clear cut as one versus the other. Going into the existing communities will be difficult.
Okay, and a number of people have been sending out emails, and it attaches a story from the CBC in Ottawa that says the opposite. Are you familiar with that? It was done by a journalist with the CBC. I didn't see any staff report on that, but it shows that the greenfield is actually more expensive. So we seem to have this conflicting information. I agree with you that our staff are saying that greenfield is lower cost for infrastructure, and they go into great detail from transit to lineal infrastructure to recreation. Do you know where that $465 came from, Ottawa?
I believe it was from a Hempson report, and it was not as comprehensive as some of the reporting being done in Hamilton. I think it's important to acknowledge that there are differences between Hamilton and Ottawa. Ottawa has a green belt stretching around the more established neighborhoods in their core. And then the suburban development being built in Ottawa as part of any greenfield expansion is quite a distance from the city of Ottawa. If anybody's been to an Ottawa Senators game, they know it's about an hour drive from downtown Ottawa to get to where that stadium is. So there are vast distances that have to be captured in terms of any of the infrastructure being built in Ottawa. In Hamilton, the expansion areas are being built contiguous to the existing urban areas. So there are significant differences between our two cities, and the intensification would occur in Hamilton through a very dense, a very old city downtown with the combined sewers. Hamilton also has significantly more, I'll call it industrial heritage than Ottawa, which brings in a whole bunch of other complications around soil contamination, et cetera.
Well, I appreciate that, Mike. Thank you. And I like Councillor Jackson. I like the Hamilton home builders better than the West End home builders. just a little thing to throw in there. Thanks, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your delegation. You've referenced Dr. Mike Moffat here, and I've seen you reference him before. Just for anybody who's noting or watching, rather, he's the senior director, as you mentioned, of Smart Prosperity and assistant professor at the Ivy Business School. Is it fair to say that Mr. Moffat makes reference and frames housing maybe in a broader context than maybe you have alluded to? So what I find interesting is, could you speak to the issue that Professor Moffat raises frequently, and that is of the role of incomes and housing.
Yes, so Mike Moffat is an economist, and some of the concerns that he has raised around the price of housing becoming somewhat detached from incomes is partially due to an imbalance between supply and demand with the population growth that are, and I'm speaking more broadly, not just about Hamilton, the greater Golden Horseshoe is experiencing. So Hamiltonians, and this would be my comment, are increasingly competing against folks coming from outside of our community, purchasing homes in our community. So there's a bit of a detachment that in the past, housing markets used to be a little tighter, and housing markets tended to be much more of a direct correlation between local incomes with the cost of housing. For better or for worse, Hamilton's kind of now been lumped into a broader regional market area that includes areas like Toronto, Peel, York, and that is certainly causing issues. The other item that Mike Moffat has mentioned in his research related to incomes is that we're not just competing on a business side with our immediately neighboring places. We're competing with places like San Francisco, Austin, Boston, etc., in terms of attracting the best and the brightest from around the world, in terms of attracting talent. And if our housing costs are substantially different from other communities, even if our quality of life is better, those factors will begin to weigh into continuing to attract the best and the brightest from around the world, or continuing to attract new employers. I would hate to see a situation down the road where we can't attract the next big tech company or attract the next big Stelco or automotive investment because there's a concern that the local workforce will not be able to afford housing, or they will not be able to have the talented local workforce that they need.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if that directly answered what you were looking for.
No, not really. My understanding of Mr. Moffat's work and those he frequently cites is when I take your point about a North American competitive race for talent, but in so doing, one of the he talks and others talk about in the United States, for example, there's very, very little light between the trends of housing price and disposable income. Whereas in Canada, there's been a huge gap that has developed over time between Canadian real housing prices versus real disposable income. And so it's this the notion that if you just put more ground-related supply in the market, you're going to solve your affordability platform fails. I think Mr. Moffat is saying fails to talk about what is the real issue here, and that's of income. And that's what I'm curious about. You didn't really speak to. And the other thing that I have observed Mr. Moffat speaks to a lot is the role of regional centers, and specifically Toronto. Could you speak to that and the building starts in Toronto, for example?
Speaking to the Toronto issue, one of Mike Moffat's recent findings in a report that they put out about a month ago was that Ontario's population through the first half of the last decade, from 2010 to 2015, increased by 600,000. That growth accelerated from 2015 to 2020 to 1 million. That is a significant acceleration of growth. Now, Toronto has typically been the center of attention in terms of international migration or non-permanent residents coming in either for education, family formation, or for work. If you compare the number of housing completions in the city of Toronto last decade, the first half versus the second half, that barely budged. So in the face of significant growth coming in, the city of Toronto has basically had an inelastic supply of housing. It's not budging. So that is now displacing a lot of growth that was typically centered on Toronto to surrounding communities, including communities like Hamilton. So I believe that is what your question was getting at, that Toronto is not responding with as much housing as it would need to, thus there is a lot more growth pressure coming to places like Hamilton, as well as other communities that were never planned for this kind of growth. I think the fastest growing communities in Ontario the last few years have been places like Shelburne and Tillsonburg, and these places were not contemplated for growth.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, that's been my reading of Professor Moffat's papers and works, and he's seeing two things. There is, with particularly in trying to attract younger talent, a huge need for a greater variety of housing type. Toronto's employment activity has exploded, and they haven't been developing. So that's causing younger people, including younger people starting families, to move out of Toronto. It's not necessarily that of along with the income gap, which I think, in fairness, has to be part of this discussion. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'm going to turn to Councillor Clark that you just wanted to put a statement forward. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Sorry, Mike, I don't have any questions for you.
No,
But
sorry.
I did correct Member Shaw, stating that the city of Hamilton had requested the MZO for the Browlands. In fact, the city of Hamilton requested an MZO for the CHH lands at First Ontario Place, and that's where we had requested the MZO. So she was bang on with regards to the unwanted intervention on the Browlands, and I apologize. This year has been a bit of a blur. So yes, Councillor Jackson, I always apologize. I never let it go. When it happens in public, I apologize in public. So Member Shaw, wherever you are, I am sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for the interruption, Mike.
That's okay. Thank you. And with that, we have no further speakers or questioners to Mike. So I'll ask that you vacate the presentation now. Thank you, Mike. I'm going to turn to Nancy Hurst, and I'll get my clock set ready to go again. Nancy, if you're there.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. Thank you, Nancy.
Okay, thank you. I will just bring up my notes, and I have timed myself to just under 5 minutes. Hello, Mayor, councillors, and staff. Thank you for the chance to speak today. My name is Nancy Hurst, and I'm a resident of Councillor Ferguson's Ward 12. I'd like to offer my sincere thanks to those on council who have championed both more citizen engagement and the push to keep our boundary firm while resisting lobbying by the development industry and pressure from the province. We're glad that you called out the findings of petitions from sprawl proponents, which fly in the face of the responses from more than 16,000 Hamilton residents who were directed to the city's own website to learn about the issue and who resoundingly chose no boundary expansion. Never before has there been this level of public engagement on an issue in Hamilton, so thank you for not dismissing or brushing aside those voices. I especially wish to thank Mayor Eisenberger for your recent comments on the radio, stating that you do not support an urban boundary expansion and that we should really look instead to growing in the spaces that we already have. You noted that the reality is that some changes are going to be necessary if we are going to evolve as a community. We all know that large homes on prime agricultural soil, far from transit and jobs, and which necessitate a car to get home, do not come close to addressing affordability. But on the other hand, a mix of housing types and price tags within the boundary, close to transit and jobs, will address affordability. Complete communities are needed where young Hamiltonians can live, work, and play in vibrant neighborhoods close to amenities, jobs, transit, and entertainment, but also where older folks can downsize to affordable and easier to care for housing options within their familiar communities. There are approximately 167,000 people over the age of 65 in our city. 61% of them live in a single-family house. And in fact, a staggering 61% of people over the age of 85 still live in a single detached house, compared to 7% of that age group who live in a low-rise apartment or a duplex. Is this because middle density housing is pretty much illegal to build thanks to exclusionary zoning bylaws that favor single detached houses? This demographic is downsizing, and those family houses are starting to recirculate back onto the market. But where will those older folks go? My older neighbors recently sold their family house. They wanted to stay in the neighborhood, but due to a lack of any other housing choices here in Ancaster, they reluctantly ended up just buying another single-family house, but it had fewer stairs. His words to me were, "We couldn't downsize, so we resized." They were denied the housing that they actually wanted in their neighborhood that they chose because we as a city don't have mixed housing options to offer seniors within their own neighborhoods. Make no mistake, we know that growth will occur and that more housing is needed. It's not a question of whether to build the housing, it's rather a question of where to build it. And Mr. Mayor, you pointed out that we already have a 20-year supply of land within the urban boundary, which is still not developed. The province has not directly mandated settlement boundary expansion, but they do require that a certain number of ground-related housing be built. So let's do it. We can comply by using the undeveloped land already in the boundary and implementing zoning changes to Hamilton's massive yellow belt. Zoning changes will allow us to build ground-related semis. Instead of more monster homes, why not build the same size house but have 2 front doors? Our smaller home or smaller homes that have a smaller footprint. In the spring, I delegated in support of SDUs. But when I look at the Engage Hamilton website and the city website, I see that there are no details regarding the rest of the phases, which are critically important pieces to facilitate accommodating growth within the urban boundary while still conforming to the provincial methodology. I am told that semis and triplexes are included in phase 1 of the residential zoning project. So in light of how crucial these pieces are, I think it's imperative that we get busy with the next stages of this project. Finally, in conclusion, the staff recommendation before you today, with buzzwords like balanced approach and phasing expansion over 30 years, is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The consultant identifies 100% of the White Belt land to be class 1, 2, 3 prime soils. So whether land is swept into the urban boundary now or 30 years from now is irrelevant, because regardless of when the shovels hit the ground, those 3,300 acres of prime soil are required to be identified to the province as expansion land now. Therefore, a vote for phased growth is a vote for tax increases, decimation of our prime soils, and urban sprawl. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nancy. Right bang on. And I don't see anyone in the chat. So I'm going to Councillor Farr. I see your hand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly, Nancy, you covered just about everything. I'll say I'm very impressed. I know you've been leading a charge along with some folks in Ward 2 and in fact all over the city, everything from the email campaigns to door knocking, and certainly whatever way this council lands, your efforts. I don't know if you could have gone any harder on this issue municipally, but my question to you is, now that you've amassed such a large group of like-minded individuals and you've really sold the idea of option 2 quite a lot in this community, all over this community, and we have, you know, a Minister Clark who was referenced earlier, we have a process, we're creatures of the province. And he's, you know, saying things like council's continuing to bury our heads in the sand, essentially, if we continue to bury our heads in the sand on this issue. And clearly, in an unprecedented op-ed by a housing minister, is sort of showing the signs of what we've already heard today in the presentations from our staff and our consultants. And that's that, you know, the province isn't going to be on for this. It's not, quote, not likely to be approved by the province, end quote. And that was a presentation by consultant Patty. So through you, Chair, just to Ms. Hurst, again, congratulations on the effort. Do you have a game plan in the event that the province just shuts an option 2 decision down, a no boundary option down? Are you ready to assert yourself as you have locally, provincially?
Thank you for your question, sir. And the answer is yes. We have a mobilized group. We are organized. We're committed, and we really don't believe that this issue is going to go away tomorrow. Even if council votes the way we hope that you will, we're in it for the long game here. This is a long game plan. And it's crucial that we consider changing the way we develop our city. The zoning changes that need to be done here to catch up with other cities around Canada and North America that are doing just amazing work to include all kinds of types of housing. That's what we're going to be pushing for in the future. We're going to push against the province as much as we can. And we also want to thank those councillors who have also stood up, and the mayor stood up against meddling by the province. So I hope I've answered your question, but we're not going away anytime soon.
For you real quick then, Nancy, do you, at a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most likely, how likely is it that the province is going to shoot this down? Should we go with the no boundary expansion? And your educated guess?
I'm going to defer. I'm hoping that they don't shoot it down, and I'm not going to give you a number there, I'm afraid, sir, but
that's fine.
I'm certainly hoping that they don't shoot it down, because I hope that we're going to come up with an option that they can accept, because what we're really pushing for is to comply with their methodology. We want to be able to build the ground-related homes that they demand, even though we believe that their population projections are high and perhaps not correct, and the Auditor General will confirm or deny that in December. But we believe that we can comply with the provincial demands through simple zoning changes, semi-detached, and let's give them the ground-related housing that they want. We're willing to go there.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for the answer. Appreciate that. Although, Madam Deputy Mayor, you've been on planning committee with me for 3 terms now. It doesn't ever seem that zoning changes are simple, Nancy, but hopefully they're efficient. Yeah. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I just wanted to, sorry, whoops, I got something else going on here. I just wanted to echo Councillor Farr, and I thank him for raising it, your engagement. I would go so far as saying you're certainly not a lobbyist. You're leaning into your responsibilities and your rights as a citizen. So thank you for that. Even if we vote, even if there's a collective of people who vote in the affirmative of something, history tells us we have different reasons maybe for why we do that, even though we're all voting the same way. Could you respond to the idea that if a large majority of folks were voting for one option, that they may not understand the complexities of so doing? I'm asking you to share with us, given your engagement, what you're hearing from people in your sense of their understanding of this issue and what's motivating them. Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I'm really happy to speak about that, because I have done, as Councillor Farr noted, a lot of door knocking, especially here in Ancaster, because I found with my neighbors anyway that a lot of people didn't receive the survey. So I started hitting the pavement and going door to door and asking people, did you receive the survey? And obviously speaking to people at that time. So I can certainly say that I've probably spoken to, I don't know, close to 100 people, and it's an unpaid part-time job, talking to lots of people, but they have shared with me, having discussions. It's not just the need to protect farmland. It's also people recognize that the core of our city is suffering, that there are certain neighborhoods that need attention and need investment. So I think that when certain councillors who I've heard say that the public is misinformed, I don't actually agree with that, because the people that I've spoken to again and again, they know. You drive around our city, we can see the parts of the city that are suffering and the parts that are doing well. They know the unequal distribution of the funding that's going on. Not many people know that we have a $3.8 or so billion infrastructure deficit. but they can see the results of that. So I've found whether I'm down in Ward 3 or up here in Ward 12 in Ancaster, people are talking the same language, saying we don't want to expand the boundary because we don't want to lose our farmland, we don't want to increase our taxes, and we would rather the funds be spent on the inner city. So I think that people are more informed than they're maybe given credit for. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much.
If anybody's speaking right now, we can't hear you. Miss O.
I apologize. I muted because I needed to get clarification from Madam Clerk on the list in front of us. So if I could go to the next speaker, I think is Zoe Green. Zoe, if you're there, please.
I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the video has come up, or the feed is on. You can hear me okay?
I can hear you. I just can't see. There you are, Zoe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for hearing my delegation today. I'd like to speak to several things raised by the West End Home Builders Association. The representatives spoke often of need for housing. Absolutely. The date that we're at is not whether to build, it's where to build. And there will be trades jobs regardless of where. Regarding cost of infrastructure, the $3.8 billion infrastructure deficit that Hamilton faces, it cannot be overlooked. It must be factored into infrastructure costs when comparing growth options. And notice how development proponents repeat and they'll re-reference the same irrelevant points. We've seen the propaganda that they put out, and they even have their big PR company delegating for them today. Once you've read one of their letters or one of their columns, you've pretty much read them all because, you know, their signature on their messaging, it's pretty obvious. Hearing about immigration and prices and young families repeatedly and how they must have a single family home. We don't need to look to the future to see people without homes. It's happening right now, right here in Hamilton. They repeat themselves because they have no case. There's nothing land speculators can do to take away from the overwhelming response of the public and their clear and informed choice around the important issue of urban sprawl, infrastructure deficit, rising taxes, and food-producing farmland facing bulldozers. They do not like that the public are so engaged on this topic and that we're knowledgeable. And all of the nano nonsense, it's all noise. They want to build where they own the land, and that is what motivates them. So it's important to be clear on those interests. So now if we switch gears a bit and let's talk about some facts. Knowing that the debate over urban boundary expansion is fundamentally about where we grow, not if we grow. The people of Hamilton, they need sustainable, walkable communities, small businesses and coffee shops right in their neighborhoods, close to transit and jobs, housing options in their existing community. Paving over prime farmland to add more single-family homes in Hamilton, it's incomprehensible in this day and age. There is a litany of research and reports to back this up. Climate, fiscal, social, food security, jobs. It's an extensive list that our leaders, that you as councillors must take seriously. Did you know that Hamilton has the highest proportion of single-family homes in all of Ontario? In all of Canada, in fact. We have a ton of single-family homes already here. They are dominating, which means we're missing so many other forms of housing choices in the locations we need them most. Monocultures in the natural world are inherently at risk due to lack of diversity. Perversely, the people of Hamilton are also at risk by the proliferation of the sprawling monolithic subdivisions. This is not a housing balance, but there is some light in this tunnel. The so-called yellow belt lands, the areas zoned currently for just single-family homes, they are part of the answer in why the no urban boundary expansion approach will work. Hamilton can be in compliance with the provincial policies by making better use of the land that we already have. And you'll hear more about this later today from several experts. One other detail, it's my understanding that the technical work that some of the reports are based on, the information being presented to you, does not consider any opportunity for housing supply in the yellow belt. The LNA assumes existing yellow belt areas will stay the same, but they don't. And we all know this. We see this in our own neighborhoods. older homes on sizable lots, they provide opportunities for gentle density and increased supply of more ground-related housing. And now, post-pandemic, offices are being vacated with so many more people working from home. There is a growing number of fiscally responsive and progressive municipalities that know full well what purposeful zoning reform that is part of the way forward. You've heard the numbers about the Ottawa study that was raised this morning already. There's a deficit, per capita, sprawling. But the other piece in that consideration is on the plus side, that there was that same study by Hansen indicated that it's over $600 per year per capita in the black if you're building within the existing boundary. Other cities get this. Calgary gets it. Hamilton, we do as well. The cost of sprawl is too high. On the topic of finances, let's acknowledge farmers. Their suppliers, they spend billions of dollars, and the tax revenues generated, it's a huge $4.5 billion a year. Agriculture in Hamilton is part of our employment story. A recent study out of McMaster by Cabercy suggests that Ontario farming could create another 3,400 jobs. It's part of our economy. The math of sprawl does not add up. So just to leave you with a couple final thoughts. To the developers and supporters who suggest that Hamiltons don't understand the issue before us, those comments are misplaced, they are insulting, and they are unwelcome. Councillors, you've heard directly from the people, and you know how important this is. Second, the phasing that you've heard today regarding trying to repackage the urban boundary expansion, don't be distracted. It is still urban sprawl and using the land that's so important. So please don't allow this irreversible 30-year land grab. Three decades of planning window is unprecedented. Don't let the bullies at the provincial government take this future from us. Hamilton knows the right path forward, and we call on your leadership to get us there. Thank you for your time.
Zoe. Thank you. You passed 5 minutes, but thank you, Zoe. Any questions of the presenter? I'm not seeing any here. Thank you for that. And I'm going to go on to Donna Boucher, Realtors Association of Hamilton Burlington. Donna, if you're there. There you are, Donna. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Chair Pearson, committee members and staff. My name is Donna Blocker. I'm the 2021 president of the Realtors Association in Hamilton and Burlington, a well-established not-for-profit organization, and we proudly represent over 3,600 local realtor members. We're not only Hamilton and Burlington, our area covers Norfolk, Haldimand, and parts of Niagara. So thank you very much for allowing us to delegate today on this important issue. As a real estate association whose values include quality of life, private property ownership, a fair, efficient real estate marketplace, and promoting economically vibrant communities, we feel that it's very important to weigh in on issues such as this one. We're facing a housing crisis right across Canada, and the fact of the matter is that the population of the city of Hamilton is expected to grow. We need to see more homes built to combat the shrinking level of supply, which is at historical lows. The problem is not just the result of the demand fueled by the pandemic. This inventory shortage we started seeing it decreasing in 2019. Average sale prices are continuing to spike, and finding an affordable place to live or the dream of home ownership in Hamilton is simply becoming less attainable every day. In October, we reported that the average sale price of a single-family detached home in Hamilton was $947,000. There are also 35% fewer active detached homes on the market year to date over 2020, and over 60% fewer homes on average year to date over the last 5 years. The lack of inventory and high demand is fueling prices, and they just seem to be on a skyrocket up. We don't expect to see this change until supply issues are addressed. So the question on everyone's mind is, how are we going to accommodate and attract such an increase to our population? RAB does recommend a small expansion to Hamilton's urban boundary in support of the staff recommendation, and that's to facilitate various housing options and to address affordability. If the city of Hamilton doesn't provide the right range or mix of housing types, people will be continue to be forced to look at neighboring communities where housing has historically been less expensive. If Hamilton chooses not to opt for a small expansion, we're putting a lot of pressure on Hamilton's neighboring communities like Norfolk and Haldimand counties. They've been taking our overflow for many years. These are well-established farming communities with fertile prime farmland that are seeing subdivision development, property value increases, and farmland speculation at an unprecedented rate. We really need to consider our inaction and the unintended consequences. And while intensification efforts are commendable, they're just not enough. People want choice when it comes to housing. People want to be part of well-planned communities that have ample amenities. Hamilton can offer this in so many ways. It's a great place to work, live, raise a family. So in closing, we want to reiterate that RAB is committed to promoting economically vibrant communities with a strong quality of life. The City of Hamilton has a real opportunity with this decision. Let's make a pro-growth plan that provides affordable housing and a variety of housing options. And thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for that, Donna. And speakers list, I have Councillor Dankel, will be followed by Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, it's good to see you again, Donna.
Hi, Councillor Dankel.
Hello. So again, just for clarity, you said it off the top, but you represent the Real Estate Association, which is a not-for-profit, but again, your members are involved in the real estate industry, so there's a financial incentive there. Just for clarity.
Well, we represent the realtors who represent the, the residents of all of the communities that I covered. So we're talking a lot of farmers and a lot of city dwellers.
Right. Thank you. I just wanted to ask you a question about housing affordability, because that was, I think you have some unique insight into that and was part of your discussion. So you mentioned that the average price of I think a new single family home in Hamilton was $947,000.
That's not a new single family home. That's of a single family home.
Okay.
An existing single family home.
An existing, okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what the average price of a new single family home would be?
Our association covers primarily resale properties, and that's where our stats come from. So the Home Builders Association would know that.
Okay. In terms of a townhome, do you have any sense of what that would be in comparison?
Well, surprisingly enough, when we released our stats from October, the townhouse sector was up substantially, and the supply of townhomes were so critically low. Like they're just non-existent on the market. I think the average amount of inventory was 0.6 months of inventory across the board.
Thank you. So actually, that's a really interesting point, and towards where I'm getting at. Is your sense that the reason why the supply of townhomes is so low is because there's such interest in that built form as it being more affordable than the single family homes?
Yes, I would say that it's definitely an affordability as you go down from single family homes, and then you get into apartment condos. The average price lowers as you go down. So that's definitely, why that demand is there for first-time home buyers or family formations, that family living units that are looking to, kids who are getting married, starting families, etc. So a huge demand, but we did start to see that in 2019, which really means that it's not pandemic related.
Right. Thank you. On that single family home, that's $950,000, just roughly what would the down payment and mortgage be for that? Roughly $200 down, $4,000 to $5,000 a month mortgage?
Well, surprisingly enough, it could be anywhere as small as 5% down. So you may be looking at a $45,000 or $50,000 down and a $920,000 mortgage, carrying for about $4,500 a month plus taxes, $4,500.
Thank you. So in terms of the boundary expansion, the housing mix for the boundary expansion is 65% single family homes, 30% townhomes, and 5% apartments. If the average cost today is nearly $1 million for a single family home, with a mortgage payment of $4,500 per month after tax, and that's about what I make as a city councilor after tax, how are those new homes going to be affordable for Hamilton residents?
So we speak a lot about missing middle. The association has spoken a lot about intensification in the city, the exclusionary zoning that the city has had. So it's entirely, I believe it would be our position that how the city wants to put its zoning in place for those lands is totally at the discretion of the city, how they want that built out. But a lot of people fail to see is that we have a stalling in the market, a stalling of people moving up where they are in a property, and because there's no place for them to move up, they start to build, whether it be build a second story on, build an addition on, etc. So we don't have people, seniors, okay, they're aging in place, they're not selling their properties. So that's created this void, this vacuum. And, many would argue that that's why we have such low inventory rates, is because people are just, there's no place for them to go. And if they do go, they are, and in our delegation, when we spoke about the farmlands, the prime farmlands in Waterford and Tillsonburg, and like they're being inundated with development, and farmers can't even afford to buy land out there anymore. It's a terrible situation.
Thank you, and really do appreciate the insight, Donna. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson. Good morning, Donna. Thank you for presenting this morning. I think I heard you say that your concern is that in the outlying areas, below in Norfolk, for example, that their farmlands are being put under pressure if we don't proceed with our plans here at the city. And I'm struck because Elfrida is class 1, 2, 3 prime agriculture. I'm wondering why we should be concerned about preserving farmlands in other communities rather than preserving them here in Hamilton.
Well, I believe that, and like I say, we only work on stats, especially the housing prices, the statistics that are coming in for these property value increases, farmland value increases. So would I say, can we choose between Elfrida and choose between, in areas such as Waterford? No, I think it has to all be taken into the bigger discussion. Is where the difference between Elfrida and a place like Waterford would be that those people are burning twice as much gas to get to their job in Hamilton as what they are in Elfrida. So there's a big difference there as commuting, etc., to come into the big city. Even to Elfrida, a trip to the grocery store is not the same as a trip to the grocery store from our other farm communities, such as Waterford or Hagersville, where the residential development happens, and then that residential development, next thing you know, there's commercial development. So it just expands and grows. So Hamilton has a lot of the amenities, has so many things, the schools, has everything in place. And the position of the association and is that we have to really come to grips with what Hamilton is and the overall picture, how important we are, and to remind this committee that the Greenbelt, the biggest fear that many had with that Greenbelt is that that development would leapfrog over it. And our inability to absorb development here in Hamilton we are seeing that. We've been seeing it for a decade now, this leapfrogging over into our neighboring communities that are much less equipped to handle it.
Thank you for appearing today.
Yeah, thank you, Brad.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jackson, sir.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Pearson, and nice to see you again, Donna Backer. I think last time we spoke was several months ago about rental housing, licensing in wards 1 and 8, and about SDUs as well, secondary dwelling units, and we exchanged some ideas on that. Thanks for being here. Just a basic question, Donna, to the theme from your 3,600 members in the Realtors Association. For those that are against any form of urban boundary expansion, and the migration we're seeing from the GTA coming to Hamilton, especially I want to focus on young families. So for those against any UBE, are young families interested in wanting to come to Hamilton, but they wish to purchase that first home? Or if we don't do an urban boundary expansion, do your members feel that the young families will still come, but they'd be satisfied to live in some form of congregate setting, i.e. intensification, multi-residential apartment buildings, because that would be then the focus if there's no UBE. Through you, Deputy Mayor Pearson, if she can give me some just kind of picture of that, please, Donna.
And that's a very good question with what we're seeing now. Anecdotally, I can speak. We do not have any survey results from our memberships on this, but people coming into the city, it is a drive until you can afford situation. So young families who were born and raised here in Hamilton are in fact traveling to Brantford, into Woodstock and London to find more to find accommodations that are affordable. So that's the way it's going. It is, they have a budget, and you know what is they would buy a townhouse, they would buy stack, they would buy an older single detached. They're not being unrealistic, but for all of our members, when we're looking at anywhere between 10, 20, 30 offers on a single house that comes on the market, for every single listing that comes on the market, there's 10, 20, 30 offers on that. And up in your ward, Councillor Jackson, it's a very, prime ward. It's amazing the number of people who do want to come into those wards, but it's just there's not enough housing, and the seniors can't move out of their housing because there's no place for them to go. So
Appreciate the explanation and your genuine answer, Donna. And so what I've heard is that there's still a desire, no stats, but overall you're sharing with me a desire, Deputy Mayor Pearson, for young families, that there's still a large desire for wanting to have that first single family home if they can have it in Hamilton. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson.
Thank you, Councillor. And with that, I want to thank Donna, and we'll move on to the next speaker is Carolyn Hill-Smith.
Yes, hello. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you. We can't. There you are. Thank you, Carolyn.
You're welcome. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. In my August delegation opposing urban expansion, it was based on my expertise on climate, water, and finance. Today, I wish to pivot to tell my personal story and how urban sprawl has impacted my life. I married a Smith, and the Smiths of Mount Hope have a long history in that area. The land they owned had been in the family since the American Revolution. In 1985, I moved to that community where family and neighbors had a long history together. That community no longer exists. Urban sprawl is not new to me. It is a cause that has been close to my heart for over 3 decades. I lived in Mount Hope, just south of the airport, and witnessed the destruction of my community and the environment in real time. With sewer infrastructure brought to service the airport around 1990, the first subdivision sprang up off Airport Road. At the same time this was happening, I worked for the clerk of the Township of Glanbrook. This was a time of rapid change in the use of computers for tax collection and correspondence, and of housing expansion around Mount Hope. The amalgamation of the city and its surrounding communities was an impending reality. The township planning consultant, Maypier and Associates, was designing streets for future growth on our land. I worked closely with Morgan Peary and often questioned him about the process of planning in consultation with landowners. My father-in-law, Sandy Smith, never agreed with the plans for his land. Sandy spoke to me about his outrage at being pushed to develop by planning and engineering mandates of the newly formed city of Hamilton. We built our home on a parcel of Smith property, and from my kitchen window, I witnessed the changes. With the decoupling of the storm and sewage pipes, the second phase of the subdivision was now abutting the Smith land and required a stormwater retention pond, and the lowest lying area was on our property. The city staff pressured Sandy to sell a portion of his land for the pond, but he refused. Instead of denying the subdivision application, city staff moved the pond to an area adjacent our land, which resulted in the flooding of our parcel. With all respect to Councillor Brenda Johnson and Ward 11 is massive, and city interest in Mount Hope focused on the prosperity of the airport. Many local businesses closed their doors, and zoning changes brought land speculators to the area. The quality of community in Mount Hope deteriorated with each new home and street as new residents were demoralized and vandalism escalated. It was not the airport noise, which did increase, that changed your quality of life. It was the absence of citizen engagement because there was no consultation with local residents. Our worst fears about amalgamation were coming true. The residents, many of whom had been farmers, understood how water flowed, and several seasonal creeks were paved over as roads and homes sprang up. I made my displeasure known to city engineers like Sean Robinson and Sally Youngley. But 3 years later, after fighting the city staff over drainage problems, trespassing and dumping, as well as the financial burden of having to mortgage the property to pay a family member because of its escalating value and development potential, we left the area. My home no longer stands there. My gardens and 50 trees, all of which I planted, were bulldozed. At the time, I could not savor farmland. But more of us recognize the inequity of urban sprawl and its destruction of our land and water. While I could not prevent the destruction in Mount Hope, I did go on to earn a second degree in environmental science and better understand the environmental costs of sprawl. With my volunteering now and my activism, I'm getting a second chance. And I'm also speaking for those who can no longer speak for themselves. North Langford Cemetery is where the Smith ancestors are buried. They now sit in the glare of the light and the noise of the Amazon warehouse across the road. This is no way to honor those who came before us. City amalgamation and the merging of Hamilton Economic Development and Planning Departments created an efficient system for development approvals. Planning and conservation mandates no longer work together as they were originally intended. Building subdivisions on farmland benefits developers and home builders who do not have the interests of the greater community in mind, and this is a lesson the city is long overdue to learn. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you for that, Carolyn. You're well within your time. I see no speakers, so I will move on to our next is Lily Noble. Lily, if you're there, please.
Hi, yeah. I'm just gonna start my video. Hopefully this all works. Good. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak on the future of Hamilton. I live in Ward 12. So this is a decision that Hamiltonians should make. And in the end, developers will have ample opportunity to build homes. We just need to decide where. The minister has set out regulations in the land needs assessment methodology, and we must follow them. But the regs don't say we must add 3,300 acres of prime farmland to our urban boundary. We just need to accommodate 236,000 people in 30 years. In fact, the provincial policy statement says when it comes to prime agricultural areas, intensification and development in the designated growth areas must be considered first, and using prime farmland should only be considered when there is no reasonable alternative to avoid it. So we need to stand up to the ministry and tell them we can follow the regs without destroying farmland. So how do we do this? Follow the regs and not add farmland. And by the way, there are many plans of subdivision already approved in Hamilton, but they've not been built yet. So it's not like we don't have land already in the urban boundary that's ready to go. So not sure why the developers aren't building. Maybe there's not enough trades to do it. Okay, so let's look at how other communities are increasing the number and perhaps more importantly, the affordability of housing units. Because there's no point in increasing the number of homes if we don't address for affordability. We're in a crisis. It needs to be addressed, and this is a perfect opportunity to do it. These cities and states and countries and countries are addressing zoning reforms needed to help people actually get into affordable homes. And this is how they're doing it. They're ending single-family home zoning, which Mike Collins Williams has already agreed is necessary too. So what we're talking about is these types of older bungalows which are all across Hamilton and are being torn down and rebuilt. Whether we like it or not, that's happening. And this is happening over the next 30 years. Tens of thousands of these, by the way. Here's a map of just some of those single-family homes. There's 1,774 on arterials in Hamilton, seen in the blue dots. These could become semis or small mid-rise apartments, but only if we make zoning changes. Here's the issue. McMansions are easy to build everywhere in single-family home zoning areas, but you can't build a semi-detached in the same place unless a builder wants to pay extra and have tons of delays, which most won't bother with. Changing the zoning, like it's been done in many other cities, and we can comply with the land needs assessment methodology set up by the province and provide thousands of affordable homes within the city, which is where people actually want to live anywhere, not out on prime farmland. Here's the other way we can build homes in the city. This is a really nice 800 square foot laneway suite built in Kirkendale by Envisage Architects and is housing a family of 4. Kitchener just updated their tiny home bylaw and predicted 25,000 new homes can be built. But for some reason, Hamilton consultants suggested we can only build 2,400 homes in 30 years. Let's give these homes a chance.
Lily, I need you to speak into your mic, please. I can't hear you. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Let's give these homes a chance, and I bet we can do better than those numbers. Hamiltonians don't want to decimate our farming industry in Hamilton, nor 3,300 acres of prime farmland. Farmers need long timelines to make investments in their land. Any locking in of expansion in the next 30 years is unacceptable. Ontario farmers and their suppliers spend billions per year generating $4.4 billion in tax revenues for all 3 levels of government. Many farmers are needed to be supportive of farming industries that support them. Also, less farmers mean less food security for Hamiltonians and Ontarians. Hamiltonians overwhelmingly support preserving farmland. The city's survey showed that support comes from every ward. There's enough land to build ground-related homes in the urban boundary so we can comply with the land needs assessment and growth plan. And we should not expand the urban boundary just because developers want to cash in on their land speculation. Sprawl is not affordable. We will all pay for many years to come and will add to our $3.8 billion infrastructure deficit if we allow this sprawl. We should not expand the urban boundary, not now, not in 10 years, not in 20 or 30 years. That will be unacceptable to Hamiltonians, and there really is no need. Thank you.
Within your time. Thank you. Sorry, Madam Clerk's trying to get my attention. I just wanted to mention as well, Lily, you mentioned something about a map and some blue dots. I don't know if you had planned on sharing that with us, but it didn't come forward. So is there somewhere that they can be accessed?
Well, the map was done by Marco Merrick. I wonder if so it wasn't on the slide, eh? It was just a blank slide.
Just a moment, Madam Clerk. Can't hear you, Stephanie.
Sorry, Lily, it's Stephanie. You have to share your screen if you want to show us your slides. We don't automatically see it. All we are seeing is your face.
Oh, then
So-
I just did that without my slides, eh?
So
Yeah.
had you already sent it to our office?
Yes, I can.
Then
I
it's
can just,
then it'll be up on the website.
okay, that's good.
Okay.
I guess I can't show you now that slide or any slides. No.
I would say not because your 5 minutes are up, Lily. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sure if it's on the website and committee members are interested, they can pull it up there. Thank you for that. I see no speakers to ask questions. I will move on to Mylene Vincent, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and I'm just trying to, there you are, Mylene. Thank you.
I am just going to attempt at sharing my presentation. Can you please confirm you can see this?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, good afternoon, members of council and staff and members of the public. I'm very happy to be discussing with you how we might increase affordable housing stock in Hamilton. So I'm Mylene Vincent. I'm a resident of Councillor Partridge's Ward 15 in Waterdown. I live in Old Waterdown, where in low density residential, but within a block of my house, there is social housing, there is high density residential, and there is a tremendous amount of commercial property. So I will just skip through here. My history is that I work as a affordable housing consultant. So welcome any questions you might have on housing affordability. We'll discuss that here today. And I am an advocate and I'm very interested in community design and urban design models. Hamilton has three big challenges. One is density. We're a low density municipality. We're saying we're different from Ottawa. We're not much denser than Ottawa is. We struggle with affordability, especially since COVID, because there's been that much of an exodus from the Toronto center. But most of all, Hamilton struggles with the diversity in the housing stock. And specifically, we are too heavily focused on our single unit detached home density. So we know what our challenge is that the province gave us. I'm going to skip this slide. But someone asked earlier, what is affordability? Well, affordability is defined by the provincial policy statement and by Canada, by the federal government. And that is when a household doesn't spend any more than 30% of its gross household income on shelter. And that includes property taxes and utilities. So if we look at some statistics, the median household income, if we were to increase it to 2021 while we wait for census results, would be about $85,000 in Hamilton. So that means you could spend $2,100 on your shelter. We take out $200 monthly on utilities, $500 monthly on taxes. That leaves us with $1,400 in mortgage payments. Put that on, assuming that you put your 20% down on your home. That means you can afford a home that is $635,000, which is 7 times the household's annual income, and is an indicator because 20 years ago, 4 times was the limit, and 50 years ago, twice, and that household annual income was a limit. So if we're to look at what low income might be, the third decile, the 30th percentile is what is considered low income. And so that would be about $40,000 in Hamilton. So that housing affordability is $1,000 monthly. So take some similar assumptions. We reduce it a little bit proportionately because assuming the home would be smaller, that would allow for a mortgage payment for a home of $267,000. How does that sound to you? Where do you find that in the market in Hamilton? Province-wide, the funding programs that exist for affordable home ownership are for homes that are sold at a rate of $400,000 or less. Again, try to find that house right now in Hamilton. So we hear about proponents of the urban boundary expansion that speak to housing affordability as an issue and how that might solve the problem. Of course, core housing need due to affordability is a reality, but developing in remote areas where agricultural lands exist is not a solution to increasing affordability. And we've seen studies showing increased market sale values where expansion has occurred. The further challenge with urban expansion is that it doesn't increase the diversity of the housing stock. The maintenance of the required infrastructure is expensive. We've been talking about the Ottawa model where, it costs $465 a year if we were to do low density, and it would give back $600 a year if we were to build it with intensification. This isn't a capital cost. This is a maintenance cost. I'm going to skip through because I've got 1 minute left. So some of the opportunities are to think differently. And I'm wondering if Lily had this, but this is a schematic from Portland, who just passed a zoning bylaw where single unit residential is no longer a possibility. All housing units will be allowed to be built to 4-plex or 6-plex going forward. It doesn't have to look different. So by reaching affordability, we can examine the vacant spaces that we have that exist. We can create mixed income walkable communities and developing partnerships between private and nonprofit developers that increases the purpose-built rental units, affordable and market home and ownership on large sites. Those are the solutions to affordability. Below market affordable housing should be proximate to amenities and transit whenever possible. And those are requirements for funding by CMHC, which is the primary capital funding source for this type of housing. The impact of sprawl is going to mean that we're not going to change anything. I need to finish this, don't I? But my proposal to council and to this committee is that we vote for innovation and we vote for no boundary expansion and become an international leader in urban design, as we've aspired to do in planning for the past 10 years. Thank you for your time, and I apologize for going over.
Thank you, Mylene. Appreciate that. I see no speakers to ask questions. I will now move on to Laura Katz, please, if you're there. I'm sorry, just a second. Hang on, I've got Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Nan. You got to use the chat, guys, unless you tell me that it's not working. But I'm trying to watch everything here. So, Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, and I really appreciate the presentation. In fact, my wife and I went for a little ride through Caledonia and saw Avalon, and we saw all the farmland being chewed up. And the first question I asked myself was, how in the heck was that allowed? Because there's not a lot of employment that is driving that residential development.
Right.
So the reason I contrast that, I think there are mistakes being made, and I think that the people of the delegations coming forward here today have bona fide and legitimate reasons to be concerned. My question to you, though, is Hamilton doesn't do neighborhoods that way. We are balancing employment lands with residential, completely different animal than what's going on in other communities in the agricultural areas of this fine province of ours. What do you have to say about that?
I think Hamilton's got a good start going. We have the SDU bylaw that came through. We have really good policies in our development charge bylaw to help support the development of affordable housing. There's been some pilots and some community groups and architects involved in developing communities that think differently, such as the one that I presented earlier. We're not implementing them yet. We have a real opportunity to do that. I don't think that our built environment is such that it would prevent us to think this way and prevent us to go that route. And I think that allowing for the urban boundary to expand and allowing for particularly the large developers to build the way they've always built before, because that is what would happen there, and it would be a phased approach, is a mistake, because it would not force the R&D that's required by developers to develop housing models, and prefab is huge right now, develop models that would fit tighter spaces. The map I showed was the City of Portland zoning bylaw, and they've not only increased the zoning to allow 4-plexes for basically everywhere, they've also required maximum housing sizes for single detached dwellings. And so things like that, thinking about those things, and it is policy driven, those are the things that will help increase our density, which is something that we really do need to aspire to. We are a very low density municipality.
So I appreciate those comments. My last question is, I'm a believer that if you restrict too much land development, in fact, you are affecting affordability. Because one of the things we heard loud and clear, and I remember Scott Devell and I were sitting at a table with Toronto councillors at FCM, and they had indicated that the land values was going up so high. I think the cost per unit was probably about 280, 350, 380,000 per unit, just for affordable housing or nonprofit housing, social housing. And so they started passing bus passes because the land values were cheaper in Hamilton, and therefore there was a greater level of affordability. So my marketing hat I put that on, and it says to me very clearly, if you restrict land to the degree, you are going to increase the price and the cost significantly for a competing market for the very little land that's left. What do you have to say about that?
So I agree about that, but I don't think that those lands that we're identifying, I don't think that there's a fight about development here. I don't think that's what the question is. The question is not, are we to develop or are we not to develop? The question is, where are we developing? And there's no social housing or affordable housing development going to happen outside of the existing urban boundary. That's not tenable and it's not fundable. And to speak to what you said now, like we are, our firm, the firm that I work for, but I'm here as an individual, we're part of developing inclusionary zoning bylaws in various municipalities across the province. The developments that I work on personally are all across the province, including Hamilton. So we see the differences in land values. We see how Hamilton is a leader on some things. Hamilton can be a leader in this. And we are developing more and more inclusive and integrated mixed income communities. A lot of our nonprofit housing providers are aiming to that 50-50 balance so that there are good social outcomes, but there's also good financial sustainability outcomes. And there's the ability, because we're talking about growth, but there's the ability to retain the stock that exists. There are studies that are showing for every purpose-built rental unit that is developed, 15 are lost. We need to look at that. So we have enough vacant lands in Hamilton. There are a huge amount of vacant lands in Hamilton that may be developed to be used for a residential or mixed use purpose that haven't been tapped into. The city has a subcommittee that looks at those lands. We're working together with them. Hamilton is Home is working together with them. I think that building more partnerships with the private developers is a real opportunity to have the better outcomes that incorporates the missing middle piece, and missing middle being middle income, middle density. We're able to do that. I think that in support of what Zoe and Nancy said, we're not looking to be defiant here. We're just looking to think differently, to think outside of what is an apartment, a townhouse, a house. There are things in between.
I think the question was, if you restrict the amount of land available for development, that only drives up the competition for that remaining land. And therefore, what would that do to affordable housing? That was the question.
Affordable, I think they're detached, the two. I think that lands that are available for affordable housing are outside of the restriction of land, just period.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Nan. Following Councillor Nan would be Councillor Partridge.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor, and to the delegate. Thank you so much for coming today. I ended up trying to snap pictures of your slides because I found your information that you were presenting here very valuable. I was wondering if you could go into a little bit more detail around inclusionary zoning as being a mechanism and tool to help support the solutions that you're bringing to the table and that you've shared with us today.
The conversation around inclusionary zoning is diversifying beyond purpose-built rental. The City of Toronto is now including some inclusionary zoning elements to condo buildings. I am not a policy person. I hear the policy arm of my colleagues, but the construction of purpose-built rental in today's market, in general, is not a profitable endeavor. There's a reason why there are condos being built everywhere, and it is because there's no return on investment for purpose-built rental. So incorporating inclusionary zoning and development of purpose-built rental only buildings or projects is actually a huge challenge. We've been working with some other municipalities, and we work and interact and have visioning sessions and consultations with private developers. And we can't get to the level, like with value of land, going back to Councillor Whitehead's point. We can't get to that place. So there needs to be a mixture, like a mix of tenures. Incentivizing developers to include different levels of affordability is a really good way to approach it, and being a connector between those who are willing to manage the purpose-built rental with those who are willing to build the overall project is a key collaboration that will make things work. We're looking at 10 or 15% affordability, like in terms of numbers of units. And there is funding available from CMHC through the National Housing Strategy for market buildings. So by parceling out and severing the project significantly so that there's ownership and rental, that's how we actually get to a place where it might work. But we haven't seen anything more than 15% that can be
15%. Thank you. And my understanding of inclusionary zoning policies in this province is that it is limited to transit-oriented corridors. And
sorry, Councillor Nan, do you have two sources of?
No, I've been hearing an echo for the last 5 minutes. I'm not sure what the source is.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Nan, it only comes on when you're speaking. Is there any chance that you've got a phone or computer?
I only have the one laptop in front of me that's in one version of this meeting.
Okay, I'm not sure then. So sorry.
It's just an echoing, Councillor. Oh, and I'm getting it now as well.
Yeah, I'm hearing every person with an echo.
I'm going to ask Mylene, can you just shut your volume off? Just see if it's something from, okay, let's try that. That's better. Thank you. Councillor Nan, are you back on?
I'm here.
That's better. Thank you.
Not echoing. Phew.
No, sorry. Thank you.
No worries. Now my last train of thought was IZ is limited to TOC, so transit-oriented corridors. And in Hamilton, we are developing and trying to invest in our transit corridors through the BLAST network. Currently, the only line that is coming up with higher order transit and warranting IZ would be the LRT line. Could you provide me with a little bit of insight in terms of the other municipalities that are pursuing IZ limited to transit-oriented corridors? How do you see that impacting the ability to deliver density as well as affordability? And how do you see that applying to Hamilton on the BLAST network? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. One of the municipalities we're working with is looking at going citywide. So they are going outside of the transit corridor requirement. And it's 2 years in the making, so letting you know how much of a challenge that has been. but the discussions to make it citywide in some municipalities does exist. Sorry, and what was the rest of your question? I'm sorry, I missed part of it.
As a resident, so you're familiar with the BLAST network and the remainder of the corridors that we are developing to enhance as it relates to our transit investments and goals as a municipality. So as those get invested in and come online, how do you see inclusionary zoning being part of that picture?
So I don't. So yeah, I mean, for me, I would love to see it actually citywide. We have transit even up in Waterdown. Not easy to get to downtown Hamilton. We actually have to take a Burlington bus to get to downtown Hamilton from up here. But we have our own neighborhoods that are self-contained, that have fulsome services. And so why are we focusing only on where there are those transit corridors? I think that Hamilton is a city of neighborhoods and communities, certainly since amalgamation. And so benchmarking it to proximity to other indicators such as access to amenity, walkability, and other forms of commuting might be something that might work. But if we are to tie it to the transit corridor, you know, our very first, the most important thing that's going to be required here is to update the infrastructure that is coming under the LRT. The lower city is going to be the part of the city that can handle the deepest intensification. I actually had a whole slide before in a previous version of this. Is like, let's create a skyline in Hamilton. We don't have one. So to actually facilitate that deep intensification but create the infrastructure to support it is going to be super important. And then going out from there on the, I would call it the two mountain climbers, the one that's south and the one that's here. Although I think the Waterdown one is the last part of is one of the last parts of the blast development. And then out to Ancaster. But again, staying within access to amenities, right? Maintaining that sense of community, maintaining that ability to go through. And I think that to speak on how will that work, I think that's a conversation. And I think that most things come out of conversation, and those would be dialogues with the developers and identifying how they see how they see the development playing out and seeing what it is that they need. What are the gaps to fill to make the inclusionary zoning, if we were to go that route, a reality, a feasible reality in Hamilton.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here today. That's my questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm going to try Councillor Partridge, but I'm going to ask Eileen, please, if you can shut your, I think the feedback's coming from you. Do you have another system open?
No, I have a whole setup, but I moved my mic closer to the speaker, but if it's feedbacking, I'll just mute myself after I'm done.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I really appreciated Councillor Nan's line of questioning, especially around the inclusionary zoning. And Mylene, I can't tell you how grateful I am that you're here. I was very much hoping that there would be someone here from Flamborough, Waterdown, that was actually living the life as we know it up there. I have just a couple of questions for you. With your expertise, living in the core of Waterdown, knowing all the development that has been going on that was approved back in 2003, can you please tell us, in your opinion, what should have been done, what works, what doesn't work, what we should not be doing going forward? Thank you.
I am limited by my lived experience. I was not here in 2003. Never mind, I wasn't in Ontario.
Talking about current, though. Talking about current, where we are right now, up in Waterdown.
Sure. So yeah, my house was built in 1869 and within a block or a couple of housing towers. But what's noted in Waterdown is some of the development that's occurred. So again, infrastructure, I think road infrastructure has been a challenge, and now getting in and out of Waterdown is nearly impossible because we've seen construction all around town trying to fix that. So thinking ahead again of walkability. For me, buying this house was saying, okay, I need a score of 80 walkability. I'm from Montreal, I need to walk places. And so we were able to do that. And since we moved here, the libraries moved away. Beautiful library, worked for the library, libraries moved away. Most recent conversation has been, oh, well, the post office might need to move away. And these are community hubs in our neighborhood. These are places where, whether it's intended or not, we meet up and we chat and the community gets together. The developments themselves, I think there's a few challenges that have come up because we've had developments go up and then, for example, parks haven't gone up at the same time the way that they needed to. I think the idea of, I think Waterdown is a really good example to say that increasing housing stock does not increase affordability. Our property values across the board have shot up in the last 10 years. If we had bought this house a year after we actually did, we wouldn't have been able to afford it. A townhouse, I think, goes up for $700,000+. So if you look back at my slides, that's affordable to nobody unless you're outside of the provincial policy statement for affordability in terms of ratio for household income. So those are some of the challenges, I think, with Waterdown, is the fact that there's a lot of low density. I'm really thankful for SDU. I hope to develop one. And I just the makeup, like we've the tannery, which is on Dundas just west of us, is actually a good moderate density missing middle development that is really successful. And it is market ownership, but it didn't have to be all market ownership. It could have been a mix of tenures. And so some people have market ownership it and then rented it out. But so to have those things thought out a little bit more intently, like coming into development rather than after the fact, might have been beneficial to us all.
Thank you, Mylene. I really appreciate that. I think, you know, Waterdown can certainly be the poster child for what not to do in terms of sprawl, because, and I really appreciate you raising the fact about the library. The library was downtown, everybody could walk to it. What did they do? They moved it to the outskirts, they moved it closer to Clapson's Corners. Why, I have no idea, but I think that was a really bad move in terms of taking hubs that are working and moving them outside of the core. So I certainly appreciate you bringing that up. And yeah, in the last 8 years, the townhomes that you know, mark the landscape of Waterdown, they've gone from being $300,000 to right now there's $700,000-800,000. In fact, one sold 6 weeks ago for $1 million. It is totally unaffordable. So sprawl does not create affordability, certainly if you look at Waterdown. Again, thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate you coming in, Mylene. I appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, thank you, Mylene. We've ended the speakers list. I will now move on to Laura Katz, if you're.
Thank you.
And I'm getting feedback again, so if I could please ask everyone that doesn't need mics on to please shut them off. Thank you. And Laura Katz, are you there? There you are.
Testing. It's okay. No feedback.
So far, sounds good, Laura. Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon. Yes, it is.
It is. Yes. My name is Laura Katz. I'm calling in from Ward 1, and thank you for having me. I recently had a produce box delivered to my home, and it made me think about how much time, energy, and luck it would have taken to gather all of that bounty. It's easy today to forget about the backbreaking labor that's involved in tending a farm when you can simply open your laptop and have food delivered to your doorstep. It made me think about how far removed we all are from our food, where it comes from, and how easy it is to be totally unaware that soil quality plays a major role in how our food grows. I have been gardening for years, however, my handful of cherry tomatoes, single green pepper, and surprise pumpkin from my compost pile was my best harvest yet. In short, we really are relying on this precious soil that is at stake here, and it would be grossly unfair to develop over this farmland, as it is a literal lifeline. Scientists say we must preserve as much arable land as possible because one of the problems that comes with climate change is that it becomes uncertain what crops will need to be grown on which areas of arable land. So, the land you thought you could spare for urban development might become the very land that stands between people and starvation. It really is that bad. And considering only a tiny fraction of the earth can actually grow food, and we here are lucky enough to have the privilege of fertile soils and productive farmland, we have the responsibility to protect it. As a parent, protecting my children and fighting for them and all future generations is a job I take seriously, and I bet you do too. For me, I feel powerless in these moments, but the good news for you is that you do have the power. Your decisions and actions today will determine whether or not our children and grandchildren will grow up in a sustainable city. It must be overwhelming for you to make these big decisions, but here you have real stats of what your constituents have asked for. And there's no gray area. Over 90% of people who engaged on this matter want a firm urban boundary, and it's as simple as that. Paving farmland has already led to increased pollution in streams and rivers, clogging waterways, causing declines in fish and other species. I'm not sure if you all know, but the salmon did not return to Hamilton this year. Last week, I took my kids to Spencer Creek only to see an empty stream, not one single fish. The repercussions of sprawl on the environment alone are alarming to think about. But if you're inclined to solely think about the economic aspect, we are literally bankrupting the city by continuing to sprawl out. Allowing for more density in the existing boundary will help us crawl out of our massive infrastructure deficit. Adding more housing options within the city will also help remedy the dire housing crisis in Hamilton, which is a matter of life and death for some of our houseless neighbors, as you heard firsthand during yesterday's meeting. Hamilton desperately needs density. We need it for community. We need it simply to have safe, walkable streets. This weekend, I was on the mountain near Mohawk and Upper Sherman, and at midday on a sunny, mild weekend afternoon, there were close to no pedestrians in sight. Even downtown and in my own fairly walkable neighborhood, I have become such a defensive pedestrian and defensive cyclist because there are so few of us that drivers simply don't expect us to be there. I have been frighteningly close to being hit with my small children in tow on more than one occasion in bike lanes. Yes, Hamilton has chosen the car, but it won't always be this way, and in fact, it can't always be this way. The good news, there is a solution. This is within our reach because there is room to grow within the existing boundary. There will be jobs and support for trades in the city by building the missing middle. The good news is that it's never going to be easier than now to make this decision. A time where people truly want to live sustainably. A time when people believe we still have a glimmer of hope if we do things right. Land use planning is the key lever in locking in or locking out greenhouse gases at a municipal level. So please remember how impactful this decision really is. Please make necessary changes to incentivize development that is good for the city and the environment, and make it harder, dare I say impossible, to build things that are financially, environmentally, and socially irresponsible. And let's not forget that this land we want to protect is already stolen goods, as we acknowledge on the daily. So please vote for a firm urban boundary for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. And I see no speakers or questioners for your presentation. Councillor Wilson, I see that you're on the chat, and I believe the previous delegation has been addressed, so we'll have to forego your opportunity to ask that question. I will continue to move on. And thank you again, Laura. Is Sean Robinson there, please? I'm looking for Sean Robinson. Are you in the gallery?
I don't see him, Madam Deputy Mayor. Maybe we can come back.
Okay, so I'll make a note and we'll try and come back for Sean. Then I'm going to move on to Paul Sesklowitz of the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, and I believe he's presenting on his own first. Paul, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right.
And we have your presentation. There you are, Sean. Thank you. Or Paul, sorry, good morning.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, members of General Issues Committee. My name is Paul Shakwich. I'm a policy advisor with the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to deliver our organization's comments on the GRIDS 2 Municipal Comprehensive Review and Land Needs Assessment process. So the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce is supportive of the staff recommendation to adopt the ambitious density scenario. We believe this option best achieves provincial planning directives and allows for a logical, predictable, and sustainable framework for future growth in the city of Hamilton. The Chamber has consistently recommended that a sequence of development be established through strong staging policies that will ensure that the intensification of existing urban areas occurs and that sustainable development principles are included in any future growth. So based on the reviews of urban growth plannings within the city of Hamilton, together with the expectation of future growth requirements, there's clear demand for an urban growth beyond the current urban boundary. This is true whether it is within the municipal boundaries of the city of Hamilton or elsewhere across the greater Golden Horseshoe. The Chamber has long-standing had advocacy promoting long-term municipal land use planning seeing that it provides a clear sense of purpose and direction that is critically important for a community to prosper and grow in an orderly fashion. This investment strategy must be clear and predictable in order to attract and guide those investment opportunities. City staff are recommending the adoption of the ambitious density growth option and that it be implemented in phases. The Chamber endorses the staff position and believes that the proposed phased approach will allow staff to monitor and report back to Council on the implementation of the growth management strategy and recommend any refinements or adjustments to the strategy based on provincial policy or other considerations. The ambitious density option represents an aggressive and forward-thinking approach to growth management, provides reasonable and achievable targets for planning purposes, and is in conformity with the provincial requirements. The city has also proceeded with broad community consultation on the phasing and staging criteria for new urban growth, and as such has established a suite of effective mechanisms to ensure that all new development within the municipality adhere to modern planning principles. This provides a progressive approach to municipal land use planning that takes into account stakeholder considerations surrounding decisions on how our community will grow over the next 30 years. Equipped with these long-term planning mechanisms informed by stakeholders, the City of Hamilton now finds itself facing the decision of where this growth will occur. The city staff have provided considerations on multiple approaches to accommodating this growth, one being no urban boundary expansion and one including the urban boundary expansion. Both are transformative proposals in terms of intensification targets. However, only one adheres to provincial market-based guidelines. This creates a challenging scenario for the city, as the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing has indicated it will not accept non-conforming growth plans. Should members of General Issues Committee elect to support the submission of a non-conforming plan, it would open the possibility of the ministry implementing its own requirements despite the decisions of local officials. Bottom line, moving forward, it is imperative that Hamilton construct more housing of all types year over year than it has historically built. A primary concern for many of our members pertains to housing affordability challenges Hamilton is currently facing and the employment and recruitment barriers it is creating for those employers. Limiting future urban growth to the existing urban boundary will not only reduce choices available for future residents, but will also have significant impacts on housing affordability we are already experiencing due to supply shortages. Without the ability to accommodate future growth inside the limits of the Greenbelt, development will also occur at an accelerated rate at land outside of the Greenbelt. This will have a greater impact on supply of agricultural land, will be less environmentally sustainable as more commuters search for affordable housing in surrounding communities. Ensuring that diverse housing types are available will enable Hamilton to meet the requirements of its growth targets and still accommodate this growth within the boundaries of the Greenbelt. This direction would serve to inhibit external environmental impacts of driving this new growth to other communities with lower density that are beyond the reach of existing transit networks and existing employment centers. We encourage committee to be mindful of the considerations above pertaining to ensuring long-term local employment prosperity by accommodating future population growth through facilitating the development of all housing types within the City of Hamilton. Regardless of the municipal decision on urban boundary expansion, the Chamber remains committed to supporting the future development of our community in any shape that may take. We will undoubtedly see transformative intensification through the lower city thanks to the commitment to construct the Hamilton B-Line LRT, but we will also see opportunities for brownfield redevelopment and to construct complete communities right here in Hamilton. In summary, the Chamber of Commerce strongly supports the progress to date in the establishment of a long-term plan for urban growth in the City of Hamilton that will produce a clear, staged approach to the future development of our community. We believe that the proposed ambitious density scenario presents a progressive approach to shaping how our community will grow over the next 30 years by ensuring greater housing choice and preserving local decision-making authority over critical considerations pertaining to the environment, green development standards, and locally informed phasing of development. With that said, we thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you, Paul. Well within time, and take a deep breath. So I don't see any speakers wishing to ask questions. So I want to thank you, Paul. Sorry, Councillor Jackson, I see you waving. I respectfully ask everyone if you can please use the chat because I am watching it diligently, and so is Madam Clerk. And also a reminder that delegates, please do not use the chat because it's for council only. So Councillor Jackson, go ahead, sir.
Deputy Mayor Pearson, I apologize from my end. My microphone was red hot. I'm sorry it didn't come through to your end, but I'll keep trying that. My apologies. Deputy Mayor Pearson, through you to Paul Shachlowitz. Would that be the same Paul that was formerly in the mayor's office? I'm just being facetious, Paul. Nice to see you again. Paul, just a couple of quick clarifications. You're representing the Chamber of Commerce, President Keenan Loomis, and what, approximately 1,000 plus members on your deputation today?
Through the chair, yes, roughly 1,000 members and employing over 75,000 people in our community.
And I just want you to elaborate, please. I listened throughout your presentation, Paul, and one of your themes was local decision. Could you further elaborate on that, on why you feel that's important? Through you, Deputy Mayor Pearson, please.
Yes, sir.
Through the chair, absolutely. A major consideration that I'm sure is not lost on members of the committee today is that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing has made it very clear that they are not going to accept a non-conforming growth plan. And the risk there is that it will undermine some of the work that city staff and this council have already completed in terms of shaping the local staging and phasing criteria that will inform how those lands are going to grow. And if the ministry comes through with something like an MZO or another approach to it, it completely removes a lot of the decision, a lot of the authority that we do have here to shape how that growth is going to occur in our community. And we want to avoid that because we want to preserve the local decision-making authority that has been vested in all of you here at council.
Much appreciation, Paul. Thanks for appearing today on behalf of President Loomis and the Chamber. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson.
A pleasure to assist. Councillor, thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Hi, Paul. How are you? Just a question. There's been a lot of talk today that the province will intervene if we approve a policy that does not conform to their policies. But I don't think I've heard anyone propose a no growth option. There are options on the table for different types of growth, putting the growth more internal within in the lands within the city. But I don't recall anyone saying no growth. Can you just clarify that?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if I understand the question, Councillor. Could you just reiterate in terms of what you're actually asking, please? Thank you.
You intimated that the province would step in if we approved a no boundary expansion option that doesn't comply with their policies. But no one has suggested doing that. In fact, all of the discussions has been about where the growth goes, not if we have growth, but where the growth goes. And most certainly there are municipalities across the province who are providing decisions to the province that clearly push growth towards the inners of the city, the boundaries that are not expanding an urban boundary, but within the designated areas within the city right now. So I'm flummoxed that the Chamber of Commerce would be suggesting that the province would step into us when nobody around this council table has suggested no growth. Different ways of growing, but no one has suggested no growth.
Right. No, thank you for the clarification through the chair. Yeah, our approach and consideration is that the province has been fairly clear on and we're not saying that no growth is going to happen, and we aren't saying that without a boundary expansion that growth isn't going to occur. What we're concerned about is the housing mix component, and in terms of the choice that the market-based conformity plan that the province has issued, that there are risks and challenges in the no urban boundary expansion scenario that might not be able to accommodate all types of housing that we want to see in the future, particularly from an employment perspective too, and ensuring that folks in various careers and different stages of the careers are attracted to come to Hamilton, because we want to see our employment base continue to grow. And I know that point is not lost on council either.
Thank you for the clarification, Paul. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you for that, everyone. I am now going to turn to Akira Orik. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, and I apologize if I'm not. Arika, if you're there. Are we seeing Arika?
I think it's Akira, and I'm just...
It's Akira, I'm sorry, Akira Orik. My apologies.
I do not see him at the moment, but maybe we could also come back.
Okay, I'll make a note by that as well. Then I will move on to Kathleen Livingston. Kathleen, if you're there, please.
I am. Can you hear me?
Thank you. I can hear you. We can't see you yet.
Was that better?
Not yet. There we
Is
are.
that
Thank you, Kathleen. That's better, Kathleen. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Good day to everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. As Deputy Mayor has said, I'm Kathleen Livingston. I'm an owner and a taxpayer in Ward 4, Sam Marilla's ward. I moved here in 2014 and am thrilled with my choice. I love Hamilton, and I'm very pleased and proud to speak to you today to try to defend Hamilton against bad urban planning. Excuse me. Over the weeks and months of this issue roiling through our city, and notwithstanding the 11 issues listed by Mr. Kennedy earlier today, I see three essential and generational elements that underpin the choices before councillors today. The first would be the climate crisis, the second would be Hamilton's infrastructure deficit, and the third, Ontario's food security. With a focus on these three issues, I ask you to think again. There is no denying any longer that we are in a climate crisis. We are out of time. From here on, all planning decisions must be designed to operate as a subset of the climate crisis. Every decision by every department, by every municipal government, by every provincial and national jurisdiction must seek to reduce global warming in every possible way. Today is Hamilton's opportunity to do that. To do otherwise operates as a lunacy with a global reach. To those staff and councillors who would indulge in ideology over the health of our environment, the financial stability of our city, and food security for future generations, please think again. Back in the day, Hamilton's municipal governments very obviously understood the wisdom of making sure that every foot of sewer pipe, every drop of water supply, every snowplow and police service be designed to serve the largest number of households possible. Witness the tightly gridded lower city. It is not as a result of that urban planning legacy that a monstrous $3.8 billion infrastructure deficit now looms over the city. That resulted from urban planning that relied only on a cash accounting system that has clearly failed us for generations and continues to fail us. Through the course of my career, I have had to rely on many financial reports, budgets, and analyses. In preparing for today's delegation, I have studied Appendix to Report PED 17010 brackets O, which purports to offer an analysis of municipal finance considerations. I'm happy to say that I have rarely had to rely on an analysis that offered so little data and such ineffective stats to support any recommendation, much less one with generational implications such as this one. Glaringly absent is any attempt at projecting the future impacts of ambitious density on the already bloated infrastructure deficit. It is incomprehensible to me that planning department and some councillors continue to recommend repeating the mistakes and exacerbating the consequences of urban sprawl. The return on investment approach to urban planning, along with modern accounting practices, have lifted many municipal jurisdictions out of the quagmire of crippling infrastructure deficit. Why is Hamilton not doing likewise? I ask you, please think again. Food security may seem to some like a minor issue, and yet the shrinkage of viable agricultural land in Ontario is appalling, with consequences for generations to come. It is not we who attend this meeting today who will bear the brunt of food shortages resulting from a disdain for the land's productive capacity. It is our grandchildren and their grandchildren and theirs. Is this the legacy that this council would choose to leave to the historical record? I ask you, please, think again. I want to acknowledge the work done on this issue. Even though we may disagree on whether or not to maintain the urban boundary, I know a lot of work has been done by all concerned, and I thank you. Nonetheless, councillors, before you cast your vote on planning's recommendation on ambitious density, I ask you, I beg you, please think again. Thank you for the opportunity to delegate today.
Thank you, Kathleen, and thank you for staying well within the time. I see no speakers to your presentation, so I thank you, and I'm going to move on to Mr. Ed Fothergill. And if you are present, will you please join us? So shout out again. Ed Fothergill.
He is here, Madam Deputy Mayor. He might just be taking a moment to. He was just emailing me, so I know he's in the meeting.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Ed. Good day, sir.
Hello, everyone. There we go. We have video. Everything's working now. Thank you for that, and thank you for allowing this opportunity. I'm here today in a different capacity. Normally, you see me as a planning consultant on behalf of developers. Today, I'm here on a volunteer basis, representing the Chamber of Commerce along with Paul. I've been a member of the Chamber for 30 years and had the privilege of serving on the board and acting as president of the Chamber back in 2003 when the bike races were on. And even at that time in 2003, our message was that Hamilton was poised for growth. Development was coming from the GTA, and that we should do whatever we can to get ready for our time to shine. And in fact, that's happened. We've seen the downtown emerge as a strong urban core. We've seen development at the waterfront take place. We've seen the John C. Munro Airport develop, as well as the airport lands. And more recently, we have our decision on the LRT. And from the responses we've got to date, there has been no question that development is coming, growth is coming, and we need to prepare for it. So the question that has come up throughout all these discussions is, how do we do this and where do we do this? In the past, we've increased the urban boundary incrementally, which does not provide any long-term solutions. Your decision today, as you've heard from a number of people, is to be undertaken within the context of provincial planning documents. We have the PPS, the Growth Plan, and the Greenbelt Plan. And the Greenbelt Plan in particular sets out a very clear delineation of where growth should occur and where it should not. And the Chamber certainly supports the Greenbelt Plan, which is designed to set a limit for and define urban communities. We believe that endeavoring to restrict growth to existing urban limits has serious unintentional consequences. We've heard a lot of those today about the impact on affordability, the impact on farmland, how do we develop a transit-friendly development, and environmental sustainability. I've heard a number of speakers today talk about the fact that this pressure for looking for housing outside of our city has already occurred. Our concern is that the more you restrict new urban land within the Greenbelt, it simply adds pressures for development outside of the Greenbelt. And this has a big impact on agricultural uses, as the development outside the Greenbelt is at a much less dense development than development we're expecting within the city. So in terms of farmland loss, there's a greater loss for development that occurs beyond the Greenbelt. And we've also heard about the cost and the environmental impacts of more people driving further distances. So this trend has already started, and by restricting growth, there is pressure on impacts on surrounding communities that we have already seen happen. Chamber, we support the staff position. We believe it respects the integrity of the provincial planning regime and respects the integrity and purpose of the Greenbelt to focus urban development in a compact form, which is transit supportive, contributes to housing affordability, advances the protection of agricultural lands, and has less environmental impact than developing lands outside of the Greenbelt. So there are so many complications to the decisions you have before you. If we can boil it down to one issue, the question is, are we going to promote development inside the Greenbelt, or are we going to develop policies that increase pressure for development outside of the Greenbelt? One matter that's talked about a little bit, but not a lot, is the impact on employment lands. As you know, the airport industrial park is now starting to take shape. And in terms of promoting industrial development, it's important to have workers live close to the place they work. It's also important to be able to provide transit to these areas. And that is diminished if we keep seeing development happen outside of the Greenbelt. It's harder to attract employees. We've heard that there's less housing, fewer housing options for them. And so developing inside the Greenbelt is a way to help promote economic sustainability and the development of employment lands. Those are my submissions. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fothergill. I have Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson. Good afternoon, Mr. Fothergill. In the last 10 years, the Chamber of Commerce has been I would argue, one of the leading advocates for LRT under the auspices that the LRT will bring about tremendous development along the line, the 13-kilometer line.
Right.
I'm stumped now because now it seems the Chamber of Commerce is proposing that we expand our urban boundary. Can you help me reconcile the two?
Sure. I don't think they are opposites at all. We believe that intensification is going to occur, and the LRT is going to be a huge benefit in terms of allowing intensification within the urban area. But that's still not enough to accommodate future growth. It's not an either-or solution. That the LRT, we feel, will be successful, and the downtown we will redevelop even with the boundary expansion. There's so much growth that needs to be accommodated that we feel both will be successful.
Okay, so far.
Thank you, Mr. Fothergill. May I ask another question, Madam?
Yes, you may, Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have been in politics at the provincial and the municipal level going on, I guess, 12 years. Will be 12th year next year. I have, over that time period, been frequently asked or told that if we just expand the urban boundaries, we're going to make housing more affordable, not just in Hamilton, but across the province. Yet, ironically, and over that time period, I've never seen housing prices go down. So what would you, as a planner, say an affordable house is?
That's a question. I don't know whether you can put a price on what an affordable house is. But in terms
Well, that's what we're kind of arguing about, Mr. Fothergill.
Well, it's not a specific number. It's a matter of degrees. And it's the question of how affordable it is or is not. And the basic premise is, and I think we've heard this from so many speakers, if you restrict the supply side of housing, the prices are going to go up. There's no question the demand is going to increase. There's people coming to Hamilton every day. The impact on affordability does relate to the supply side of it. If we expand the urban boundary to the Greenbelt, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden house prices are going to come plummeting down and everybody's going to move into an affordable house. It's the impact or degree of affordability that's at issue. And I think that's why one of the reasons why the prices are so high now. Our expansion, even within the urban area now, has been slow and staged. And so if you want to buy a house in Hamilton right now in a new area, there are not too many choices. You reduce those choices more, and the housing affordability issue we have now is going to get worse.
I don't think I would call the exponential growth in Ward 9 slow and staged. Our neighbors view it as an explosion of new housing. They're popping up faster than your toast pops up in a toaster. But the pricing has not come down. The pricing has shot up through the roof. even though we have added tons of land to the mix in my ward, and more is coming even without the urban boundary expansion. So I'm truly trying to reconcile, how can I be told that this is going to make housing more affordable when I've not seen it yet? Comment?
Yes, well, again, it's a matter of degrees. As much as development as you've seen, there's demand for that much more yet. And it's not as if every acre of land coming in is going to reduce the house price by a given amount, but it's going to have a positive or negative influence on that level of affordability. So if we're concerned about how supply now has led to higher prices, that concern, I'm saying, is going to get even greater if we don't keep increasing that supply.
Yeah, I guess I'm just frustrated because even where we are today, the urban boundary expansion will be decades out. And so the argument that it's going to bring more affordable housing, from my perspective, and I'm not disparaging your perspective at all, Mr. Fothergill, my perspective, it seems specious because it's not going to happen. Housing prices are going to continue to go up unless there's a housing bubble, which no one particularly wants that to burst. So I'm frustrated that there's so much discussion about affordability, and yet we have not seen anything that has mitigated or abated increases in housing prices. Anyways, I respect you so much, Mr. Fothergill. Thank you so much for coming out today. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Clark. I have Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Ed, for being here and delegating. And I appreciate your opening remark is that you're wearing your chamber hat today and not your other professional hat. But
That's correct,
think,
yes.
yeah, your experience on all fields probably certainly does influence your perspective. Are you able to tell me, because you've been in the business for a long time, has there been across Hamilton and then across the GTH an increase in the number of land owners and land developers over the last, say, 40 years, or has there been a decrease?
I don't have any specific numbers to give you, but I would say there'd be a decrease. Right now, the development business is so expensive that it's hard for smaller developers to be involved. The price of land, the cost of servicing, so most development now is by larger development companies. The only exception are infill projects, which I think will continue whichever way this decision goes. And the smaller infill projects are places where the smaller developers and builders can be involved. But in terms of the larger projects, it has been larger developers.
I was reading a book about the phenomenon of global housing prices, and on this point, and the thesis was that it's the mythology, if you will, about supply being the sole determinant, and it was looking at the global ownership and the large conglomerations, probably in part, to be fair, to address some of the cost components, more regulation, etc. But it has their argument was there's a clear distinction between the two, and it's the value of the dirt, if you will, and the subsequent revenues that are quite generous that you can get from there. Would you care to comment on that? Which springs to mind, we get real estate REITs and all that other stuff.
Well, supply is not the only determinant, for sure. There are a lot of complications, but I think it is one of the primary ones, and it's the one that council can control. Council can't control a lot of the elements of housing, but land supply is one element where council can have some input, and it's important. And I think we've seen this if you look at how, and other people have talked about this, growth has come from Toronto, as have increased housing prices. So the two go hand in hand. And it's been coming, and now we're here, and we're at a crossroads. We need to make an important decision.
Mm-hmm. And you submit that, I think one of my colleagues has said, we're not saying, the other argument is it's not no growth, it's just where that growth, it's where that supply is going to be brought in, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Fothergill. Just for committee's indulgence, I just want to let you know that we have 29 more presentations that are coming in virtually, with 2 that I will go back to that have been no show so far, and then we have 24 videos ahead of us, just to give you an update. Dr. Linda Lukasik, if you're in the audience, please join us. Good afternoon, Dr. Lukasik.
I am. Thank you, Chairperson Pearson and members of council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I just want to start off by getting something off my chest. I really feel as though I need to share this view, and that is, if there's such heightened concern about protection of farmland outside of Hamilton, then we all need to be coming together and demanding that the province protect all of Ontario's farmland to prevent those issues, those impacts from leapfrogging. So I want to say that because I think that this is a provincial policy issue, not a municipal responsibility to be focused on that. I want to recap with concerns I've raised before in delegating at Planning Committee and GIC, both this year and last, and these concerns are worth repeating. The provincial government has effectively dismantled core policies of the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And one of the most problematic changes is the extension of the planning horizon. And then, of course, you all know about changes to the land needs methodology that place more priority on market demand, changes that didn't exist in that way before. But I want to add something now, and that is that despite all of this, I've come to understand through lots of research and listening to the opinions of multiple experts, some of whom you're going to hear from today, that we can accommodate projected growth to 2051 and do so in a manner that does not require Hamilton to sacrifice prime farmland and rural open spaces to urban expansion. Despite the tinkering of the current provincial government, current provincial planning policy does not mandate urban boundary expansion. Why do we need to worry about expansion? I don't want to repeat what a lot of others have said already. I did spend lots of time combing through the reports on today's agenda, and I'm sure all of you have done the same. And I focused a lot on the 270-page supporting document to the How Should Hamilton Grow evaluation. And I only have 5 minutes today, so I can't share all that I feel about that report. I want to highlight a few things. There was something that I was hoping we would hear someone address today in the staff and consultant presentations, and that was a pretty significant discrepancy in the climate impact evaluation between a city transportation department modeling and the consultants modeling around vehicle kilometers traveled between now and 2051 when you compare those two growth options. And there seemed to be, the consultant was saying it would be 100 million additional with the expansion, and the city's transportation modeling was showing 400 million. I'm very keen to see which of those is the one that staff and consultant have settled on, because I think that has huge implications for the greenhouse gas emissions that we know will increase with outward growth. Everywhere else that outward growth happens, that's exactly what we see as a larger carbon footprint. I also have concerns about the financial evaluation. And I know that, and I appreciate Kathleen Livingstone's comments about this. I know that we haven't seen a thorough evaluation in Hamilton around the cost of outward expansion, and would certainly like to see more about that. We're in a climate emergency. It's the do or die decade. You've heard me say this before. We need to approach things differently. We can't continue to expand outwards. We need to think about a different way forward. We need a paradigm shift. We need a change in how we're accommodating growth. So I want to finish today by speaking about that pathway forward to illustrate how we can make a firm urban boundary work. I don't have all the answers, but I'm going to share some of what I think are the really important pieces. I like to talk about community completion instead of urban intensification, because I think that's what this is really all about. The idea that we need to accommodate more people in context appropriate ways in all areas of urban Hamilton in order to create neighborhoods that function as complete communities, because they have the population to support good transit service, They're safe streets for active transportation, hyper-localized amenities to enable people to walk or cycle to do groceries, banking, etc., and a great range of housing options to address everyone's needs and financial situation. And I hope you get the idea when I say that. I also want to point to the fact that right now there are critical tools missing from the municipal planning toolkit. I'm anxiously awaiting the completion of the City of Residential Zones project, a three-stage multi-phase effort to revamp Hamilton's urban residential zoning. Phase one in stage one is done with SDU policy, but where's the rest? I want to understand where the timeline is for that. We need to fast track that effort. Those are critical tools that we need to make all of this work. And I just want to recognize a comment made by former Chief Planner for the City of Toronto, Jennifer Keesmaat. She's rightly pointed out in a recent tweet that I saw from her that municipalities have the power to unlock already serviced urban land through zoning changes. She said this in reference to Toronto's so-called yellow belt. Urban areas dominated by low-rise housing, areas we certainly have here in Hamilton. You've got the power to make the change we need to see over the next 30 years, and we have 30 years. Other jurisdictions are forging ahead with this approach, and again, you've already seen Portland referenced. If you haven't looked at what's happened in Portland, really amazing ideas and policies around how to make this work on the ground. And I'm going to stop there because I think my time is up. Thank you.
Your time is up, Linda. Thank you for that. I see no questioners for your presentation. Thank you, Linda. I'm going to move on now to Patricia Baker of PJB Associates. Patricia, if you're in the gallery, please step forward. I'll shout out again. Patricia Baker, if you're in the gallery. Do you see her, Madam Clerk? I don't see her.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, no, I don't at the moment, so I'll put her back on the list.
Okay, we'll come back. That'll be a third one to come back to. Then I will move on to Cameron Crush. Cameron, if you're there, could you please step forward? Thank you. Good afternoon, Cameron.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much, Councillor Pearson. Just going to share my screen. And hopefully you can all see that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to talk to you today about why you shouldn't expand the urban boundary. And I first want to thank so many Hamiltonians, other residents who've come forward already and made such amazing arguments, some passionate arguments, and shared their stories. I don't want to repeat what they said, like Dr. Lukasik said. I want to make a couple of really clear and I hope compelling points to you all. For me, there are kind of two reasons in the short list of reasons not to expand the urban boundary. The first being Hamiltonians don't want you to. And I want to talk about the survey results a little bit and that there's enough space already. First, I want to point you to your own survey, a survey that when I got a copy of, I filled out with option 2, that you put out asking what options Hamiltonians would prefer. 18,000 of those surveyed responses who got those surveys, 90.4% of those folks chose no urban boundary scenario that was proposed as an option. So that's the first piece of feedback you got from Hamiltonians. From a survey that you put out there, you asked staff to develop, and you made sure we're in the boxes of hundreds of thousands of Hamiltonians. The second survey that I think you should pay attention to, at least in terms of the overall statement here, is the survey conducted by, and a list on the right-hand side there, West End Home Builders, Real Estate Associations, Commission of Nano survey. And despite the fact that 38% of those people surveyed said they would allow an expansion of the urban boundary, that's what they wished, 62% of them chose something other than the option to allow an expansion of the urban boundary. So in terms of the surveys you have in front of you, this is what people have been saying when we're asking for their input through surveys. Second thing is, there's enough space already, and I'm not sure how many of you have seen this map that was in the Hamilton Spectator, showing just downtown Hamilton. That's the map that's been released so far. And all the area here in yellow are potential underutilized pieces of land that could be developed over the next 30 years. And I get that zoning at this moment wouldn't permit that to happen starting tomorrow, but that this future growth plan, which is set up over the next 30 years, could, if council's brave enough, allow it to reimagine the way we think about planning, reimagine the way we think about zoning. And this should, I hope, inspire all of you to see the potential that exists. I want to make clear what that potential is. Here is a map of the urban boundary. You can see the outline here. In the bottom right of that map is Elfrida. And that square you see in the center near the word Hamilton is pretty much the entire area of that map with the yellow on it. So just in that area, again, I'll go back, just in that area there, you can see the kind of potential we're talking about from, and this again was done by grassroots volunteers trying to make a point and hopefully inspire you. So a summary here. There are approximately 261 square kilometers of space within the existing urban boundary at 65,000 acres. The proposed expansion to Elfrida represents about 13 square kilometers, but the visible portion of the stop sprawl map, this square right here, represents almost equal the land that's in Elfrida. When you expand that out to include the entire urban boundary, I hope you can see the potential that exists for changing the way we think about the way we use our land. Finally, the city has 30 years to take a completely new approach to planning and zoning in order to intensify. According to the city's own maps, it's currently the steward of almost 1,000 acres of underutilized public land. That includes land that it calls vacant, parking lots, and land that it calls open spaces. And that no matter what arguments are put forward today, we all know, I think, that expansion will not adequately address the needs of affordable housing. Thanks for your time today. And again, I urge you not to expand the urban boundary.
Thank you, Cameron. And I don't have anyone on the speakers list, but I just want to ask if I could, I'm not sure who I should relinquish the chair to. I believe it was Councillor Johnson in the past. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Just a quick question to Cameron. Cameron, you mentioned that map with the yellow that shows the underutilized areas in the city of Hamilton currently. Now, can you just clarify, you say that it was volunteers that put that map together? So how did they base the criteria on the uses versus what can and cannot be there?
Cameron?
Yeah, my understanding is that based on the article that was in the Spectator where that image was taken from, that they're going to be putting up that map in an accessible format so you can sort of see the more specific plots of land. I don't think they put the methodology up exactly that they used. My understanding is it's been volunteers who went around and identified parcels of land, parking lots, those kinds of things, and how they could be reutilized. So I think in the future, you're going to have an answer to your question. I'm sorry, I don't have it now.
No, and I thank you for the honesty to that and appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will take the chair back. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Johnson, and thank you, Cameron. Seeing no further questions to Cameron, I will ask that you vacate, and I will now turn to Josh Mitchell. Josh, if you're in the gallery, please step forward. Thank you.
Hi there, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but we cannot see you as yet.
I've got my camera up on my end. Is it coming up for everybody?
There you are. Thank you.
There we go. Excellent. Thank you very much.
You pop in all the different boxes, so I have to really look closely. Thank you. Oh, yeah. And you may want to put your volume up. We can just barely hear you. Thank you.
How's that? Is that better?
That's much better.
Fantastic. Hello, Council. My name is Josh Mitchell, and I live in Ward 13, represented by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek. I've lived in Hamilton for almost 8 years now, 3 of which in University Gardens. I'm here today to advocate for the maintaining of our existing urban boundary and against low-density sprawl more generally. I understand that the ambitious density plan claims not to be a low-density sprawl plan, but it should be self-evident that the highest density is achieved without expanding the boundary. I also want to highlight really quickly that every delegation we've heard today in favor of expanding the boundary has come from those who stand to gain financially from that expansion, and to thank the members of council who have been pointing that out today. After graduating from McMaster and moving to University Gardens, I was initially very pleased with the quiet, tree-lined neighborhood. People walking their dogs, one walking a cat, actually. But after a few months, it began to set in just how distant I was to the things I needed in my daily life. You see, I didn't have a car. Oh, sorry?
It's okay. My apologies.
Oh, sorry. I didn't have a car, and I couldn't really afford one. And I rent near the very back of the suburbs, so even at my brisk walking pace, it takes 15 minutes to walk to University Plaza to catch the HSR. That means that every time I leave my house to run errands, meet up with friends, go to work 5 days a week, that was an entire half-hour round trip tacked on to however long the transit was going to take. Half of that carrying home in my hands whatever groceries or other items I had bought. Frankly, it was awful. Eventually, I was able to save up enough for a cheap car, and by that point, I was spending so much on Lyfts and Uber Eats to get around that my month-to-month costs were about the same as running the car. My story isn't uncommon. So many people living in Hamilton need a car to live their lives comfortably, but it doesn't have to be this way. Back in the 1970s, Amsterdam in the Netherlands realized that car-dependent sprawl was destroying their quality of life and rapidly turning their budgets insolvent. They decided to correct the course, to go back to pre-World War II street and neighborhood design, building dense, mixed-use neighborhoods with robust walking, cycling, and transit infrastructure. And today, Amsterdam is one of the best cities on the planet to live in. In contrast, North American cities continued to sprawl until the last handful of years at the latest. Most of them have put up blinders to the issue, widening their infrastructure deficits, which causes the productive, dense centers of the cities to fall into disrepair, while funneling money into more and more car-dependent suburban sprawl that only makes the problem worse. We can't keep doing this. We have an opportunity in Hamilton today to fix this pattern. And it doesn't have to be a choice between single-family homes or massive high-rise apartments next to your grandma's house. We can meet growth targets by filling in that missing middle, building infills like duplex, triplex, and other semi-detached housing within the existing boundary will actually generate positive cash flow for the city. The development charges mostly go straight back to us because the roads and sewers are already in place. And any upgrades to that linear infrastructure would need to happen under both proposals anyway, since they both involve intensification of the urban centers. There's a huge demand for these middle housing options too. In Toronto, the suburb of Riverdale embodies everything you've been hearing about today. In Riverdale, residents have great transit access, commercial properties within walking distance, and multiple options of house type. There are single-family homes, but also semi-detached houses and businesses with apartments above them right next to each other. And if housing prices are indicative of demand, the demand to live in a neighborhood like Riverdale is sky high. People want this, and today we have the power to start Hamilton on the path to give that to them. Lastly, I implore you to find a copy of a book called Strong Towns by Charles Marone, or even the YouTube channel Not Just Bikes, who has a video series covering strong towns. In it, you'll find that the decision we are faced with today in Hamilton has been faced many, many times before by almost every city in the developed world. The cities who chose to sprawl are all worse off for it, while the cities who decided to densify are all much nicer places to live. It really can be that simple. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that, Josh. Appreciate that you were well within the time. I see no questions being put forward. Sorry. Councillors,
You
I
might have
please
one.
ask you use the chat because I am following it. Councillor Wilson. Go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, Josh. If you do not wish to answer this question, it is somewhat personal, but you did reference some of your budgetary practices. I know that we define affordability according to what percentage. I think 30% of our budget it goes towards housing, but you referenced transport. And do you have any sense of how much, do you own a car? Sorry.
I do, yes.
How much of your budget goes towards shelter plus transport?
Shelter plus transport is going to be probably a little over half if I had to ballpark it. And I work from home. I work mostly remotely.
Right.
And my commute really isn't even that long. I work at McMaster from University Gardens. It's just kind of an awkward shaped commute.
Yeah, thank you. I'm familiar with it. Yeah, I find that interesting that a lot of the development industry seem to, I'm trying not to be flippant, care about affordability, but none of them to date on today's submissions have talked about maybe a need to redefine affordability to couple transport costs with shelter, and therefore the importance of bike infrastructure, multimodal choice, transit, but also parking requirements in their developments. Do you have to pay for parking, or is that part of your rent? Or
So at my house, I do have street parking in University Gardens. I don't
Okay.
believe there's any real restrictions parking around there. I know parking at McMaster is a bit of a pain. I do a lot of walking from work to my car to move it amongst all of the little parking areas, which is obviously awkward.
Okay, thank you. I hope I didn't put you in an awkward situation. I
No, thank
just
you.
wanted to use your life experience as a point of some elements that have been we've been silent on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I will now go on to the next speaker, please. If Jim Quinn is in the gallery, please come forward. Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Jim.
Thanks to the chair, the mayor and council, and greetings to the large audience that's here out of interest, I believe. I'd like to start just by introducing myself as I'm essentially a conservation biologist. And as such, I am very interested in and find very important biodiversity and biodiversity loss. In my bones, I know how important green space is. And I know that green space can be lost to agricultural lands and vice versa. So that can move back and forth. But agricultural land and green land cannot be recovered once developed. Now, if I speak from a strictly human perspective for the time being, I would have to argue that boundary expansion is very illogical. On the one hand, it might line the pockets of developers and land speculators. On the other hand, and I think you guys all know this because you've stated this, although I see very little evidence of it from council and from the staff in Hamilton, but we are facing a climate emergency. And we're thinking about this growing population in the area. So with a growing population, facing increasing food costs due to climate change and other factors, but certainly due to climate change, eliminating food lands or green space seems to me to be insane. Once lost, it is gone forever. We need to also remember our population of folks that are living under the poverty line. It's very important that we keep affordable food for everyone. Now, the council has declared a climate emergency. You all know, I think, that Dr. Diane Sachs has argued that urban sprawl is Ontario's tar sands. So with regard to climate emergency, we should not be expanding the urban boundary. The overwhelming view of Hamilton citizens is that the protection of green space and prime agricultural land is paramount, and we should be following their comments. Beyond that, expansion seems to be counter to all logic that I can summon. Expansion, the plan for expansion is also to be based on a 30-year projection, which in my mind does not make sense. There is enough error in projections at all that a 30-year projection means that there's a great deal of error due to the long time range. Alternatives for housing within the urban boundary abound. There are several approaches, as many people have stated. So I guess in summing up, and I'm trying to keep my presentation very brief, development outside the current urban boundary will make already rich land speculators and developers richer in monetary terms. However, the permanent loss of agricultural land and green space will not benefit Hamiltonians in both the short and the long term. Boundary expansion, I would argue, is a losing bet. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you today.
Thank you, Jim. You're well within the time. Appreciate that. I have no questions. Councillor Whitehead, you're waving. Is your chat? Sorry, you're faster. I'm faster than the clerk able to type the name in. Go ahead, Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, I just have one question. Do you live in a townhouse, condo, or a single family home currently?
I live in a single family home currently.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questioners, I will now call on Drew Spolstra of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. Drew, if you're there, please join us in the gallery. Good afternoon, Drew.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yes.
Excellent, thanks. Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Mayor, members of council and staff. I'm Drew Spolstra. I'm a farmer in Binbrook, Vice President of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, and the Chair of Hamilton's Agriculture and Rural Affairs Advisory Committee. Here we are again talking about the urban boundary expansion and the impact on agriculture in the city of Hamilton. And it excites me because I don't think folks have talked about farmland and agriculture in Hamilton in the last 20 years as much as they have over the last 6 to 12 months. It's great to see so much support for local agriculture, and I hope to see it continue in the future. Hamilton, of course, is home to about 810 farms producing many different crops, fruits, vegetables, livestock, and field-grown produce. Farmers in Hamilton are contributing over $1 billion in gross economic impact for the city and are building up a robust local food market and a thriving agritourism industry. We've talked here a few times about the benefits of agriculture and prime agricultural land provide to this city and on a broader scope, the province and the country. We've talked about how the province is already losing 175 acres of farmland per day and that it's a finite non-renewable resource and that only 5% of Ontario's agricultural land is suitable for food production. I've also highlighted the potential amount of annual production that will be lost with an urban boundary expansion on prime farmland. Millions of loaves of bread, liters of clean ethanol, biofuels, and livestock feed will also be lost with prime farmland being built on. We've talked about the environmental benefits that prime agriculture land and production provide to society, like aesthetic and recreational space, air quality improvements, biodiversity, carbon sequestration, climate change mitigation, nutrient and water cycling, and soil erosion. None of this will be attainable once this land is converted to urban development. I'd like to highlight a few items that have been circulated to you in advance of this meeting. The first is agriculture impact assessment on this project, and it's clear that option 1 has a severe impact on agricultural land in the impacted area, much of which is, as I highlighted previously, and the recent staff report also pointed out, is overwhelmingly prime agricultural land, with the majority being class 1. I also want to address the notion that the ambitious scenario, we're saving Hamilton's rural land. The totals certainly look impressive when staff say the net change creates a 75-25 split with the total rural lands versus urban. I'm here to tell you that our current 77% rural lands are not all created equal, and that the 2% loss will represent a significant amount of Hamilton's prime agricultural land being lost to further development. The Greenbelt protects land in a tract around the urban area of Hamilton. Not all land is suitable for farming and food production in the Greenbelt. Not all of it is classed as prime land, but it's there and it's protected and has unfortunately left some of our better food producing land unprotected as the maps were drawn. I also wanted to highlight Appendix C and the housing unit growth map. It's my belief that a no boundary expansion scenario paints a perfect picture of growth along Hamilton's significant transit corridors, including the LRT, which is a significant investment, as you know, and will require smart, responsible planning around it to maximize this investment. Recently, we're hearing a message from MMAH that municipalities are given leave to determine their own land use policy. This flexibility is certainly often cited in relation to municipal requests for minister zoning orders. It's in the context of flexibility that OFA feels the proactive approach to protecting farmland as exhibited by the City of Hamilton's no urban boundary expansion scenario should be given a chance to proceed. We note that while places to grow policies require greater Golden Horseshoe municipalities to undertake minimum intensification density targets of 50%, there's certainly no maximum density targets specified. Briefly, I want to talk about Waterloo Region and their protected countryside policies. They have been a leader for decades now in identifying key agricultural areas, developing hard countryside lines, and growing their urban boundary area and high quality employment sectors. They gain people's support by setting up a process that allows for transition to better intensification. This can be the start of that process here in Hamilton. In closing, it's more important now than ever to be bold, to show leadership, to be ambitious, and develop the city without building on prime agricultural land at this time, and reserve our white belt lands for the future when they might actually be needed after intensification options are exhausted. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Appreciate that you were well within your time. I do have a speakers list. I have Councillor Johnson. That'll be followed by Councillor Wilson, Danko, and Whitehead. Please, Councillor Johnson, go ahead.
Yep, thank you very much for coming, Drew. I know how busy you are. You did mention there's 810 farms. I'm assuming those are the big farms that you know of. Can you just remind everybody how many acres you work yourself?
My family and I work a couple thousand acres, and we have a dairy farm and Clydesdale horses.
Is it simply just in Bimbrook, or are they Upper Stony Creek and?
Yeah, all of the above, all around Bimbrook.
Thank you. You heard the comment, once it's gone, it's gone. Can you please comment on the land that's 1 mile north, 1 mile south of 20 Mile Creek, which cuts through actually Hannon and Bimbrook? My understanding from listening to our common friend, Mr. Burrows, that it is one of the best farmland available. Can you please comment on that?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, the councillor is correct. When you look at that 20 Creek watershed and the land surrounding it, I'd say, yeah, about a mile each side of the 20 Mile Creek. That's certainly some of the best land that's around this area. Certainly all prime agricultural land, class number 1. And as you get farther and farther away from that, the quality of that land diminishes. But in some of the Selfrida area, we're certainly talking about a lot of that land. That is certainly prime agricultural land, and hopefully will be protected going forward.
Thank you. So just to remind everybody, 1 mile north of the 20 Mile is, I forget, is that Elfrida?
That's correct.
Thank you. And thanks again, Drew. I know it's not just you working thousands of acres of farm. You also raise cattle and you also raise Clydesdales. You're a very busy, busy man, and I really appreciate you taking the time today to come.
Thanks, Council.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you. I too really appreciate your time, and I learn something every time that you delegate, and so I would encourage you to continue to delegate on many more subjects, but this one is critical. I'm interested if you could comment on your experience thus far and looking into the future and intersection of these interests or these factors, and that is, are you seeing any impact yet of climate change on your soil or water or production practice? Thank you.
Sure we are. Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor, climate change has a huge factor on agriculture. We are dealing with Mother Nature every day. Soils are changing, the weather patterns are changing. We're certainly doing all we can to mitigate the impacts of climate change on our businesses and our farms. But we're also doing a lot of work to adapt to the new reality, to ensure that farming can remain sustainable going forward, to ensure that nutrients aren't lost when we have these flooding events and things like that, and to ensure that we can capture as much carbon in our soils as possible. When we capture that carbon, we're building organic matter, and we're certainly trying to do our best to mitigate those efforts. So I think you'll hear some impact of agriculture being an emitter. But in reality, we're taking a lot of that carbon out of the atmosphere, and we're closer to net zero than being a major emitter for sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to get your feedback on that. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for joining us, Drew. So you mentioned in your presentation that you serve as the Vice President for the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. You mentioned that you sit on the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Advisory Committee, and you are also a member of the Mayor's Economic Task Force on Economic Recovery. So can you just once again share the official positions of those organizations on the question of the boundary?
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, they're all the same. In essence, our position is that we want prime agricultural land protected for the long-term viability of agriculture across the province and here in Hamilton. So that's the position of the provincial organization. That's the position of the Ag and Rural Affairs Committee has taken on this particular issue. And that's also a position we put forward on the Mayor's Economic Task Force for recovery.
Thank you, Drew. You touched on it, but I was just wondering if you could explain a little bit further your understanding of the provincial regulations when it comes to protecting prime agricultural land.
Oh, thanks, Councillor. Through you, Madam Chair. When I look at the provincial policies on protecting prime agricultural land, I like to look at the provincial policy statement. And it's pretty clear under agriculture policies, I think it's 2.3.1, if I remember off the top of my head, that prime agricultural land shall be protected. Full stop. That's the sentence in the PPS, and that's provincial policy right there in black and white that this government has had a hand in creating as well. So as you read further on down, there are stipulations where if development must happen on this land, that the lowest class priority should be used before the highest, but in this case, we're looking at mainly class 1 to 3. So obviously, at a minimum, those are all prime agricultural areas, and it's difficult to separate, to prioritize what's highest here and what's not.
Thank you, Drew. And just to be clear, all of the land, all of the 1,310 hectares that we're talking about is classified as prime agricultural.
That's my understanding, yeah.
Thank you. And last question, Madam Chair. So you've heard discussion today that if Hamilton fails to expand our urban boundary and essentially sacrifice our prime agricultural land, then there will be an impact beyond the boundaries of Hamilton to farming agricultural land outside of Hamilton. Would you like to address that kind of jurisdictional challenge, I suppose?
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, we read that statement in the ministry's letter to Mr. Robichaud as well. We commented on that letter back to the ministry and Minister Clark about his concerns around the impact on other prime agricultural land. I think our point was what makes other prime agricultural land in other jurisdictions any less valuable than the prime agricultural land here in Hamilton. And then we certainly brought it back around to the PPS statements saying, prime agriculture land shall be protected wherever it is. It doesn't matter if it's in Hamilton or Brantford or Woodstock or Waterloo. It's certainly a key goal of ours to continue to see that prime agricultural land available for farming going forward.
Thank you. Really appreciate your advocacy, Drew. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Drew, great to see you. And I came from a hardy group from Walkerton with some significant 1,000 acres of farmland in my father's family. So I guess I came from a good stock. The question I have is that the agriculture organization doesn't just represent Hamilton, it represents all Ontario. Is that correct, or national? Is it provincial or national?
It is provincial, a provincial body, yep.
It's a provincial body. And there's a lot of farmers in the north as well. I just want to make sure people are aware of that because Massey, for example, and all the farms in that area, and then now you have the Mennonites expanding the farming opportunities in Northern Ontario as well. So there's a lot more farmland opening up in other areas of this great province of ours. And I know because I drive by there and see new lands being opened up for farming. That's just absolutely wonderful. The question I have is, there's a Lear study done. I remember Councilman Mitchell was here at the time. I believe he was a farmer, at least he claimed he was. And the Lear study identified prime agriculture land, or agricultural land versus low agricultural land. Have you looked at that Lear study and what's your comments on it?
Thanks, Councillor. Through you, Madam Chair. Just on your point on Northern Ontario, our current president of the OFA is from Thunder Bay. There's certainly a lot of activity in the clay belt of Northern Ontario, but it's certainly not classed like the land around this area. With regards to the Lear study, I have looked at it in the past. I think actually you and I spoke about it before. It doesn't tell much of a different story than Canada Land Inventory. I think that's certainly the main thing we should look at here. But I haven't taken a close look at the Lear study lately, but I do think that over the course of 20 years, things changed. Farming practices have changed. There's been drainage improvements to land and better soil tests, better organic matter levels in some of this land where it's even got more productive than in the past. And as I've talked about before, and the climate change efforts and the different practices that we're using now, like cover crops and no-till, certainly changes the look on some of this land, even that may have been classed differently 20 years ago. I think with regards to the Lear study, there were a lot of areas identified as tender fruit lands. A lot of that land is not producing tender fruit. It hasn't produced tender fruit in 20 years because the market has been lost. In a lot of those cases, the processing and other things has disappeared from this province, and there just isn't the market for the production off of those farms. So those lands are now mainly producing corn, soybeans, wheat, hay, those types of generic crops. So again, I think if you look at that Lear study, when you go back to those types of factors, there's certainly consideration for updating it.
I appreciate that, Drew. I believe when we did the original grids, the Lear study was part of the blueprint that was referred to in the context of where the next expansions might be considered. I've always had an issue with using prime agricultural land. My last question, since you're Ontario-wide, what the heck is going on in Caledonia? Alvon Empire subdivisions, and I drove down there. I couldn't believe how much farmland, prime agricultural farmland, is being converted to development. Yet I'm trying to figure out who the major employers are there that to justify the residential component.
Well, there's a lot of things going on in Caledonia, and they have some interesting factors that they have to deal with. And I'm not an expert on their planning matters or what they've had to go through there and how they've set up their expansions either. So I'd have to study that a little bit further, sir.
I appreciate that. The point I'm making is that the City of Hamilton has taken a really robust, very comprehensive approach to ensuring that our residential and employment lands and employment is they coalesce. They complement each other. We don't want people driving miles and miles and miles to work, for example. So when you see what's going on in Caledonia, and then you're trying to figure out what jobs are being created to justify that huge, vast production of residential, it doesn't make sense to me. But what Hamilton is doing is actually coalescing the employment piece and the residential piece. I think that's good planning. Do you agree?
I would agree certainly that jobs are important, and then that the Haldeman area has their challenges with that. I would go one step further and say, there's a lot more opportunities for jobs, even down in Lower Stony Creek and housing around there and on that transit corridor than there would be in Alpharetta. So with an Alpharetta or 20 road expansion, we're still going to be putting cars on the road and still going to have people traveling in additional amounts than they are now.
Yet we have the Red Hill Industrial Employment Lands, right? Up on the East Mountain.
Correct, yeah.
Which people need to travel to, and a lot of people from downtown are traveling to, which is a carbon footprint because of the distance they have to travel to get to work. So there's a shake and there's a domino effect, whatever which way. I just like the idea of creating employment and residential like hand in hand, not just doing residential. So that was the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now I have Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Drew, thank you so much for coming in again. Been really appreciating your advocacy and also the education you provide by representing the views and opinions and experiences of the organizations that you represent here today. I had a question to one of the areas. I feel like this is the first time I've heard you talk about this, but from the example of Waterloo and the conversation that was facilitated there to what I would say help address the tendency in sprawl neighborhoods to not support intensification, but instead to have what it sounds like a very nuanced conversation between all stakeholders, and eventually, if I'm not paraphrasing you incorrectly, build the support for intensification throughout various neighborhoods. Could you comment a little bit more about that and how you see that as being a valuable piece of insight for this council to deliberate on as we talk about our urban boundary expansion?
Thanks, Councillor Nan, and through you, Madam Chair. Waterloo is a bit of a unique example, and I think there's some cultural aspects to the farming industry there. There's a large Mennonite contingent, and you get into Amish country as well, which is great. They also had, you know, a lot of key factors going on in their urban area as well. They planned for the LRT expansion. They have a huge, robust high-tech industry going there for working there for them in their city. I think overall, what it took to get the job done was they had an ambitious council that wanted to see these changes, and they wanted to see that that hard urban countryside line and ensure that that they could continue to grow and protect that rural area as well. I think I don't know if you've ever been to Waterloo or driving to St. Jacobs, but 1 minute you're in Waterloo, you cross the line, and you're right in the farm country. And so it certainly takes a lot of ambition and a lot of willpower for a council and a planning staff to get that job done and to move forward. But they're certainly growing in leaps and bounds in that region. There's certainly a lot of high rise, but there's a lot of mid rise and other types of housing going along too, and they seem to be successful at it. When you talk to folks there, folks are happy, I think, and there's certainly housing options for everybody that wants one there in Waterloo.
Thank you for that. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Jackson, sir.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Pearson and Mr. Spolstra. Always good seeing your deputation. I really appreciate it. And I think you've heard me before, Drew, before I get to a couple of questions to you. Obviously, I've been on public record in the past of, you know, choice and not limiting choice is incredibly important to me. But if there's someone who could potentially convert me and bringing me over is listening to someone like you. So, Mr. Spolstra, I wish to ask you, city staff and their recommended option, ambitious density, I call it more a balanced approach. They talk about that if it was approved, the rural contingent across the city of Hamilton that currently sits at 77% would be reduced to 75%. I heard you reference that in your deputation, and the consultants and city staff would lead me to believe it's just 2%, not to diminish 2%, but listening to you, it sounded like you would have a different perspective on that. Could you further elaborate, please, on that through you, Deputy Mayor Pearson, to Drew, if you get the essence of my question, Drew?
Thanks, Councillor, through you, Deputy Mayor. You're putting a lot of pressure on me, sir. But
well, that's answer what you can. My apologies. I was just trying to. I forgive me. Just to further maybe try to explain and clarify. Staff and consultants would, if I read their report correctly, Councillor Jackson, it's only going from 77 to 75% if their recommended options approved. I listened carefully to you, and you had a different take on that, and that's what I was asking you to further elaborate on behalf of the farmers you represent.
Well, I think, sir, that the concern I have certainly, and the 2% is the value of that 2%. We're looking at 3,300 acres, 1,300 hectares, whatever you want to call it, of land that is absolutely suitable for agriculture production. Is it the best land that we have here in Hamilton? No. Is it the worst land that we have here in Hamilton? No. But it's certainly valuable, certainly producing food today, last year, next year. And I think the hope is that we can continue down that road. I do agree that the city is challenged in a lot of ways by the greenbelt that's surrounding the urban area. I think the greenbelt isn't going away. In fact, some of these concerns around 10-hectare expansions in greenbelt area, for all intents and purposes, I don't think they should even be considered. But there are areas in the greenbelt that aren't farmable, that really shouldn't be protected for agriculture purposes, but because they're in a given area, they got thrown into the greenbelt, and that's unfortunate. But I want to just go back a little bit to your point on choice, and I think that is obviously that's an important factor in this discussion. Having choice, you know, I'd like to have a choice. You'd like to have a choice. Everybody would like to have a choice on where they're going to live. But I think on the other hand, everybody, if they had the option, they'd choose to have a condo in Mexico too. But that's just not feasible for everyone. I do think that we still have a current stock of housing in the city. We have our bungalows across the Upper Mountain and Stony Creek. That housing's not going away. It'll still be bought and sold and lived in by families going out into the future. We're just talking about the new housing here, and we're talking about the densities and the intensification targets that new housing should be set at. And I think you know, when we're looking at a no boundary expansion, it certainly creates a higher intensification target, but it gives us an opportunity to really maximize our infrastructure investments and really build up the future infrastructure that this city is going to need going forward.
I really appreciate your comprehensive answer and expanding upon my question, Drew. By the way, Drew, I've never been to Mexico, and I definitely don't want a condo there. I want to keep my investment in my city. Anyways, last question, Drew. The few farmers I know, Drew, they tell me, and please correct me, you know this 1,000 times better than me, but just chit chats I've had, Deputy Mayor Pearson, with the few farmers I know, they've said the farming of decades ago, where there was a multitude of small farmers, has collapsed into more larger farms, still producing, if not the same amount, if not more, because of the size, the equipment, etc. Would you agree with that, or would you rather educate me that I'm missing a piece of that picture? Through you, Deputy Mayor Pearson, please.
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, it's certainly a factor that we have to deal with. Farms are consolidating just like other businesses, and they're getting bigger. It's economies of scale. Equipment's expensive. It's not like the olden days where you go out and buy a tractor and start farming. There's a lot of infrastructure that has to be built and developed and maintained. And as farms get bigger, it's easier to do that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spoelstra. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson. Drew, just a couple of questions specific to Elfrida. The lands in Elfrida, I understand it from the Lear, were class 1, 2, 3 agricultural lands. Does that mean those lands are, for the most part, prime agricultural lands?
That's correct. Through you, Madam Chair, the definition of prime agricultural land is class 1 to 3.
And the Ministry of Agriculture maps, the provincial ministry, their maps showed Elfrida as class 1, 2, 3 ag lands. So again, that would be now the ministry showing prime agriculture in Elfrida. Did I read that map correctly?
I believe so, and I would say that most of this information that you're getting is based on Canada Land Inventory as its basis, and that hasn't changed in a long time.
You're psychic. That was my next question. So and we don't, at least I've not, as a municipal politician, cited the Canada Land Inventory mapping because we tend to deal with Lears in the ministry. So all of those sources are indicating the same thing, that the lands in Elfrida are prime agricultural lands. Is that a fair statement?
I believe so, yep.
Can I ask, is the City of Hamilton, in your opinion, as the chair of the Ag and Rural Affairs Committee, are we doing enough to incentivize or encourage agricultural development, rural development?
I guess I would question a bit what you mean by agriculture development.
Expansion of farming, broader food crops, things along those lines, and helping the farm community not survive but thrive.
I would say, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it's a bit of a work in progress. I think we're certainly doing our best through the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee to help make some changes to policy where different farms can expand a little easier. I'm thinking of a specific example right now where there's an issue with greenhouses and with greenhouse growers and having bunkhouses for temporary foreign workers. We've been doing some work on that file with planning staff, and it's a bit of a slow road ahead, but I think we're getting there, and I think there's been some work done through Committee of Adjustment to get some of those applications approved, and I think the city's been relatively supportive in that effort. I think certainly we can always do more, and in a lot of ways it's a challenge probably more with red tape when it comes to farms expanding than anything. Permit processing, zoning applications, those types of things tend to come into play when we're dealing with farms trying to expand. But one other thing I'd probably highlight is some of the challenges around minimum distance separation, and if urban boundaries are to expand, if there are farms just on the other side of that, it's certainly going to create havoc for farms that are near that boundary expansion to try and expand if they're in the livestock business, because minimum distance, livestock separation, and urban developments don't mix.
Yeah, I'm aware of that in my ward. And the last question I would have for you is with regards to the provincial policy statement. So when we're talking class 1, 2, 3 agricultural lands, the policy statement says that we're to preserve those lands. We're not to develop those lands. But then later on, the provincial policy statement, it says, unless the municipality has exhausted all other lands for development, and if that's the case, then they can, in essence, grow houses as opposed to grow crops. Is that your understanding of that? What that policy statement? It has that almost, it's a get out of jail card. You can develop the agricultural lands even though you're not supposed to, if you don't have any lands left to develop.
Well, certainly, it is my understanding the same as you with that policy, but I think in our case we're not there yet.
Exactly. Thank you.
We haven't exhausted all our options. Intensification is certainly one of them, and I think we can move down that road before anything else.
Thank you, sir, for your time today. I appreciate you hanging around and participating in this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Drew, for your time. Obviously very valuable, and appreciate you addressing all the questions that councils were presented to you today. I will ask now for Catherine King is next on our list. Catherine King, if you're in the gallery, please step forward.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Catherine.
Hello, this is Catherine King, and I'm live here from Hamilton, Ontario with Hammerville News, a completely unbiased news station covering the latest trials and tribulations in Hamilton, Ontario. Today, we are tuning in from some random girl's backyard in Ward 3, discussing a major topic of debate happening on completely stolen land in the Golden Horseshoe, i.e. Hammy. In a series of completely obvious and insidious, is that an oxymoron? Unfortunate events, the provincial government has convinced themselves that an ambitious growth plan will accommodate for growth projections that are not reliable and actually a little bit unrealistic due to the fact that we are in the middle of a series of crises, including climate, housing, opioid, and a pandemic. Do not fear. A group of fierce grassroots community members are coming up with creative and sometimes unusual ways to get council's attention and convince them that a no urban boundary expansion is the best option for Hamilton's future. And no, I'm not talking about Hamilton needs housing or the province's housing minister. I'm talking about regular farmers, students, professionals, professors, and teachers that have come together because they simply care about Hamilton, not because they have profit on the line. Oh, this just in. We actually have a community member here. She wants to speak. Her name's Katie King. Come on in, Katie.
I'm watching the clock.
I'm going to be brief here. I hope you can hear me. I hope I got your attention. I know you know where I stand. I want you to vote for no urban expansion. If you didn't vote for no urban expansion, it would be a betrayal to Hamilton community members. Why would you choose to work with profit-based business over experts who live in the community and care about the community and who have come forward during these delegations and told us that there is a way to grow within the existing bounds of our city? We have already told you what we need. Hundreds of letters, delegations, and over 8,000 answers to your survey. I understand the complexity of the situation and that it is difficult to navigate what the province wants versus what we need. But compassion is not complex. We need a firm urban boundary to ensure less climate-related suffering for our children. We're playing the long game, so if the province gives you grief, we have your back. We will support you if you choose a no urban boundary expansion. We aren't going anywhere, and we care deeply about this city. If Hamilton were to choose a no urban boundary expansion, they could set a precedent in Southern Ontario, and other cities could follow our lead. Please, please choose no urban boundary expansion and help us build a sustainable and resilient system within the bounds of our city. That's it, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, and you're well within the time. Appreciate that. Seeing no questions of the presenter. I'm sorry, did I see someone wave? Councillor Whitehead?
First of all, I want to thank the uniqueness of the delegation and their sincerity in making their point. I really enjoyed that. The question I have for you, because this is a complex issue. You know, I think when I talked to Steve Robichaud, if we don't do the urban boundary expansion, we're probably looking at just the downtown alone, 60,000 people. We had 3 developers leave because the residents downtown didn't want anything over 6 and 8 stories. So I'm trying to how you square that off when 60,000 people living downtown, traffic, transit, be packed in like sardines. So I'm trying to figure out, is that the vision for you, for the city? Should that be the vision for the city?
I think so. I think that there can be ways to creatively come up to pack the city denser, but not so that we don't feel like we're crammed in like sardines. I did do my degree in geography, but I'm not by no means a planning expert. But I know that there is ways to densify within that doesn't make us feel so crammed. If I answered your question, or if you have more.
I really appreciate that. The last question I've asked others is, right now we have a lot of people that live downtown and are commuting, and there's not even a great bus service up to the Red Hill Industrial Park, where Maple Leaf and a number of other industries have opened up on the East Mountain, where some of this expansion is proposed. So what is your stance on having people travel greater distance to go to work and create a bigger and larger carbon footprint versus people having a shorter travel to work to not have the same impact on our carbon footprint?
Yeah, I'm definitely pro short distance to work, and that's why densifying the urban core is a better option. Uh, yeah, I don't know if I need, or like, I know I don't have time right now to go through all the reasons why more sprawl outwards would create more carbon emissions. I would love a 15-minute city with amenities nearby. I worked on a farm on Golf Links Road, and I still had to drive 15 minutes to get to work. And I know that we've compared Hamilton to Ottawa in terms of like where their sports facilities are, but like me having to drive 15-20 minutes up the Red Hill Valley Expressway to get to work, like Hamilton could become a place like Ottawa, and I know that we don't want that. So the closer the better is my opinion on that. Thank you.
I really appreciate that. Ottawa actually is the capital of Canada and has a lot of government employment in the downtown Ottawa area. So we're in more and have been industrial town, a prestige industrial, and et cetera. So to suggest that we even compare to Ottawa is a bit puzzling for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, everyone. And with that, I will go on to the next presenter. I'm sorry, Councillor Nan, my apologies, not in the chat. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm having difficulty with WebEx. I am pressing it. It looks red on my screen, so I'll relaunch WebEx. And I should have paid attention to the speakers list in the chat. So I'll support getting myself back on. But through you, Catherine, I just wanted to say thanks for bringing a smile on many councillors' lips during a very important and I think so far incredible dialogue that we're having with our community on this very, very important topic that is talking about not only where we're at today, but very much talking about setting up our Hamiltonians in the future generations to thrive. And I just wanted to say it's so refreshing, and I appreciate you bringing creativity to it while also speaking very eloquently and with facts on the issues. My one question to you is, as a Ward 3 resident, I often, get some pushback on this issue from folks on the other side saying, well, Councillor, you live in a house. You live in a house with yards, and you're delegating today from a backyard. And my response to them is saying, it's not just about me living in the house. It's the fact that I entered the market at $280,000. I wouldn't have the ability to enter the market for a single home in the current scenario that we're discussing. And I wanted to ask you the same question. Would you be able to afford the home that you're in now in today's market?
No, the only reason I live here is because my sister inherited it because her father passed, and she gives me really low rent. So that's why I'm here with her. And I think that I've said this before on with my group, but it seems like a lot of the only ways that young people like me would maybe be able to afford a house, like a single family house in and around downtown Hamilton, be if they had a parent that passed who had significant inheritance for them.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Catherine. I'm now going to go on to our next speaker. I'm sorry, Councillor Whitehead, second time.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to do this because I know the councils have had a long day, and I respect each and every one of you and your hard work. But I think it's important because there's a line of questioning that was asked about affordability. I know young people that bought homes that they were able to do so as a result of the ability that we have provided, the right of having apartments in your home. So they're supplementing their mortgage, which I couldn't do when I bought my home because the city didn't have those kinds of zoning or those kinds of flexibilities. So my question to the person, have you looked and talked to other young people that are because they're young people buying homes, and my understanding they're buying and they're renting to offset their mortgages. Do you know anything about that?
I think the presenter has already left the the gallery,
you.
Councillor. Thank you for
Thank
that.
you. Well, Madam Chair, the point I'm making is that it's a self-interest. We're all,
I realize, Councillor, we're really not into providing
Okay,
our
fair enough.
comments. We're just asking questions.
Fair enough.
With all due indulgence to my committee members, we have just dealt with 21 presentations. We have 22 ahead of us and 24 videos. We are at 2:44 p.m. this afternoon. So I would like to continue to keep this moving along. Thank you. Next speaker I have is Matt Johnson of Urban Solutions Planning and Land Development Consultants. Matt, if you're in the gallery, please come forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of committee, staff, and the public. My name is Matt Johnston, a registered professional planner with Urban Solutions, here on behalf of Koive Holdings and ArtZone Holdings. For starters, I'd like to commend planning staff, particularly Steve Robichaud, Heather Travis, Alyssa Mahood, and the team of staff behind the scenes for getting us to where we are today. While my comments today have Koive and ArtZone's interest in Elfrida in mind, my comments as a registered professional planner also have the broader public interest in mind. As you know, we've been participating in the Elfrida secondary plan exercise since Council's 2006 decision that identified Elfrida as a preferred location to accommodate growth to the year 2031. Elfrida being an area where the landscape's changed, and it's our understanding there are no active produce farms remaining in the area. We've been monitoring the progress of Grids 2 and the MCR closely, and we understand the difficult decisions that must be made, balancing a vast. At the March 29th, 2021 General Issues Committee, staff identified the historic inability to meet provincial intensification requirements. Currently, the urban official plan requires 20% of all intensification in the downtown, 40% in our nodes and corridors, and 40% in our neighborhoods. But between 2006 and 2018, only 13% actually occurred downtown, only 19 in our nodes and corridors. Over the same period, 40% of all growth was supposed to be via intensification, but instead we only hit 42% once in 2015. Certainly trending in the right direction, but all other years range between 25 and 38%. As a development planning consultant, I can attest to the complications of bringing infill development forward through to completion. Today, we're hearing from a number of concerned residents making their opinions known with regards to the staff recommendation on a boundary expansion. But there's so much more to the recommendation than just that boundary expansion. The recommendation also outlines a fundamental shift in how we develop within our urban areas. The boundary expansion comes with a rate of intensification the city has never seen before. This captures the sentiment of those delegates striving to see more infill rather than a boundary expansion. But even with this aggressive intensification strategy, staff have determined we need more land. This combination of intensification and boundary expansion achieves the balance of objectives in a way that meets provincial policy. Council routinely makes decisions based on provincial policy, and today should be no different. In fact, it can't be different because the Planning Act requires all land use decisions affecting planning matters be consistent with the provincial policy statement and to conform with the growth plan. Yes, the growth plan has changed over the years, but these changes are necessary. It first came into effect in 2006 with a planning horizon to 2031. It's now 2021, so a modest extension in that planning horizon is appropriate and necessary. Not only that, it also directed municipalities to significantly increase the rate at which we intensify. As I mentioned earlier, the March staff presentation identified the shortcomings when it comes to intensification. While popular today with the survey respondents, proceeding with a no boundary expansion option ultimately will fail the existing and future residents of Hamilton. Not only that, it fails to comply with provincial policy. And when we do this, we're now at the risk of having the province intervening and enforcing their own land use decision. I think we'd all agree on the need for a local, made in Hamilton decision rather than risk the province making one for us. And with that, I'm asking you to direct staff to proceed with a modification to recommendation F to today's staff report, allowing the March 29, 2021 version of the ambitious density scenario proceed. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. You're well within your time. Appreciate that. Any questions? I have Councillor Whitehead, please.
Just one question, very quick. I want to commend whoever thought about putting the survey out. I think Councillor Clark led on that, so kudos to Councillor Clark. The question I have though, when I looked at that survey, it didn't talk about prime agricultural versus low agricultural, and it didn't identify the fact that many homeowners are maybe in a conflict because, for example, my home, if you cut off any more single-family homes being built, can only go up in price. And therefore, by me making a decision not to support urban boundary expansion, I'm in fact putting money in my pocket. I just want your comment about the survey and it could have been improved.
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair, for the good question. The survey, I think, was a difficult one. Trying to capture the complexity of the issue in a one-page postcard, I think was a monumental task. I commend staff for trying to structure in a way that is easy reading for the general public. But I think the issue with the survey is really just the nature of the respondents. Those who are really engaged with a strong opinion are those that we hear from. And I think that's evident by the high number of respondents saying no boundary expansion. Yeah, it was an overwhelming response on the percentage basis, but it still didn't capture the vast majority of Hamiltonians. So I think that the survey, should be taken in stride. I think that, through my work, I see the challenges of intensification. I see the challenges with greenfield expansion, and balancing those two things is really what the staff recommendation does. Your comment about affordability for yourself with a boundary freeze. When we talk about that boundary freeze, in comes the rate of intensification that we've never seen before, and relying on that as the sole way to accommodate our population growth to 2051 just isn't viable. The length of time it takes to bring applications through the planning process, from conceptual ideas through to building permits, is a monumental task when we're talking about that number of people within the existing urban area.
No, I appreciate your answer. Thank you, Councillor Pearson. I'll be very strategic with my questions going forward, knowing it's been a long day already. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Matt. I see no further speakers. I will move on then to the next presenter, is Michael Mazurkiewicz. I apologize if I've said the name incorrectly, but Michael, if you're there, would you please join us in the gallery? Thank you.
What time is it?
It's 2:52 p.m., Councillor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Michael. Thank you.
Great. So good afternoon, committee members and staff. I grew up in Grimsby. I lived in Toronto for 10 years, and now I'm a homeowner and resident of Ward 3 in an 1890 semi. To answer one of your earlier questions, Councillor Whitehead, we are in the process of splitting it so that we can accommodate more people in our house, which I think is an important step as a homeowner to start thinking about these kinds of things. But I'm also registered with the Ontario Association of Architects, and I'm a passive house consultant. And I'm asking you to continue to support option 2, because I think it's an opportunity to look at precedents like Toronto, Vancouver, or Portland for ways to increase density. We've heard that density is not about sprawling single-family homes, nor is it about high-rise buildings. It's about urban infill. It's about mid-rise buildings, and that could mean 4 to 8 stories, semi-detached homes, garden suites, laneway suites. It's about aging in place, not expanding our footprint. Guided density can provide a range of new housing options within established neighborhoods that are already transit accessible. And with regard to our most vulnerable populations, I would ask, how will these residents be served by an expanded boundary? I think that's a relevant ethical question. There's another council meeting happening today in Toronto to consider, coincidentally, this inclusionary zoning approach, which aims to permanently set aside a percentage of new housing along major public transit corridors for affordable housing. And that's just one of example of how zoning can be improved. Another would be the laneway suites bylaws that Toronto implemented in 2018, which itself trailed behind Vancouver and Portland. So this is really a wonderful opportunity, I think, to create and strengthen our walkable, bikeable, and transit-oriented neighborhoods. Not only because it will help reduce GHGs, but because walkable cities, in my experience, tend to be more vibrant cities. Thank you for having me, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate the conciseness of your presentation. Seeing no, I'm sorry, no questions to that. I am now going to go on to David. I'm going to say it wrong, but I want to try. David Miviser, is it? David, if you're in the audience and gallery, please join us. I think we can see you, but we can't hear you, David.
Great. I think you
There you
hear
are.
me now.
Yes, we can. sir, we
So
can.
thank you very much. You pronounced my name perfectly right.
Thank you.
David Mivasser. And I've lived in Hamilton for about 3 years. I moved here from Vancouver. I live right off of Locke Street South. And first thing I want to say is to thank all of you counselors for listening to so many speakers. And also just paying such good attention to this issue, which is critical, not only for our own city, but it's actually really a microcosm of a global issue. It's important both locally and globally. And I will try to be brief. I'll just introduce myself by saying I'm a rabbi. I'm a retired rabbi. And I want to maybe say two things. First is to offer a bit of teaching from the Jewish tradition, and I love this. In our tradition, in a poetic way, we're told that when God placed Adam and Eve in the garden, God said to them, "Behold my creation, do not destroy it, for if you do, no one will come after you to set it right." I think that illustrates what we're talking about today. It's amazing to me that people could even think something like 2,000 years ago, that it could be possible for the descendants of Adam and Eve to somehow destroy creation. But today, as we all know, we're living in a time when that actually seems to be what's happening. You only need to look at the headlines virtually any day to see that that is what's happening. So here in Hamilton, we are a small piece of what's going on globally, and we truly need to think globally and act locally. I don't have much more to add on a technical level. You've heard from so many technical experts. I'm not a farmer. I am not a climate scientist. I have to say I'm a rabbi, and I draw lessons from perhaps accumulated wisdom of the ages. But I want to add something else really for myself as a citizen of Hamilton. I was very encouraged a few months ago when we citizens were asked our opinion about this by council. Council itself went to the trouble and the expense of asking us, what did we think? And you know the answer. You heard from more than 90% of the 18,000 respondents that we want no urban boundary expansion. And you heard from about 6% that they do want that farmland to be built on. The other 4% had other ideas. So just imagine 90% said one thing, 6% said something else. I don't understand how council could do anything but hold the line on urban expansion. And I can only imagine that if council does vote to allow building on that land, despite 90% of the people responding in a certain way, it will further undermine people's faith in the process of government. What does that say about our democratic processes? What does that tell us about the value of even trying to communicate to the people who make decisions for us? So I just want to leave that with you. One is we really need to think about not destroying this garden that we are so blessed to be placed in that supports our lives. And the second is to think about our process of participating in shared decision-making with you as our representatives and the people who are currently able to make those decisions for us. Thank you again for all the attention you're giving to this issue, and thank you for just having me here to speak with you today.
Thank you, Rabbi David. I appreciate that and your conciseness as well. I do not have any questioners of your presentation, so we'll move on. I'm going to ask for Phil Pothin, JDM Land Architect, Ontario Environmental Defense. JD, if you're present, would you please join us in the gallery?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Phil. My apologies, Phil.
Hi there. Yes, sorry. The JD is Juris Doctor.
Thank you.
It's not part of my name.
That's okay. Just reading off like it's in front of me.
Good morning, Mayor Eisenberger and members of the General Issues Committee. I'm Ontario Environment Lead for Environmental Defense, a leading national environmental NGO that works at the federal, provincial.
Sorry, Phil, my apologies. Some committee members are having some difficulty in hearing you. If you could just speak clearly into the mic, please. Thank you.
Sure. Are you able to hear me now?
That's better. And I started the clock again. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Ontario Environment Lead for Environmental Defense, which is a leading national environmental organization that works at the federal, provincial, and municipal levels to safeguard fresh water, clean, livable communities, tackle climate change, and build a clean economy. But I'm also a land use planning lawyer, and I lead Environmental Defense's policy development and advocacy regarding the natural heritage, smart growth, and sound land use planning in Ontario. I'm urging Hamilton City Council and the General Issues Committee to formally adopt the no urban boundary expansion scenario, which means a total assessed land need of 0 hectares between 2021 and 2051. In order to protect what remains of Hamilton's white belt farmland and natural heritage and meet Hamilton's 2050 climate obligations, Council must direct staff to are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Keep going. Sorry, I've got 2 conversations going on here. Go ahead.
To accommodate, so Council must, and please be clear, direct staff to accommodate the entire projected demand for homes and workplaces, including projected demand for single and semi-detached homes within the existing settlement area boundary. And Council should direct staff to make the bylaw changes that are needed and establish this as a mandatory outcome of the residential zoning project that's already ongoing. Hamilton should be using the next 30 years of growth to fix the mistakes it made in existing neighborhoods by giving them the density and mix of uses that they need to slash their transportation-related energy demand and achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2021. And specious arguments like we need to put a neighborhood near an industrial area, that's not going to cut our carbon emissions, to be clear. Ask me why. This approach, which was plainly not the basis of the Laureus Land Needs Assessment or the staff assessments last December, they were not factored in to the response from Minister Clark and the ministry planners. And the approach that we're proposing to accommodate growth within the existing settlement area boundary, it is a complete response to and resolution of the concerns raised in that ministry response so that Hamilton can proceed with confidence that it is complying with the growth plan, land needs assessment methodology, and the PPS, and all applicable planning law and policy. All of the pro-boundary expansion arguments have ignored the fact that we are talking about creating the same mix of housing as the ambitious density option, just within the settlement area boundary. And none of the legal arguments against it hold up once you recognize that. There is massive, and I'm talking tens of thousands of single and semi-detached homes of unused capacity through straightforward, that can be unlocked through straightforward bylaw changes. And this capacity is not, I repeat, not accounted for meaningfully in the analyses being used to argue that Hamilton needs to sprawl outwards. The assumption is that infill capacity, and that's all that's accounted for in the analysis, is limited to vacant lots, very large sites, commercial plazas and school sites, and secondary dwelling units. The analysis disregards the vast potential of typical post-war bungalow lots in Hamilton to add extraordinary single and semi-detached houses. It's clear from the expert opinion of CP planning expert and adjunct professor Cheryl Case, who literally wrote the book on intensification, that there is that capacity within those neighborhoods. Tens of thousands of modest single-family homes are already, right now, with the current rules, presently destined to be redeveloped as McMansions. And each of these will get rid of more modestly sized homes and just create larger ones that are even less affordable. We can redirect that redevelopment that's going to happen anyway to create a larger number of more modestly sized homes rather than one single one. The city also should be developing its designated greenfield area at higher densities. Please ask me about that. And the city should, I urge, finally, councillors not to fall prey to plans for a phased settlement area boundary expansion that are likely to be passed off as compromised. Phased boundary expansion is still settlement area boundary expansion. Because of the way that the province has rigged this process, any misguided admission by Hamilton that it will need more land before 2051 will result in settlement area boundary expansion being imposed on it now. You have to find a zero land need. My legal view is that we can accommodate projected need for housing within the existing settlement area boundary is fully in line with the land use planning opinion provided by Victor Doyle, one of the architects of Ontario's planning regime, which is added as an attachment to my own legal analysis. And please ask me about that. And by the opinion of Cheryl Case as well. And please ask me about that. And I would just finally note that 16,636 responses to a survey of this nature is extraordinarily rare. It is not a number to be sneezed at. There is no way to simply look beyond the survey results, as some folks have suggested. This is a huge response to a survey of this nature.
Thank you for that, Bill. Appreciate it. I do have a speakers list. Councillor Whitehead, then I have Councillor Clark and Councillor Danko.
Yeah, so the clarification I'm looking for is how many City of Hamilton residents and taxpayers are on this delegation list? Were they prioritized in the context of being taxpayers in this community? Or are we now mixing people from out of town into this list and having them take time up and space up from our taxpayers?
But just to be clear, I mean, I'm a technical advisor that was brought in by local NGOs. Local NGOs can't afford their own lawyers. They can't afford their own planning experts. So I was provided as an expert, and this is being provided on the instructions basically in response to a request for support by local NGOs. You'll find that most of the proponents, spokespeople also were not from the neighborhood. So I'm here providing the legal analysis, which says, that legally speaking, it is in fact not consistent with provincial policy to approve option 1, and that option 2 is the only option that's consistent with the land needs assessment methodology. That is a technical opinion that is required. That was solicited. I was asked this question, and I really invite folks to inquire. So the reason why there's this technical issue where if you approve, pardon me.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. I didn't ask the question I was asking, and I'm not suggesting this individual who's very articulate and here shouldn't be speaking as a delegation. I want to make that clear. He should be. I just want to make sure that the order that we're listening to, that we're getting every opportunity, the people that pay taxes every day and feel the impacts of the decision every day are the ones.
Point of order. Councillor, okay, well, I'm going to restrain from the point of order. I'm going to ask Councillor Whitehead to please rescind the comment. It's not up to, it's the clerk's department that put the order of presenters today before us, and they were as they were received. Madam Clerk, do you wish to clarify that? No one here as council had any involvement in the list of presenters today.
Through you, Madam Deputy Chair, absolutely not. This is the process that we always follow.
Correct.
We do have a lot of consultants that come in that do work in Toronto and other places and do represent citizens of Hamilton. So we put the delegations on the agenda in the order by date and time that they are received.
Thank you for that. No different than we've done in the past. Councillor, do you have another question, please? If not, we'll move on. We can't hear you, Councillor Whitehead. Can't hear you still, Mr. Councillor Whitehead, sorry.
Looked at the municipal act, we have responsibility to the people in our community, period, and ones paying taxes. So I just want to make sure that we're not taking a whole slew of people from out of town. We're taking
I said,
local.
Councillor, I'm going to shut that course of comments down, please, and I'm going to move on. Councillor Clark, please.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the opportunity. Hard act to follow, let me tell you. This is not an easy process for residents, and it is most complicated and comprehensive for residents. So can you provide me a response to, can the city of Hamilton adopt a no boundary expansion at this moment in time and still comply with the provincial policy statement and the growth directions that the province has provided?
So yes, the city of Hamilton, both in theory and on the specific facts in Hamilton, is entitled to adopt a no settlement area boundary expansion option. And that is in fact the only option that is compliant with the provincial policy statement, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and the land needs assessment methodology. So the reasons behind this are a bit tricky, because we have generally in the provincial policy statement a rule which says that you are only ever able, it's only ever legal to consider any settlement area boundary expansion, agricultural land, no agricultural land, when you have first concluded that it is impossible to accommodate the housing demand that you need within the existing settlement area boundary. So settlement area boundary expansion is only supposed to be an emergency overflow when you conclude that there is no capacity for intensification within existing neighborhoods to accommodate that. Now you have seen, you've heard from me, you'll see from the evidence from Cheryl Case and from Victor Doyle that are attached, that there is actually capacity waiting to be unlocked for tens of thousands of new single and semi-detached homes within Hamilton's Yellow Belt neighborhoods. Given that fact, given that you can unlock this capacity, and just to be clear, the staff reports have not considered that possibility and concluded that it's infeasible. Those were excluded from consideration. The argument was never considered by staff, and anything you hear from staff is produced off the top of staff's head if you hear something later on to that effect. If you look at the staff reports early on, it simply wasn't considered. We added that information to the table. We've explained how it can be done. We've got the person who literally wrote the book. So that means that now Hamilton knows that there is capacity within the existing settlement area boundary to accommodate all the types of housing we need. And based on the provincial policy statement 1.1.3.8, that means that you are not allowed to approve a settlement area boundary expansion. Now, an issue, a difficulty that staff seem to have gotten into in Hamilton, and it's understandable, is that there is also a growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe policy, which talks about, it's very similar language, but it makes reference to a minimum density target. And that's the 50% intensification. But that 50% intensification is simply a sort of an overflow. It does not displace the overriding obligation under the provincial policy statement to accommodate everything you can within the settlement area boundary expansion before you extend outwards. The 50% intensification is just a way of like preventing municipalities from squirming out completely, as they sometimes do. To say, listen, no matter what you say, you cannot claim under any circumstance that you can't do more than 50%. So it's a catch-all, it's an extra safety net just to make sure that no one squirms out. But the obligation is not to expand the settlement area boundary if there are changes, bylaw changes, any kind of change that you can make to avoid it. And that's what we've demonstrated here. Now, if you look at the minister's objection, let's say, to the original version of the no urban boundary expansion option that was forwarded to it by certain city staff. It was based on a actual shift in the housing mix. So they were said, we are going to actually build fewer single and semi-detached homes, and we're going to force people to live in apartments, and that's the only way we're going to do it. And that was the thing that the minister objected to, and so, but that's not what's really on the table. What's on the table is directing staff to go through the already engaged process of reviewing its zoning bylaws and giving them as part of the program a mandatory element to generate bylaws that they can say will produce the amount of housing you need. So you're talking, there's a specific figure. That's the difference between the amount of housing that would be produced under the ambitious density option and through settlement area boundaries and through a no urban boundary expansion option. I think it's something like 30,000 units. Professor Case has identified that is very readily achievable. Oh, we're talking over 30 years. 30 years ago, I had never used a computer before. I'm sorry. So, our lives are going to change then. So it's silly to say that that's not a doable thing within the next 30 years.
Thank you, sir. If you don't wish to comment on this next question, feel free to say you'd rather not. I understand the process. Council makes the decision. It goes up to the ministry and the minister's office. The ministry reviews our decision and all of the plans. Then it goes to the minister, and the minister gets to say yay or nay. I stated that I was struck, it was unprecedented that a minister would preemptively send an op-ed to a local paper and insert themselves into the deliberations of a municipal council. Would you care to comment on that?
Yeah, to be very frank, the reason the minister did that, the only reasonable explanation is that the minister knows that once Hamilton submits a growth plan that commits to accommodate the same mix of houses within the existing settlement area boundary, there's not really any leg that the minister has to stand on in refusing to approve that plan. So by getting out ahead of it and making it seem like it's not going to be approved, and the minister has done this, it's done this elsewhere. Frankly, it's a common provincial government technique in all areas of policy. It applies to, oddly enough, school renovation funding as well. But they say, we're not going to consider X, Y, and Z. Don't bother to ask us for it. And therefore, they scare people off from making requests that they actually can't credibly refuse without huge political backlash. I would submit that it is not really politically feasible. It would be an extremely risky and silly political move for the provincial government, after Hamilton approves a plan along the lines that I'm describing, to then say, well, we're going to reject what council said. They've explained to us how we're going to provide the same housing mix, and I'm just going to say no. Because the only option, the only conclusion left for people to draw under those circumstances is just that the minister is in the pay of, or somehow beholden to certain landowners, because there's no other plausible, there's no public interest justification for not doing building the same housing mix within the same settlement area.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead and do it.
I appreciate your candor today, and I know I kind of put you on the spot there, but I really wanted to hear Deputy Mayor, another solicitor's explanation of what the minister did, because it surprised me, Phil, to be quite frank. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate your involvement.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Danko next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in your presentation, Mr. Pothen, you mentioned Victor Doyle and his evaluation of the municipal comprehensive review and growth plan. Could you expand on who that is and why is that relevant?
Sure. So, just as a starting point, so Victor Doyle was a long time senior planning official within the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. He was involved in creating the original provincial land needs assessment policies, developing the municipal comprehensive review process. He's often described as one of the main architects, if not the architect of the Greenbelt. And so he is, the authoritative person to go to when we're talking about looking for a correct interpretation of both the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe and the land needs assessment methodology for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And so that's what we went to him for, and he has provided an independent expert opinion on the interpretation of those documents, which is attached to my own legal submissions at item 6.1W. So first of all, what Mr. Doyle observes is that, as I mentioned, the growth plan stipulates that settlement area boundary expansions may only occur once it has been demonstrated that there just aren't the sufficient opportunities to accommodate growth to the horizon of the plan through either intensification or through the designated greenfield areas. There are, and he says, he refers to item 2.2.8.2 or provision 2.2.8.2 in the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. He says definitively there are no policies in the growth plan that require or predetermine the need for settlement area boundary expansion. In fact, settlement area boundary expansion is an approach of last resort, or at least the third level of preference after all other options are extended. It's after intensification and after the existing designated greenfield area has been completely maxed out, which is not surprising given the other objectives of the plan, which have also got to be conformed to. So he says, this is looking at the context section of the growth plan. The plan's emphasis is on optimizing the use of existing urban land supply as part of an intensification first approach to development and city building, one which focuses on making better use of our existing infrastructure and existing public service facilities and less on continuously expanding the urban area. The fact that, so he describes this as actually the underlying document, the document that survives even prior to the current government coming in. It is a hierarchical document that is designed to discourage, it's intended to discourage settlement area boundary expansions. And the land needs assessment methodology for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, in his view, we asked him for this because the land needs assessment methodology is really the only basis for these claims that we need to extend the settlement area boundary. He asked us, well, what is the effect of the changes to the land needs assessment methodology on the obligations of the city? And he says that, it is, let's go through the options. There is nothing in the land needs assessment methodology, despite the way it's framed by the province sometimes, that requires settlement area boundary expansion. This is clearly identified in the purpose, which refers to settlement area boundary expansions only if needed. The references to market-based demand, he says, they are not based. It is not the case, as Lori suggested this morning, that assessments of market-based demand are supposed to be based on projecting backwards what historic propensities of different ages or household types were for different housing types. He says that is not correct. In fact, the growth plan stipulates that municipalities shall identify a diverse range and mix of housing options, and it encourages municipalities to diversify their housing stock. And hold on, I'm looking for the component. What is this? So the intent, the term market demand is not defined in any of the mandatory documents. As such, it is up to a municipality to determine what housing mix is required within their regional market area to meet projected needs for future residents based on criteria, including age. Nothing dictates how how municipalities must assess or determine these propensities. While to date, most analyses commissioned or undertaken by upper and single tier municipalities have typically only looked or been driven by historical data, this is a serious shortcoming, which he identifies that recent MCR processes have also had this problem where they have consistently, substantially overestimated demand for single detached houses. And the problem is that they are relying on an average 30-year historic propensity for housing types. And back at a time when it was much easier to build single-family housing than any other housing type. So you are effectively reifying or repeating past housing mixes that were effectively imposed by governments and pretending that those are a reflection of what people want, or some kind of naturalistic process, rather than just the fact that the province and municipalities were making it hard to do other forms of intensification.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just recognizing that we still have quite a few delegates. I did have one brief follow-up question, if you could try to be succinct. We've heard today a number of delegates speak to that if we don't expand the urban boundary in Hamilton and sacrifice our farmland, that we will therefore cause farmland to be lost elsewhere. From your legal perspective of the provincial planning policy, from a municipal decision-making process, how does that fit in?
So there are two ways to answer that question. So first of all, it comes back to the point, the key misapprehension that all of the pro-sprawl delegates are pitching is that we are not going to build those houses within the existing settlement area boundary. This issue of leapfrogging only arises if you do not fix the exclusionary zoning problem in Hamilton. And we're proposing that the same housing mix be accommodated within the existing settlement area boundary. So there is a net zero impact or there's no possibility of it causing this leapfrogging. But secondly, it's worth noting, so environmental defense, and I myself was one of the drafters of the joint policy ask of all the major environmental NGOs of all the provincial parties, including the current provincial government. And one of the policy asks that we are making is that, between now and the next election or after the next election, there be a change to growth planning in those outlying municipalities as well. So that the same settlement area boundary constraints, the same prohibitions on outward sprawl apply to all municipalities in this larger region, specifically to cut off this leapfrogging problem. So it is a very perverse sort of argument to say that we just must acquiesce to this pattern of leapfrogging, just as we imposed these restrictions to prevent it previously, just as we created the Greenbelt. We just simply need to tackle those municipalities. And that is an express policy request of the provincial government. And we're optimistic that it'll happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. I now have Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair Pearson. I just premised my question to you is I feel like Dr. Mike Moffat is becoming the Jane Jacobs in that selectively plucked from to support our own maybe theses, and I hope I'm not going to do that, but I took a peek, solicitor, and I know that both you and I follow Mike, and I'm going to guess that we probably do a little bit more than that. We read everything he's ever written and published and probably watched his stuff. So I'm getting a little, how shall I word it, interested of the plucking from Mr. Moffat's findings, in which he doesn't just write about, drive until you can buy. He writes about the importance on these issues of Bank of Canada policy. He writes about floodplains. He writes about the importance of affordability. He writes a lot about climate change and the impact on city planning. He writes about transit. He absolutely writes about the unspoken thing that developers won't talk, and that is the importance of real wages and housing prices. And he writes about energy policy and energy costs. So with that in mind, I don't know how long you have been with us today, but there was reference to Mr. Moffat in his methodology. I think you're familiar with it. So I was wondering if you had anything to respond to further inform us on that methodology, the richness of it, please.
To be very frank, I was struck and amused by the way that Dr. Moffat's analysis was being referred to by both Mike Collins Williams and I believe it was Mr. Fothergill. So first of all, everything you've said about the larger analysis that Mike Moffat engages in, that is true, right? The actual land supply question, and more specifically, even the housing supply question, is only one small piece of Mike Moffat's analysis. But something was said, well, this is the piece that is within the control of municipal government. So let's focus on that. And the reality is that several presenters today have misconstrued what Mike Moffat actually says. So first of all, the assessment that we need more housing for families, that is what Mike Moffat says. And the observation of the problem that people are driving till they qualify sometimes, that is also an observation of Mike Moffat. But they selectively omit the other part of what Mike Moffat says about these things, which I've actually inquired with him about. So first of all, when Mike Moffat says we need more more family housing, he is using an entirely different measure of what family housing is than the land needs assessment methodology is premised on, and which Hamilton's land need assessment is premised on. And if you used Mike Moffat's measure of what family housing it is, there would be no question that staff would be recommending a zero land need. And that is because Moffat includes everything from single family and semi-detached houses, all the way through townhouses, stacked towns, and apartments in 4-story walk-ups. They're all part of this same demand category. So he's talking about apartments. When he says we need to create more supply, he's including in that, he's saying it's fine if that supply takes the form of a 4-story walk-up apartment with 8 units in it, or so that is expressly contrary to the premise of all the analysis, which leads to the conclusion that any land needs to be added. Frankly, we wouldn't even be eating up our greenfield, the existing DGFA, if we use that approach. So that's the first one. The second point, all of these observations about Moffat saying people will drive until they can afford a home, drive until they qualify, all of that is intended as a critique of refusal to do what we're asking Hamilton to do now, which is to rezone existing built-up areas to produce these, well, for our purposes, because the land use assessment methodology requires it, to produce more single and semi-detached homes within the existing built-up area, but within Moffat's methodology, also to allow things like 3- and 4-story walk-ups, all much more widely through the built-up area. So when he says people will drive until they qualify, he is saying unless you do what I'm asking Hamilton to do, unless you change the zoning bylaws to intentionally generate new units, then people will end up driving till they qualify. Now that is a premise. So part of the problem. So I'm also making the same advocacy with the City of Toronto, asking them to increase the amount of housing supply within their existing neighborhoods, which would reduce supply. But we're required to deal under the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. We are required to assume that we're going to need as many new or accommodate as many new people as the province says we're going to need. So even within that framework, then the question is, it's up to Hamilton to ensure, to do what Mike Moffat is saying, and loosen up controls and also tighten up controls in some way, in a way that is designed to produce more housing units within existing Yellow Belt neighborhoods rather than larger housing units. And frankly, that also means placing some restrictions on these McMansion developments. So that means you don't drive up the land values at the same time. This is a little bit, this is extending beyond a little bit what Mike Moffat says, but there's a concern that if you upzone property, you'll drive up the land values. That is easily remedied, and other municipalities have done this by also cracking down on those McMansion housing developments, even as you make it easier to build a semi-detached home or or 2 singles or some townhouses on that same lot. So you rearrange the path of least resistance so that it leads to more houses rather than just larger ones.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very helpful. I asked this previously, and the answer is still outstanding. And given that you have a provincial lens, I'm wondering if you know the answer. Do you have a sense of how many, whether it be hectares or acres, is sitting across the Greater Toronto Hamilton area that is open to development but is not being developed?
Yes. So this is actually sort of an interesting phenomenon. So I just had the table open, so I apologize if I'm off by 1,000. I seem to have closed it and I can't reopen the window. But I believe that the figure was something like 88,000 acres of land that are already. This is even not factoring in the current municipal comprehensive review process. But within the same housing market that Hamilton is a part of now, there are 88,000 acres of land sitting unused, even though they have been open for development for years now. And so what this means, and please, councillors, if you would pause, I realize I've been going on, but please take note, councillors. I'm saying that land supply is not in any way responsible for constraints on single-family housing supply in the outlying areas of municipalities. The problem, the real issue for affordability, is that it is hard to build houses under our current rules in the places where people actually want to live, the existing neighborhoods. So so you're not going to, it's like there's so much slack in the rope already. You can't push a rope. There is so much more land already on the market now within the GTAH that adding more land is not going to have any effect on supply or any effect on housing prices. Not just a little effect, it's not going to have any effect. And please remember that the folks proposing or supporting settlement area boundary expansion, I think all of them to one have premised their argument for settlement area boundary expansion based on the idea of people being displaced from Toronto and Peel to Hamilton. So it's not endogenous demand that we're talking about. We're talking about Hamilton as just one little piece in this larger regional market in which there are already 88,000 acres of land just sitting around being unused. We could burn through, we could triple, I think more than double the rate of sprawl all across the Greater Golden Horseshoe for the next 30 years and still not use up the supply of land that's already released. So you're not, there is no argument that you need to add more land supply in order to meet regional housing demand.
Thank you. Chair, do I have time for an additional question?
Councillor, we're not timing the questions of the delegates, so.
Okay, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I'm going to take that as a go. Solicitor, just simply for me, can you simply answer the question of just bringing in more lands will make housing more affordable?
I had a very, very simple answer, perhaps simpler than you want. The answer is no. Absolutely no. Heck no. That will not happen. And in fact, what will happen is that developers will develop those units at the highest price point they can get. They will sit on those lands until they can get very high price at this point. In all likelihood, those lands, the new homes, will be more expensive than legacy housing units that are already available.
Thank you. I appreciate your delegation. Thank you for the information.
Thank you, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Solicitor Potham, for being here today and for the thoroughness of what you're bringing to the discussion today. I think you touched on this a little bit in the previous questions by Councillor Wilson, but I wanted to hear a little bit more about, you had mentioned that the city already has a large unused supply of designated greenfield that has been already designated for development. And you had also mentioned something about, if we were to mandate this land to be developed at a higher intensity or higher density, that would be a recommendation. Can you speak to that a little bit more? And I think it was partly covered in what Councillor Wilson said, but I just want to make sure I understood it thoroughly. Thank you.
Sure. So keep in mind, the published information from the city is a couple of years out of date, but as of 2019, as of that time, there were roughly 4,500 acres of land supply left in the designated greenfield area of Hamilton. I don't doubt that it's smaller since then over the last couple of years, but not gone. And the land needs assessments, which consultants have used to argue that Hamilton needs even more greenfield land. They're based on the assumption that this already approved or already opened up greenfield land would be developed at densities that are far less even than the bare minimum that was legally required by the province prior to the summer of 2020. The city can and should mandate that this land be developed only at densities of 90 to 100 people and jobs per hectare that are typical of Southern Ontario's best ground-related residential neighborhoods. So I just want to underline what we're talking about: 90 to 100 people and jobs per hectare. I think people assume that this means, high-rise development or tall buildings in existing neighborhoods. I live in a low-rise neighborhood that it's a mix of singles, semis, townhouses, and the density around here is roughly 130 people and jobs per hectare. Actually, it's 130 residents per hectare. So this neighborhood with those densities has a majority, most trips, I think it's 50 to 60% of trips, if not, depending on whether you're talking about commutes, up to 70% of the trips are made using non-automobile means. So if you look all across the Greater Golden Horseshoe, if you want to tackle carbon emissions, if you want to make it possible, forget pushing people to get out of cars, make it possible for people to get out of cars, you've got to reach these densities of 90 to 100 people and jobs per hectare. And yet, even on the greenfield land, absurdly, staff are proposing, even for the new greenfield land, only 77 people and jobs per hectare. And on the old greenfield land, they're proposing to just leave it untouched because it's too much bother to go and revisit it. This is not consistent with the way that land use assessment is supposed to go, which is that you go to the wall, you do everything, you squeeze out every possible use of the land you already have, even if it's inconvenient, even if it means going back and revisiting decisions you've made before and changing them. You've got to do that before you add an inch of land to the boundary. And that's what staff should be doing. They should be using every hook and crook to increase the densities of both the existing designated greenfield area to 90 or 100 people and jobs.
Stop. Phil, I'm going to step in because I think you've reiterated a number of times, and I'm really concerned of time. I believe we have better than 20 more delegations ahead and 24 videos. So if I could please just rein in your answers, I'd appreciate that. Councillor Nan, did you have another question?
I think I got my answer. My final question was around those density targets and how they correlate to another council priority, which is the declaration of a climate emergency. And I think you've just touched on it. So thank you, Solicitor.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry if I was misunderstood. I enjoy listening to this individual. I just wanted to make sure that there's time for everyone else. Anyway, a very, very, very learned individual, and I've enjoyed some of the comments he's made. The question I have is, my study is marketing and economics and commerce. You're a lawyer, and you got into a lot of numbers. And one of the comments you made, I always believed in supply and demand. So for example, if you got a lot of supply of any housing stock, that will lower the pricing of and affordability, create affordability. You're saying that's not true. So I don't defy gravity, so I need to understand how you come to that conclusion.
Phil, we can't hear you.
Sorry, that is, I think Councilor, the Honourable Councillor, misheard what I said. What I said was that land supply is not now a constraint on housing supply. So increasing the supply of land is not going to increase the supply of housing because it's essentially you're pushing a rope. We already have a huge amount of slack in the system, a lot of land supply that's already released. I said it's around 88,000 acres at last count in the region. The demand that you're talking about coming into Hamilton, it's regional demand. It's not local endogenous demand for housing. And so, the entire market is what you're looking at. And so that means that, adding more land is not going to drive down the price because it's a regional market for land, and the land is not limiting how much housing can build. And specifically, in this case, we're talking about, in any case, building exactly the same number of houses, the same number of single-family homes under both options, the same number of semi-detached homes under both options, the same number of townhouses under both options. So there is no difference in supply between the option that I'm proposing, the no urban boundary expansion option, and the ambitious density option, as long as you tackle the exclusionary zoning issue, which is what every speaker on the no urban boundary expansion option side has urged you to do.
I'm
Thank you.
support of that. The last question I have is, one of the areas that you would think that you would have the highest density and support for is around regional traffic and what's called the influence area. And so that's like the GO Transit system. We've had three developers leave Hamilton because the neighborhood wasn't prepared to take such density. We're looking at 60,000 to be absorbed in the downtown. The neighborhoods have already said that enough is enough. We go into our neighborhoods, we try to bring infill in that's higher density than what's already there. The neighborhood says, no, too much. Traffic's already bad. We don't need people looking into our backyards. So we get a lot of complaints from the current residents living in it. They don't want this. It's pretty clear from all the applications that come in so far. You're indicating we force them to support this infill?
So to be clear, you mentioned, your background is in marketing and commerce. So we actually have commissioned large scale polling, digging into these concerns that residents have. What are they willing to accept? What are they not willing to accept? And I'll admit, there's not, we know for various reasons that there's not a difference between Hamilton and say Halton and other parts of the greater Golden Horseshoe. So this is not a Hamilton specific poll. But what we show is that people are willing to accept intensification. They're willing to accept single and semi-detached homes within their neighborhood being added. They're willing to accept laneway and garden suites. They're willing to accept townhouses. Now, the only reason that we're even talking about settlement area boundary expansion is because we're saying we can't find a place to put single and semi-detached homes. There's no problem finding places to put the high-rise and mid-rise. We're not talking about building more high-rise and mid-rise. We're talking about building the same kind of housing that people are fine with adding to their existing neighborhoods. So that's the first thing. So we find overwhelming support.
Sorry, can I interrupt just there for a moment on that issue? So I have Magnolia, it's all semi-detached and is a mix. And what's happening with the semi-detached is you're getting more than one family living in the semi-detached. You probably end up with 4 or 5 families living in both sides and so forth is what's happening. And it's using the infrastructure not in the way it was designed in the context of parking cars and the impact on values of single family homes in the same specific areas. So the pragmatic issue for me is people don't want it in their neighborhood, period.
Councillor, I apologize, but I'm going to go back to, we have time constraints. We're not debating back and forth.
I'm not debating, I'm trying, how do you overcome it? That's the question.
Okay, so I don't believe he's going to answer that we can overcome it. I think he's going to come back to the same position that he's been taking. We can meet the growth in the current area. We're just going in circles. I understand, but I want to rein this in, okay?
I do have one piece of information that was missing, which is that what was found is that when it is linked to, when there's a direct correlation, in order to avoid settlement area boundary expansion, we will allow the intensification. There's a much more favorable disposition among people towards it. When it's just, oh, you're giving a land to developers, when there's not the connection by saying no in agricultural land and saying yes in order to do the trade-off, people are willing to accept the trade-off. People are not willing to accept both together. And this is part of the reason why this business of, oh, we can intensify and extend the settlement area boundary is nonsense. Because you
Okay,
have
Phil,
to.
I'm going to have to rein you in, sir. You've answered it. Okay. I apologize, but I think we've been over an hour on your presentation alone. Thank you for that. And I'm going to ask that you vacate the gallery, and I'm going to ask if Don McLean is present. And for committee members' indulgence, Don McLean has requested to speak on item 8.2 for 5 minutes and to speak on item 8.3 for 5 minutes. So Don, if you're in the gallery, I'll ask you to connect in, and you're going to speak on 8.2 first. We can't hear you, Don. Sorry.
I've hit the
This is
unmute.
Yes,
It should
this
be
is.
You've got it now?
We can hear you now, and you're speaking to 8.2, which is the final land needs assessment and addendum and peer review results. That's what you're speaking to first. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair Pearson and Council, for accommodating me and accommodating all the other speakers today. Let me begin with wow. As you know, I've been watching Council for a long time. And what is taking place here today and what has taken place here over the last few months is entirely unprecedented. Today, I'm looking at the agenda. My count is 700 letters and 80 delegations. This is a sea change. This is a dramatic shift in my community, and I'm over the moon about it. This is what we need to have in terms of community engagement. Until recently, as you know, many of you councillors may have been known mainly for or in relation to leaking sewer tanks. It is great to see people participating here on a subject that is critical to the community, which you can do something about, and it's great to see that you are fully engaged in doing that. Thank you for providing residents of this city the opportunity to participate in deciding how this community will grow over the next 30 years. Thank you for recognizing that the virtual consultation carried out by staff back in February was not adequate, and ordering staff to reach out with a mail-in survey. And you have seen the results of that. That was a unanimous decision by council in March. And it's a decision you should be congratulated for. And the results show that people are prepared to participate and participate very effectively. And if there was some doubt that it was just filling out a survey, then the results of the delegation list and the letters in this meeting, as well as what we saw back in March, make that clear that we have real participation going on. That is a fabulous improvement for our community, and it speaks well of what we can accomplish. You now have a deeply engaged public that clearly cares about the future of the community, and I think they always did, but they just didn't have the opportunity to participate so fully. And I think they can be counted on to help make it happen, this growth strategy, in the best way possible. So congratulations to all the councillors. Thank you for the attention you're paying to this. Thank you for listening. Thank you for not being cowed by a provincial minister dumping an op-ed into the local newspaper, and actually being prepared to thoroughly examine this question and do so in public and do so in full engagement with delegates and participants. That said, let me put one caveat on that. If you don't make a final decision today, there are good reasons. And those are wrapped up with a process that is itself abusive, a provincial deadline that is totally unrealistic, that doesn't allow for the community to fully examine how to address the issue of 30 years of growth that is being tossed at it by the provincial government. And irrespective of whether those numbers are correct or not, that imposition on a very short time frame is simply unfair and unreasonable. And as a result, we end up in a situation like this meeting where, as I said, we have this enormous number of participants, both as delegates and as people who've written letters. And I was watching the letters come up. Last night there were 325. Today there are 700. I'm assuming that most of you have not had an opportunity to read them, or certainly have not had an opportunity to read all of them. But really, when a resident sits down and writes a letter, that's one of the responsibilities, I think, of councillors. So it is really problematic that we have this process of jamming in a whole lot of things into one meeting, both an evaluation, which is what I want to speak to next, as well as the results of the survey, as well as a peer review, as well as one item after another that's been added into this agenda. And it is really unrealistic to expect to be out of here much before tomorrow afternoon. So thank you for your work and for your participation in this, and my sympathies to that. But I think that's been forced on us. Both the staff have been forced to do this, and you've been forced into this by the fact that we have a process that is far too short timeline to do the proper job of figuring out how we want the community to grow over the next 30 years. And I'll stop there. Thank you, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you,
And
Donna.
you
And that's why I brought my sleeping bag and pillow.
and I'm
Yes,
willing to take questions on that, but I'm not sure there's a
I
lot of
don't see anyone in the delegation chat. So if you'd like to go into your comments with regards to 8.3, sir, and that was with regards to the How Should Hamilton Grow evaluation, please.
Okay. So as you know, I took some interest in this when the evaluation framework was first unveiled in early August without public consultation, and council responded by ordering 10 days of public consultation. I submitted a 5,000 word essay, I think, a fair commentary. I didn't get much response to that, but we now see the results of this evaluation process. I recall, and I went back and checked, that council actually directed not only the consultation take place, but that staff come back with the results of the consultation and report that to GIC. And as far as I can make out, that has never happened. So maybe that's what is seen by the results overall of Dylan's evaluation, having gone through that evaluation framework. The text of the conclusion, there's a number of problems with this, but the basic message of the report that Dylan has prepared is that Doug Ford is in charge and nothing else really matters. And you can see that in their conclusion, in which they state, and I quote, "The fundamental difference between the two growth options is that growth option 2 does not conform to the province's land needs methodology and is unlikely to produce an outcome where the city is able to achieve its growth forecast allocated under the growth plan. Conformity with the province's growth plan policies is a fundamental aspect of the municipal comprehensive review process." So I would suggest that, I think they're wrong on that, and I think the previous speaker made that pretty clear, but I would suggest that the fix was in before we actually got to evaluating these two options and fairly examining which one is going to result in which impact to us. That comes up in a number of ways. This is there's a number of significant errors in here. For example, Dylan seems to think that Sinkhole Creek is part of the Hamilton Region Conservation Authority and somehow drains into Hamilton Harbor, when in fact it is part of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and it drains away from our water and sewer system. And so any development that takes place there, much of Elfridia is within that, is going to require us to pump things uphill, particularly pumping sewage uphill. That's an extra cost that they didn't include because they were unfamiliar with the local geography. The main piece I want to speak to on this is the municipal finance category, which I've talked about many times before. The fact that we have an enormous accumulated shortfall in the maintenance of our existing infrastructure. Note that the way in which they've calculated that this infrastructure will be cheaper for expansion of the urban boundary than not expansion of the urban boundary has a very large gap in it. They actually say, I got another voice coming in, sorry.
Sorry.
It is
Go ahead.
defined by the consideration as the cost to provide new infrastructure in greenfield areas are lower in comparison to existing. That leaves out a whole lot. It leaves out the fact that we already have existing infrastructure and gives no value to it. It also leaves out the fact that while it is expensive to renew and replace existing infrastructure, we don't have a choice. We are not going to decide that most of our city is no longer going to have water and sewer and roads. If they deteriorate to the point where they have to be repaired, they have to be repaired. And that's a cost that we have to bear, irrespective of whether we expand the urban boundary or not. And the evaluation that they have made ignores that. And it ignores the value of the existing infrastructure. Yes, it's cheaper to build new infrastructure. It's cheaper to build houses out on farm fields as well. But that doesn't mean that that's the best option from municipal finance perspective. And as part of their missing of the Sinkhole Creek, they say that there's no difference between the amount of, and I'll quote this again, there appears to be no difference in pumping and treatment requirements between the two growth options. And there are a number of other things. I see my time is pretty much up, so I won't pursue this further. It's unfortunate that this evaluation, which I think is a very significant, important study that should be done and should have been done long ago as we've considered how to grow, has been essentially shortchanged, put into a situation where it's a hoop to jump through and it's been dealt with that way. And instead of having an answer to these, to this question in a real way, we have instead something which I think is very sloppy and hasn't had an opportunity to be evaluated by you. Thanks.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate that. And Councillor Farr, you had a question of Mr. McLean?
Real quick through you, Don, thank you. If the fix was in, as you said, if it is in, and it very may well be, and you're referring to the province, and you just came out of sharing some of the highlights of the minister's rare op-ed or one that caught a lot of us by surprise. So if the fix was in, through you and with your expertise, how do you fix that? How do you fix the fix being in?
Well, I'm not nearly as much of an expert to answer that question as the previous speaker, who I think answered it pretty thoroughly. Even within what appears to be the wishes of the provincial minister, the actual rules don't back him up. And that you have a full option of ensuring that even if we don't have a need for the number of single-family ground-related homes that Mr. Lorius has assumed, we can meet that need anyway. We can do that within the existing boundary. And I would defer to, as I said, the previous speaker and others who've gone into this in a much more detailed way. We have a lot of our community which has been zoned in a way that prevents much development in that direction and instead creates a situation where if I want to do something to the house I just bought, the really best option I can come up with financially and otherwise is to turn it into a monster house. And that isn't the way we want our community to grow. I don't think it's the way you want the community to grow. So I think there's lots of options out there. Unfortunately, as part of this jammed agenda, staff haven't had the opportunity or haven't taken up the opportunity to thoroughly examine how exactly would we increase the density? How would we get a 60% intensification rate, for example, in ambitious density? Mr. Lorius thinks that's impossible. So how do we get there? And I think that's an answer that council needs to have and has not been answered, has not been provided, certainly by the staff reports. It's something that they didn't have time to do or didn't think that they had to do. I'm not sure what, but it leaves us in a position of a bit shooting in the dark. I think it's safe to say no boundary expansion. I think you're in a position to make that decision today, but there's lots more work to do to work out how exactly that will be accomplished and to meet the real demands for growth that if they are real to the extent that they are.
So we got to defend ourselves with some facts should we choose to go in the direction of option 2, is what I'm hearing you say. And, you know, with the limited time, as you also rightly point out, to do that, to work on that fix being in, to counter that fix. And yes, I did listen to Phil intently, and I've read some of his stuff prior to. And the one thing you didn't mention, but you're right, he did offer his own explanation to certainly countering, you know, the provincial perspective, and we're the creature of the province, obviously, as you know, Don, but he not only said we can do it with option 2, but he actually pointed out, and I jotted it down, that option 2 is actually the only growth that meets provincial policy, which I found interesting. So yeah, I appreciate that, Don. I always enjoy. I don't always agree with you, and I know you don't always agree with me, but I've always appreciated your decades of engagement, for sure. Thank you. I often agree with you, though, if that helps.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Johnson. Did you wish to ask a question of Mr. McLean?
Actually, just one quick question. Don, you and I have spoke about this before. Could you please just enlighten everyone what Durham said to the province when the province said you had to expand?
I'm relying on a staff report that went before Durham Council a month or 2 ago, in which they said we informed the province that we cannot meet the deadlines of finalizing our response to the growth plan, the growth plan for 30 years by the deadlines. And the province verbally through their staff had said, that's okay, do the best you can.
Thank you. I just want to leave you on that note.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Johnson. And we're going to continue to forge forward. Just doing a count on the number of presenters we have. We've got another 2 hours minimum ahead of us, and that's not including the videos, which is another 24 videos coming up. Just giving everyone a heads up. I have Chris Krucker, if you're in the gallery, please, of Manoram Farm. Chris Krucker or Krucker, my apologies for if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. I don't see him, Madam Clerk. Do you see Chris in the gallery at all?
No, I don't at this moment, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So maybe we'll go back to the next. We're down to Ben, and then I'll.
Yeah, we'll come back to Chris then if he's out there and hears this. We will call back on him at the end. So I'm going to now go to Ben Lowith of Joe Lowith and Sons Farms. Ben, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. Committee members, councillors, the staff, first of all, thank you very much for having me speak today. It's been incredibly interesting. Let me start by saying the obvious. I'm not a civil engineer or an urban planner. I'm a third-generation dairy farmer in Copetown, and I will try very hard to keep my comments limited to my own family's experiences and areas of expertise. My concerns are twofold. Firstly, the effect that an increasing perimeter will have on the urban-rural relationship. And secondly, that the inevitable further expansion that will occur if a hard line is not drawn here today. My grandparents, Joe and Minna, came to Canada as refugees in 1938 from Czechoslovakia. They worked on a farm in Mount Hope for 9 years before buying our present farm in Copetown in 1947. When choosing a location to raise a family, my grandparents always maintained that the house can be renovated, the barns can be torn down and rebuilt, but the land will always remain the same. It's the one thing that you can't change. And the 69% of Class 1 land that is slated for development is an unreplaceable natural revenue-generating resource for the city. Our entire farm is located within the Greenbelt, but this conversation will still have an effect on our business. As the rural-urban boundary gets pushed further away, services we depend on become more scarce. It will not come as news that farm equipment dealers now sell more riding lawnmowers for estates than farm equipment. When my grandparents bought this property, Trinity Road was easily navigated and farm equipment shared the road with the locals. That same road now has over 15,000 vehicles a day, making it extremely dangerous to take farm equipment for our farm to the fields. Our farm has grown in that time as well. Equipment has become bigger. There has become more of a reliance on custom operators who have specialized skills and equipment, and our staff has grown from a single full-time employee to a team of 30. As the farm has grown, so too have our interactions with our neighbors. Our neighbors, good people who have an equal right to enjoy their properties, frequently make requests of us regarding dust, manure application, pesticide use, and mud tracked onto the road. We attempt to accommodate their concerns as best we can, and I'm proud of the relationships that we've built. If the urban boundary is pushed farther out, it will create even more conflicts between the rural community and the urban population. A larger urban perimeter can only result in more points of contact between the agricultural and urban community. And while people love driving through the countryside on a Sunday to see fields of corn and sunflowers, they are not so keen to be caught behind a cultivator when they are late on their morning commute, or having to take a Friday dinner party inside because manure was just spread on the field across the road. These are the type of phone calls we frequently receive, and I know that some of the councillors here today receive these calls as well. The report commissioned by the city outlines a clear need for accommodating significant growth, and I think everyone that we've heard so far is in agreement on that need, and that the city has a responsibility to plan for that population expansion. In the 20 years that I've been home on the farm, I've witnessed the expansion of Ancaster, Waterdown, Binbrook, Mount Hope, and other communities. The same solution is being applied over and over to the same problem over the decades. Obviously, I'm not going to pretend that the alternative is easy, and that it would need a holistic approach encompassing every part of the city's infrastructure. But the reason cities continue to expand into prime agricultural land isn't because it's the best solution. It's because it's easy, proven, profitable, and the problems that it inevitably creates are someone else's to solve. There's a saying that a farmer doesn't want to buy all the land. He just wants to buy the land that touches his. And it's the same is true of developers. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate that you kept that within the time. And I'm seeing a letter here. Oh, sorry, that's fine. I see no council members wishing to ask questions, Ben, so I'll ask that you vacate. Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
I just asked Ben one question, Madam Chair. May just turn my camera on.
Okay, sorry then. Hang on. I appreciate Councillor Ferguson to hang on. I had Councillor Jackson wave his hand before you started speaking, so I'll recognize Councillor Jackson, and then I'll come to you, sir. Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Pearson. I appreciate that. So nice to see you again, Mr. Lowith. I believe you're not a stranger to delegating before council and speaking at times like this of important issues. So, Mr. Lowith, can you further educate me? You're out in Copetown, by the way. Thank you for all the dairy products you put on my family's table. Much appreciated, sincerely. Help me further understand that the proposal by staff is in the 3 white belt block areas of Elfrida, 20 Road East, 20 Road West. I think 20 Road West only goes as far as proposed as far as Glancaster Road. And I get the geography of where Copetown is out there off 52 Highway. Help me understand your point about even if we were to hypothetically approve the 3 white belt block areas, with the closest one to you, 20 Road West, you were worried about further encroachment. I see still a large geography between 20 Road West and where you are, but help me further understand that, Ben, please, through you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you, through the chair. Honestly, that side of the encroachment doesn't affect our farm directly because we are in the green belt. That creates its own problems when we're trying to expand our infrastructure on the farm. But my point on the encroachment is that as the perimeter of the urban divide increases, as we push further and further into the countryside, just from a sheer linear kilometers, the larger that perimeter is, the more contact you're going to have between the urban community and the rural community. So if you just think of if you were to simplify it and think of the city as a perfect circle, as that circle gets bigger and bigger, that perimeter gets larger and larger, and there's just going to be more points of contact between people living in subdivisions and those that are trying to farm right across the road, wherever that road happens to be. So from our perspective, directly on our farm, we're protected by the green belt. We certainly see increasing traffic because we're right on Highway 52. Like I said, my grandfather actually remembers it being a gravel road, and now we've got 15,000 cars a day going by there. But in terms of that encroachment, I'm more thinking of the other farmers that are not impacted by the encroachment now that will be if this policy goes forward.
Really appreciate that explanation, Mr. Lowith. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks and welcome, Ben. You know, the Lois run a very, very, very large dairy operation. I've had the privilege of being there a number of times, meeting Ben and his father and uncle. And I think Ben answered my question. He's in the green belt, and so he isn't affected by this, and won't be probably for a long, long, long time, because there's no desire at any level of government to expand the green belt. I just want to make sure that Ben, did you understand that whether we pick the mixture of expansion urban boundary and taking the intensification up by 50%, we have to get to 500, 800,000 people. So I don't think it's going to reduce the number of cars, regardless of what we pick out on Highway 52. And I certainly know how dangerous that road is because it's come a lot busier, although Councillor Pursuta got that roundabout built at Jerseyville Road, which I think calmed the traffic a lot and the accident rates are down. But there's no question that the equipment's getting bigger and heavier. And I want to publicly thank you also for listening to neighbors when they have concerns. You mentioned that councillors hear the same thing, and you're right, I do. But you've been very responsive. So other than those two corrections about the green belts, you're not under risk, and we're going to 800,000 people according to the province, regardless of which option we pick. Do you understand that, Ben?
Through the chair, no, I do understand that, and certainly, you know, we're so close to the urban center where our farm is, even though we're in the green belt. If anything, the intensification of the urban area will make on our own farm will probably make things worse if we're looking at intensifying the urban center. But honestly, I'm really more concerned with the farms in the area that have not had to deal with what we've had to deal with in the past that would then become exposed to that. So no, I do understand where we are specifically with respect to this issue, but I still feel that it's that we need to minimize those interactions for the farms that are in the new development areas. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for coming on.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I see no further speakers. And thank you, Ben. I'm going to ask now if Ann Washington, Association of Dundas Churches, is in the gallery. Ann, would you please join us?
I'm trying to get my video up.
Thank you.
There we are. No, there we are. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Well, to start off, I've learned an awful lot today. Great. So hello, Deputy Mayor Pearson and councillors. I'm Ann Washington, a resident of Hamilton and a member of the Association of Dundas Churches, on whose behalf.
And I'm sorry to stop you. I'm getting feedback. I'm not sure if your mic may be too close, Madam Clerk.
Yes, to you, Madam Deputy Mayor. She was in WebEx twice, so now that she's speaking, I've actually just expelled the other one, so that will stop.
Thank you. I apologize, Ann. We were getting feedback. You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So anyway, yes. Anyway, I'm speaking on behalf this afternoon of the Association of Dundas Churches. Today, it's a fact that one of our planet's greatest existential threats is climate change. So we congratulate you formally for declaring a climate emergency. Now you have an opportunity to actively support your declaration. Within the context of climate change, and with the recognition and responsibility that we have to protect and be stewards of the planet, today I will address 6 of the issues that support our association's decision to ask you not to expand the urban boundary. Cars, they contribute to this crisis. Sprawling into the diminishing agricultural lands perpetuates car culture, which increases greenhouse gases and pollution. Conversely, by not expanding the boundary and instead intensifying within the city's present boundary, providing efficient public transit, walkways and bicycle routes, you can help hasten the shift away from our reliance on driving those private vehicles. Affordable housing, it's acute and it's getting worse. Is the solution to build more expensive single-family homes on green fields that will serve a few? Or is it wiser and fairer to develop other options, including missing middle housing, which will help accommodate the anticipated population growth, reduce the need to build new supporting infrastructure, and make affordable housing more affordable for many people? Hey, and what about food security? It's obvious that climate change will lead to food insecurity, and that imported food will become much more expensive. In response, surely we must become more self-sufficient in our food production. Doesn't it therefore make sense to protect the diminishing farmlands locally and elsewhere in Canada and support the farmers and the agricultural workers upon whom we so heavily depend? Essential infrastructure. Well, rather than building new expensive infrastructure, which would be needed to accommodate that sprawl, surely replacing and rehabilitating our aging sanitary and stormwater collection and treatment centres is a better option. As you know, climate change results in more frequent and larger stormwater volumes, and this requires that we place our attention and our resources on maintaining and expanding our existing systems to prevent flooding and overflow that pollutes the local waterways and indeed Coop's Paradise. Timelines. Well, considering that it has been declared a climate emergency, should we not question if a 30-year planning timeline is a reasonable response? Would 10 years be more appropriate to face the challenges before us? And the last one, democracy in action. Well, you've seen it. It's been talked about today, and you have got the results of those citizens that want you to have no boundary expansion. Please listen. In conclusion, as representatives of the people of Hamilton, you each of you has an opportunity to make a choice. You can increase the wealth of developers at the expense of our environment, or you can intensify within that current boundary, and there is space, and provide a variety of climate-conscious homes for many people. Sprawl is simply unsustainable. We need a new paradigm, a more compact, livable, walkable, green city. Mr. Mayor, councillors, you have the power and the responsibility to help provide that. Please vote no urban expansion. People living in Hamilton today and for the generations to come, they'll thank you. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Anne. You're within the 5 minutes. I see no questioners. I'm going to move on then to Ian Borsuk. Ian, if you're in the gallery with Environment Hamilton.
Thank you, Council, for accepting my delegation today. I'll just start off by saying I'm a 30-year-old renter who rents in Ward 1 with me and my partner, and we have a downstairs neighbor, and we share our yard with her. As an environmentalist and as someone who's been watching this council meeting this entire day since 9:30 this morning, I've rewritten my delegation a few times as a lot of really great points have been made by folks much better than I could have ever done so. And in fact, I've learned quite a bit watching all these delegations today. And in fact, I want to echo Don McLean's comments that I'm ecstatic to see so much engagement, knowledgeable engagement by Hamiltonian residents on an issue that is, at its core, a climate change issue. As Dr. Jim Quinn referenced, former Environmental Commissioner of Ontario, Diane Sachs, who was fired by the current provincial administration, has called urban sprawl our tar sands within Ontario. And it's been very clear to me how clear that relationship is. It not just in that urban sprawl is what drives most of our emissions within Ontario and within the city of Hamilton, but also because precisely the exact same power structures are at play with how the tar sands and how the oil industry is able to keep us in a stranglehold globally, sending over 500 delegates to COP26 just this weekend, more than any individual country, and able to keep us addicted to oil because they are afraid of ultimately giving up future profits. We are dealing with a development industry that in Toronto was opposed to inclusionary zoning there. And then here, the development industry is telling us, well, because Toronto's not as densifying, people are moving here and they need to be moving even further. The argument that if we don't expand our boundary, that someone else will, is the exact same argument that the oil industry makes about our tar sands in Alberta, in that if we don't extract the oil, someone else will. It'll be Saudi Arabia that extracts it. Oh, is that what you want? These are false dichotomies that are being made. It's ultimately at the end of the day, and forgive me for this, I was an undergraduate in philosophy now almost a decade ago. Harry G. Frankfurt, who's a philosophy professor emeritus from Princeton University, wrote a really great book, and it's actually called On Bullshit. And he defines BS as not necessarily lying, but ignoring the truth. And the truth of the matter is that if we expand the urban boundary, we're going to make climate change worse. We're going to make the infrastructure deficit worse. We're going to make it harder to deliver public transit and stormwater infrastructure to the people of Hamilton that are either going to be living in Alfreda lands or they're currently living in the city of Hamilton. We have to stay firm on the urban boundary and do the right thing. In 20, 30, 40 years, this is a decision that will haunt Hamilton for a very long time. And I really hope that you agree with me that Hamilton needs to be on the right side of history for this and be ready for a fight, because the people of Hamilton are telling you today that we're ready to fight with you and we're ready to push for the right thing. But we need you to take the step today, after the next few hours of delegations, to make the right decision for the future of Hamilton and the future of the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Well within time. Appreciate that. I see no questioners. I will now go to William Charles Farkas. William, if you're there, please join us in the gallery.
Yeah, hello. Am I there?
We can't see you as yet, William.
Right, got it there.
There we are. Thank you.
Okay, hello. I'm a professor, teacher, mathematics, engineering. I started the first IP engineering program in Canada back in 1994. I live in Westdale and I'm retired. I'm going to make this really brief. I have to say I've been stunned by the participation here, and I've come to the conclusion that COVID's not all bad. It brought us this WebEx event, and I've been blown away by democracy at work. I've really been impressed. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to skip right to a presentation of. Can you see that, or do I have to?
Sir. You have to share your screen.
Okay. So I brought it up?
Not as yet. We're just seeing you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my time's going quickly. Okay. Oh, dear me.
Mr. Farkas?
Yeah.
If you look, it's Stephanie, sorry.
Yeah, hello,
if you look at the bottom of the screen where WebEx is,
yeah.
there'll be a button that says share.
Yeah.
Did you click on share?
I believe I did.
Okay.
Screen one here. Okay, let me ditch it in the interest of my remaining time. So what I'll say is this. I'll say it's pretty obvious that humanity is rapidly approaching a crisis of evolutionary proportions. I know we've all heard it, but the reality of it, I don't think is sunk in yet. Change in climate, changes in the natural order, changes in science, less obvious, but just as real as this opportunity this change will bring. The weather's changing as quickly as AI is moving into our lives. Whoever says we've been here before is not just wrong, they're dangerous because they lure us into apathy just as the perfect storm is engulfing us. Going about the city, I've seen lawn signs calling for an end to urban expansion. On the other hand, you don't see a single lawn sign supporting expansion into farmland, not one. In fact, the very thought of a support the sprawl lawn sign is actually laughable. Yet despite the clear will of the majority of citizens, the sprawl zombie continues to devour our farmland. Some of the best in the country, sprawl like deforestation, is a golden goose being choked to death by developers, land speculators, and banks that refuse to examine the morality of what they're doing. We have to stop this dim slouching thing from any more damage. The ambitious density option, in my opinion, is such an institutional relic from another era, from the carbon era. I've got a few points, I guess, on that I'd like to make. So a bit of frameworks. Given that Hamilton has declared a climate emergency and is committed to being carbon neutral by 2050, these factors have, as they should, strongly influenced the ambitious density expansion program. And the answer to that is no, it has not. The ambitious density program really has used greenwash, but if you look at it, there's no depth to it. There's no real commitment to the idea of carbon reduction. Sprawl is recognized as a factor in carbon emissions. Absolutely it is. I mean, it's just pretty much black. It's reason. You don't even need a lot of studies in order to be able to appreciate that. Increasing urban density requires commitment, consultation, vision, long-term planning, which Hamilton has done. Absolutely not. It is not part of our Geist yet. We still really haven't begun to move on it, to believe that we have to make changes in how we develop, how we progress. If ambitious, no, I won't include that one. The no urban boundary expansion option was not considered by city staff because it failed to satisfy the Ford government's mandate for market assessment and city growth, both of which, in the light of the climate emergency, are rear view metrics. They're both rear view metrics. That was pointed out by other speakers. We can't judge what we want to do next by the measurements of yesterday's environment.
Don't know if he's going to see me.
I'd like to say that, sort of bouncing ahead my points here, those who champion this ambitious density plan, the developers, the land speculators, the staff, whoever they are, who I believe folded to the lobbyists, should commit themselves to a community service of bringing their message of sprawl to the youth of Hamilton. Take it right to the high school, take it to the young people, to help quell their rising despair that the earth is dying while the grown-ups fiddle. And I'm being ironic in saying that, but I mean, honestly, could these people stand in front of the young people today and say, well, yes, sprawl is good and here is why? And I'd point out that if Greta Thunberg were here today and she saw this ambitious density option, I don't think she'd say wonderful, visionary, inspiring, daring, precocious, etc. I think she'd look at it and she'd say blah, blah, blah. She'd curl her lips in disgust and say blah, blah, blah. That's what this thing is. Even as a relatively mature adult, I look at the ambitious density plan and there's blah, blah, blah. There's not love. There isn't commitment. There isn't passion. There's just folding over to the steamrolling forces of, urban development.
Mr. Farkas,
Yeah,
you were past your time, sir.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you.
a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I see no questioners. With committee's indulgence, I've just been advised that Chris Kruker is in the gallery. He was a speaker a few speakers back, so I'm going to allow him to go next. Chris, if you're there, please join us.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We cannot see you, sir. Oh, you're on the phone. Okay, sorry, he's on the phone, everyone.
I think he's muted again, though.
But okay, now we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Chris, I'm going to go ahead. I can hear.
Yep. Oh, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Mayor and Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Kruger. I've been farming for a short period of time, about 25 years, with my wife and my children. And what we've learned over that period of time is that we can be successful growing on a small bit of land, 25 acres. We rent another 50 acres, so we'd be called a small, medium-sized farm. And we're just now, because our children are adults and they've taken over the farm business, at least the vegetable production, that we need to think about buying land. So we're out shopping for land, and as I think everybody knows, farmland prices have gone through the roof. One of the things we need to protect, just like we need to protect our forests and our oceans, is we need to protect the land that is located in the right climate near populations, particularly in Canada, because of our northern climate. So we've been through this 25-year process. Our children are becoming farmers, and we're reversing a trend, which is that in general, farmers are not passing their farms on as much, and there's a demographic issue there. But if we're going to support large farms such as the Lowith Farm or the Spolstras or our Manor Run Farm, our small farm, we're going to have to make sure that there's land available. When I deliver my vegetables, I drive Highway 53, Rymel Road, all the way to Mud, and I'm just surprised at the development out there. And I see now with this plan to expand the urban boundary that it's not going to end, that there's going to be this continuance. I would say that we're at a point where we need to turn around and start to begin to develop a little bit differently. In the past, we thought that building more would help things like the cost of housing. But as we can see, something's happening now with the cost of housing, which is making it difficult for people to live in the inner city and for farmers to live in the outer city. One of the things I learned fairly early on about local food is that because so many people live in the city and so few people in general live in the country, that connection has become difficult. The communication has been a challenge. So I guess my message is that we need to hold on to the farmland. And I echo the three farm organizations that are national. There's the National Farmers Union, the Ontario Farmers Association, and also the Christian Farmers Federation. They all have policies asking cities to stop using land to develop. That's all I really wanted to say, but I wanted to say thank you as well again for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you, sir. Appreciate your being able to catch us and get in on this meeting today. I see no questioners, so I will ask that you vacate the gallery, and I will continue down the list and ask for Gary, I believe it's Gary Tischler of MHBC Planning. If you're in the gallery, please join us, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of committee. Am I coming through okay?
We can see you, yes, sir, and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Jerry Chisler. I'm an associate with MHBC Planning. MHBC acts for Silvestria Investments, which is a family-run business that has been doing development in the city of Hamilton for about 40 years now. And Silvestria does own some lands in the White Belt next to the urban boundary. So we have been actively monitoring the Municipal Comprehensive Review and Grids 2 process and have reviewed the staff reports on today's agenda. We would like to state that we're in support of staff's recommendation to adopt the ambitious density scenario as the preferred community land use scenario to accommodate growth to 2051. We think it's a pragmatic and balanced approach to growth management. The stepwise increase in intensification targets, so going from the 50 to 60 to 70% over that 30-year period between 2021 and 51, is a balanced approach to driving land efficient intensification over the long term, while still accommodating market-based supply of housing. It's important to note that the intensification analysis prepared for the city, which has been mentioned already during today's meeting, indicates that the intensification rate for the past decade has been around 39%, 35 to 39%. And this same analysis goes on to state that achieving even the minimum 50% target requires a dramatic shift in housing mix, where a significant amount of family-oriented households need to choose apartment living over traditional brand-related housing. So this goes to show that the ambitious density scenario is indeed ambitious in the way it deals with growth. Having said all that, we understand obviously there's also support for a no urban boundary expansion scenario, which requires intensification of about 81%. Although we certainly believe strongly that intensification is required over the long term. However, setting an intensification target that does not reflect economic realities will just restrict land supply and result in significant negative consequences. And some of those have already been mentioned already, which most pressing one being housing affordability. At the end of the day, we do live in a market economy, which means we are subject to the laws of supply and demand. And I think the Real Estate Association released a report last week that average house price in Hamilton is about $900,000 now, which is about 30% increase year over year in home prices, which is a major cause of which is a lack of inventory. And such escalations are reflected in the rental market as well. Oxford Economics published a study last month indicating Hamilton was the third least affordable city in Canada when you compare incomes to housing prices, which is quite striking because this is something that we normally think of as a Toronto or Vancouver problem. Those are the markets, with the wild housing markets, but it's very much becoming a reality in Hamilton as well. And lack of supply is time and again mentioned as a cause of the problem. And I'll just mention again the Smart Prosperity Institute, which I think has been mentioned a couple of times already during the delegations, found that Ontario as a whole needs to build about 100,000 homes a year over the next decade to accommodate population growth, whereas about 70,000 are being built currently. So it's a massive gap. It's obviously not all on Hamilton to shoulder, but it does mean that we need to start looking at supply issues seriously. One of the most important ways to do so is by following the policies of the growth plan, which is our growth plan, which does provide us with intensification targets, population forecasts, and methodologies to turn those forecasts into land needs. And this is what the city and its consultants have been doing for the past 4 years or so. And I think it is important that is the basis of decision making when it comes to land needs. That land needs assessment was peer reviewed. On top of that, the province has issued a letter stating that it appears that the ambitious density scenario does conform with the growth plan, whereas the no urban boundary expansion appears not to. So we are of the opinion that, of course, the ambitious density scenario does conform with provincial policy. It will drive intensification over the long term, but continue to plan for market-based needs of housing as well. Just having said all that, we understand that staff are recommending not designating all of the land to 2051 as urban, but instead only to 2031. So in our opinion, this doesn't conform with the growth plan or the land needs methodology, which does require that all lands be designated to 2051, which is the planning horizon. So you recommend that that recommendation be modified and include proper phasing policies to ensure that there is no unplanned growth over that period and it's managed properly. And those are all my comments. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerry. You are right on time. Appreciate that. And I see no questions being requested to you. I will thank you again and ask that you vacate and welcome Dr. Ralph Martin if you're in the gallery, please.
Yes, I'm here. I'd like to share my screen. Can you see my slides?
No, we only see you, sir.
Okay, I'm not, I see it's spinning. Well, let me just start by saying I'm an academic and I've been involved in agricultural research and education at the university level for a long time. I grew up on a farm in Wellington County, so agriculture is in my blood. I'm not sure why you're not seeing the screen, but I'll just go then to some of my first slides. Farmland is the foundation of a sustainable food system, and that is based on healthy soil, clean air and water, minimal waste and nutrient cycles. And then, of course, farms also provide feed, fuel, and fiber. And crops and cover crops on farmland can filter water. And the city of New York for some time has been paying the Catskills to filter their water because it's cheaper to do that than it is to deal with the impure water once it gets there. Still not showing the slide, so I'll just carry on. Class 1 and 2, 3 land are dependable land. We've talked about them as being prime land. We need that for stable yields. One of the points I'd like to make that I don't think is being made, but you folks are very persistent, and my goodness, you've got a lot of stick-to-itiveness. I joined the meeting this morning at 9:30, and I've had to get off a few times to go to other meetings, and you're still here. Good for you. But I don't think the point has been made that we need prime land with climate change, because climate change is all about variability. Too much water or too little water at the wrong time, too much heat or too little heat at the wrong time. And when you have that kind of variability, it's the prime agricultural land that's going to be most resilient and that will get us through. I think it's also important to preserve wetlands and dependable ag land for agriculture, regardless of location in Ontario. And I think others have mentioned that we lose 175 acres a day. The two big farm organizations in Ontario, the Christian Farmers Federation of Ontario and the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, both support not developing prime agricultural lands across the whole province. The OFA came out with a statement that Ontario government should designate all lands in Ontario that are outside of the current urban boundaries as green belts. Now, one of the things about not having a clear signal that there will be no development is that there's a temptation for farmers near urban areas to have a crop rotation of corn, soy, concrete. They assume that the eventual rotation is going to go to concrete and they don't look after their land. And this farmland preservation hesitancy, as I call it, increases the risk of food insecurity, biodiversity loss, and vulnerability of weather extremes. And it seems to me that the market will deal with what guidelines we give it. So if it is clear that we cannot develop agricultural land for development, then the market will adapt. There are opportunities in agriculture to have more resilience with more biodiversity on farms, and there are policies to develop that. And similarly, there are policies being developed now to improve soil organic matter. I think Drew mentioned this about how farms can sequester carbon in the soil. So I think there are lots of opportunities for ecological benefits with farmland that you wouldn't have if they're under concrete. And I would end by saying that I thank the Attawandaron, the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Métis. I appreciate that as a legacy, they have lived on and husbanded this land for millennia. And if anybody wants to get in touch with me, you can do so through ralphmartin.ca, that's my website, or just go to the University of Guelph and search for Ralph Martin and you can find me there. I'm now retired as a professor, but I'm still on the website and still active in academia. Thank you. And if you have any energy left for questions, I'm free to answer them.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Martin.
Sorry,
feedback.
Stephanie? Is that better? Thank you. Dr. Martin, I have Councillor Wilson wishing to ask you a question, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin, for making time for us in your day and sticking around. I'm obviously so pleased. I had asked a question earlier today of a farmer about the impacts that he was experiencing in his work on the farm today as a consequence of climate change. And you have referenced that as not theoretical because it's happening, and how farmers are trying to respond. I would like to delve into that a little bit more because I'm the furthest thing from a farmer and my knowledge is, well, very scant. I'm wondering, in your work, we're talking about population projections, which has also, we haven't really talked about that in terms of the implications for food scarcity and climate change. And I was wondering if you could speak to that, because a growing population, my understanding of climate change is it is going to be impacting soil quality, access to water, water quality, and it will have a downstream impact on nutrition and access. At the same time, population is growing. And how can you just speak to that, those convergence of issues, please, for me?
Sure. Well, first of all, when I think about population, we have to think about consumption per person. And in Canada, we consume about 30 times as much as a person in Bangladesh. So it depends where these populations are growing. John Ibbitson and others, John Ibbitson often writes in the Globe and Mail, talks about how we're actually getting closer to peak population now than what we thought we were a few decades ago. And the fertility rate in Canada, for example, now is down to 1.4, and our population is only growing because of immigration. We're below the 2.1. So the other things to consider are wasted food. We waste 40 to 50% of food in Canada. And the other thing I point to is that a lot of what we grow is food for livestock, but it should be, if it's food, it should be for people, and we should only have feed for livestock. So there are an awful lot of gains we can make in agriculture by reducing waste and making sure that livestock only eat feed and not food. And in my book, Food Security, I talk a lot about this. And if you go to my website, you can get the book, and there's a lot more discussion about that. But population is only one aspect of what is putting pressure on agriculture.
Thank you. But specifically on climate change and the risk to prime agricultural lands,
Okay,
1, 2, 3.
Right. So prime agricultural land is well suited to deal with the pressures when we have variability in weather that's going to come with climate change. Climate change is about, as I said, temperatures that are too high or too low at the wrong time, or water that there's too much or too little at the wrong time. And you have a much better chance of getting a crop on prime agricultural land than you do on class 5, 6, or 7. It's the prime ag land that has the most flexibility under those conditions, particularly if it's well treated and there's biodiversity and we build up the soil organic matter.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you very much, Dr. Martin.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I see no further speakers. Thank you, Dr. Martin. I will go on to, actually, our next speaker on the list is Senna Thomas, and she has sent a video instead, so we will see that at the end. I will now turn to Paul Lowes of CGL Planning and Design, Inc. Paul, if you're in the gallery, please join us.
I am here. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's actually SGL Planning, but
I apologize.
Thank you, Madam. That's okay. It's been a very long day.
I've become dyslexic.
I'm impressed that you are doing so well after this many hours. So, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Paul Lowes, and I'm a principal of SGL Planning and Design, and we represent the Frazina family, a landowner in Elfrida and a Hamilton-based family. The Frazinas, and through our opinion, we support the staff recommendation for the ambitious density scenario. However, it is a very aggressive approach, unseen throughout the GTA. And as stated by Mr. Lorius, it's a very aggressive approach. Your staff also note that it'll be a challenge to implement this high level of intensification. But this option provides a balance of intensification and greenfield growth. It addresses climate change by creating compact new communities. And when I say compact new communities, we've heard a lot of this from people today. The staff recommended density in your new greenfield area is the highest being proposed throughout the Greater Golden Horseshoe. Intensification is a must, and the growth plan says it is to be an intensification first approach. Greenfield growth is also very important in order to provide market-based family housing. Mr. Pothen earlier this afternoon told you that a boundary expansion, a no boundary expansion conforms to the provincial policy because the policies say that you need to do everything possible to add units to the existing urban area before an expansion. Now, I really summarized what he said, but that's not correct. That is not what the provincial policy says. Although it's an intensification first approach, Mr. Pothen missed a key term used in the PPS and the growth plan land needs methodology, and that is satisfy market demand. And that's what your consultants told you earlier today. Mr. Lorius and Mr. Cook both told you that there's a need to satisfy market demand. The no growth scenario does not do that. The ambitious density scenario provides for much needed ground related housing to address affordability crisis for families. We need to be cognizant that apartments on a square foot basis are more expensive than an equally sized townhouse. So a family looking for a 3-bedroom unit or a 1,500 3-bedroom unit will pay more money for an apartment than for a townhouse. Placing a reliance on apartments through the no urban boundary expansion scenario will result in higher costs for families and exacerbate the affordable housing for those families. Now, although we're supportive of the staff recommendations, we have the same concern as Mr. Tischler earlier indicated, and that's concern for recommendation F, where staff recommend preparing a draft official plan only to 2031. The 2031 forecast was implemented through the 2006 growth plan. That was 15 years ago. The lack of designated land to 2031 is the subject of a current Ontario Land Tribunal appeal to the UHOP that you're dealing with. Designating only to 2031 provides only for a 9-year housing supply. And I agree with Mr. Tischler. That is not consistent with the PPS, which requires a 15-year land supply for residential designated lands, does not conform to the growth plan or the land needs assessment, which require the municipalities to identify a settlement boundary expansion to the 2051 time horizon. The subsequent secondary plans that will be required can properly deal with the phasing and address staff's concern. So in closing, I urge you to approve staff's well-researched, well-thought-out recommendations to adopt the ambitious density scenario. Your staff and your consultants are the experts that you should be listening to. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Paul. Appreciate that, and staying well within the time. I see no questioners. I want to thank you again, and I will now go to Candy Venning. My apologies, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, through Madam Deputy Mayor, there's a note in the actual agenda that Candy has changed her delegation to a video. So next would be Cheryl Case.
My apologies, I didn't catch that. So sorry about that. There's a lot of sticky notes here. So we'll move into Cheryl Case, Principal Urban Planner, CB Planning. Cheryl, if you're there, will you please join us in the gallery?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. There you are. Yes, I see you and hear you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking here, founder and principal urban planner of CB Planning. I recommend a 0-hectare expansion and that the residential zones project currently be conducted by the city be used to give detail to the pathway for this achievement. This process will guide the land use assessment process to be in conformity with the provincial policy, in particular PPS 1.1.3.8, which states that the urban boundary expansion may only happen once it has been demonstrated that it is not possible to accommodate growth in existing settlement area. In contrast, the land use assessment conducted to date have not complied with this provincial policy. To be specific, assumptions in the land use assessment do not accurately calculate the capacity for existing Hamilton neighborhoods to produce ground-related housing that will meet projected demand. Opportunity is available in Hamilton neighborhoods that we can here refer to as the Yellow Belt, and we've had discussions about what the Yellow Belt is. To summarize, however, these are neighborhoods that cover the vast majority of the city's residential area. It is neighborhoods where regulations limit housing to existing single and semi-detached homes or to the McMansions that they are often converted to. The Yellow Belt is a common term for such neighborhoods, as they are found throughout Ontario and Canada, all the way out to Vancouver. These policies are a threat to environmental, social, and economic sustainability goals. These neighborhoods were built and designed due to class discrimination against women, immigrants, lower income residents, and of course, anti-Indigenous racism, apathy, and treaty breaking. It is a hope that today Council will guide for the implementation of a 0 hectare expansion and the complementary process of ensuring growth is in compliance with the PCS by directing the residential zones project supports lot splits, single to semi-detached conversions, lane and garden suites, townhouses, and multiplexes to a level that will result in the currently exclusionary Yellow Belt neighborhoods to become more inclusive towards women, immigrants, youth, and those who are lower income. In response to Councillor Terry's, I can't get your last name at the moment.
Councillor Whitehead.
Yes, Councillor Whitehead, thank you. In response to Councillor Whitehead's line of questioning, yes, I do think the supply of land contributes to housing affordability. The lack of land is not to be collected, however, through urban boundary expansion, instead through the use of existing land. Expansion, for example, is 3,000 acres. Existing Yellow Belt is a potential 18,000 acres of land that can result in additional housing. The coalition for permissions to allow denser ground-related homes in the Yellow Belt is perhaps the widest political tent we can imagine. Social justice and environmental NGOs, Tim Hudak of the OREA, our previous deputant, Mike Colin Williams of the West End Home Builders Association, NDP leaders and Conservative Party leaders alike are all committed to making neighborhoods more inclusive through increasing house supply in these neighborhoods. The position also appears to be affirmed by 90% of Hamilton residents who responded asking for a 0 hectare expansion. Further today, we have heard numerous deputants confirming that this is indeed the demand and request of the public. To summarize, the land needs assessment assumption that Hamilton is to continue implementing exclusionary policies in the Yellow Belt is not in compliance with policy, general consensus, and human rights to housing, nor is it in alignment with the environmental or infrastructure and economic needs of Hamilton. To advance social and environmental justice, improve Hamilton's economic well-being for today and for generations to come, I advise that you pursue a 0 hectare expansion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Cheryl. Well within time, appreciate that. And I have, I'm just checking time. Councillor Clark, did you have a question, sir? Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Cheryl, you're actually a professor, aren't you?
Yes.
Sorry, I have so much paper on my desk right now, trying to track who's who anymore. So what's your profession? Sorry.
So I'm a professional urban planner. So I graduated from Ryerson University for planning, and I also teach architecture at Waterloo.
Okay, super. So I'd call you professor then.
Sure.
Professor Case, can I ask, I'm sorry, you went so fast in your speech, and I know you only have 5 minutes. So I'm trying to understand, you indicated, I believe, that the same number of ground-related units can be created under a 0 hectare urban boundary expansion option as under the 50, 16, 70% ambitious density option. And that seems to fly in the face of what we're being told. Can you clarify, did I hear that right? And can you explain it? How is that possible?
Yeah, so it's possible because when you actually account for the potential within the existing urban settlement area, you'll find that there was a lot of potential for development for ground-related housing. So you'll find in the land needs assessment reports, there is an assumption that development in the Yellow Belt will only happen in one of 4 general areas. So that is on vacant lots and larger sites. Within larger sites were severance, so larger sites in general, commercial plazas, a vacant brownfield, and school closure sites. And then the last one being about 2,700 secondary dwelling units. So not included within this calculation are all of the bungalows across the Hamilton neighborhoods. So as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, there are 3,000 acres in the expansion, as opposed to there's 18,000 acres within existing Yellow Belt neighborhoods. So there's actually a lot more land in existing neighborhoods than there are in the expansion area. And so if you actually look to build housing through lot splits, through converting these properties into semi-detached houses, or to do other types of development, such as, you're already seeing a lot of these bungalows turn into larger 2-story houses. Someone earlier today called them, I think, McMansions or monster homes. So as opposed to having a more affordable single-family home become an even more to become more expensive and single family, you can actually allow that same property to increase ground-related housing supply by being converted into a semi-detached house or a low-rise townhouse.
Okay. And my second question would be, when I look at the Laureus report, I look at the peer review. I'd like to ask you, are there details in either of those studies that were overlooked or we should take a closer look at in terms of how we make our decision? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, so I would definitely say that looking into those overlooked opportunities in those single-family housing lots is one that needs to be explored. Further, as I mentioned, there is a great consensus that we need to have more development in these Yellow Belt neighborhoods. And the land use assessment assumes that existing policies will be existing in the next 30 years. And we know that's not the case. There have been movements already to increase supply in these neighborhoods. Your own residential zoning project results in an increase of 2,700 units through secondary units, and that's without any goal of increasing supply. So if you were to follow the trend of where this policy process is going and where the community process is going in terms of communities are now advocating for density in these neighborhoods, you will find that there will actually be a lot more density happening. And so the land use assessment, as I mentioned, has not accounted for that trajectory.
Thank you for attending today and participating. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the clarifications. I was a little bit confused. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And really, again, appreciate the insight, Professor Case, your expertise. You mentioned in your presentation the issue of affordability, which has become a key issue that we've heard from delegates today. And my observation as the current chair of planning committee and just my time at the city is that a lot of the single family home development we're seeing is the absolute largest home possible on the absolute smallest lot possible. Can you speak to your experience of how that relates to affordability?
So I believe you're talking about redeveloping existing properties on existing lots.
New existing lots where the existing modest home is demolished, or new development in greenfield that follows the same pattern.
Yeah, so the zoning for a lot of these single family houses actually already permits for 3-story houses as of right, 11 meters. And so while you're seeing a lot of bungalows in in many of the neighborhoods, they actually, as of right, do have permission to go to 11 stories. So in terms of their setbacks to the rear, to the front, to the side, that's one of the areas where they're able to negotiate with the city or to maybe even apply for minor variances to request permission to exceed the existing design standards for that property. The permission to increase the supply of units, however, is not really something that is often permitted through these processes. So while there is built-in permission to increase the value of single-family houses and to increase the wealth of those individual homeowners, there is not embedded permission to increase actual affordable housing supply. So, most of the single-family houses in Hamilton would be covered by the C zone or R4 zone, both again, which would permit for 11 meters. in height. However, they severely restrict the actual number of units on the property. And the units of properties is where you're actually able to get that potential to build affordable housing.
Thank you. Really appreciate the input. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I think, thank you, Professor, and I believe you're an author as well, making me feel like really unaccomplished, but thank you for being here. I think you've brought up for me something that has been, we've been hearing the same themes. I think you've just articulated it in a much more blatant value-based form, and that is the role of equity, intentional equity in our planning decisions. Would you say, am I right on that?
Yes,
Describing
yeah,
it?
yeah, for sure. I can expand on that. So regarding equity, as we are sitting on lands that have been colonized and stolen from Indigenous people, it's important to think about how did we get to where we are today? Was Hamilton built with the intention of housing being available to people of all backgrounds and all economic conditions? The answer is no. We find that this is actually the case for cities across Canada. And this is why this yellow belt term can be applied across Canada, because across Canada we've had people who are wealthier and people who have been able to claim access to the ownership of land, use that power to marginalize others, to marginalize women, to marginalize immigrants. So I can give you an example because
Can I just give, sorry to interrupt, but if I could give you an example that might be, so if I'm driving up to an undeveloped site, but it's got a housing promotion, one of those big posters, and I always find it odd. It says starting from the 600s. And I often think to myself, we would never allow a poster that said starting for people that are 5'10" and above. I mean, it is necessarily exclusive in saying who can live here.
Yeah.
And I think if that's if I'm understanding you, and this notion of we're going to support if we expand our boundary, we're supporting greater choice. But would you argue that we're allowing greater choice for the same people?
Yeah. So I think your question there actually does relate to the question I was asked earlier that I think I didn't answer it about the greenfield development. So regarding affordability in the greenfield, when they're selling their properties for $600,000 and above, we know that's not affordable. The density actually that they're planning to build is actually below the minimum targets that was within the growth plan a year ago, before Doug Ford made changes to the growth plan. Those densities are not even high enough to support transit. So when we're talking about affordability, density is definitely a part of the conversation, because when you split land, you increase the capacity to make it more economical to build affordable housing on that property. And that's why I'm here to support that we support density within the existing yellow belt. And so when it comes to really targeting for those lower income households, it's very important that housing conversations also be tied and associated with conversations around the funding for affordable housing. And how do you fund affordable housing, and what are the ownership models for affordable housing? We know that private market housing, there's an incentive there to consider to accelerate to increase the price of that property over time, right? Whereas if you have social housing, government provided housing, if you have co-op housing, there's an incentive to moderate the price of inflation, and if not to ensure that inflation doesn't go above general inflation. And so when you talk about the $600,000 sales price for a house, that definitely does relate to the density of the property, but also very much relates to how we fund this housing and also the ownership structures for this housing. And I would add that the support of this density in the yellow belt can actually be one of the puzzle pieces needed to ensure that we have more co-op housing and more community-owned housing and land trusts, for example. You can imagine it's a lot easier for, say you had two neighbors who really care about the community. They could, if they were permitted, they can build maybe two new units on their properties each. Now you have 4 new housing properties. These community members maybe really care about their community and wanted this to be contributed as part of a community land trust. This is something that we can actually activate for the everyday Hamilton resident to contribute to shaping for a more inclusive, affordable city.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Case.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Professor. Next speaker will be John Perinack of Strategy Corp on behalf of Hamilton Needs Housing. John, if you're in the gallery, will you please join us?
I am here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, thank you. Councillors, thank you. I'm just going to share my presentation here. So, as mentioned, I'm John Perinack. I'm with Strategy Corp. We're a firm that specializes in community engagement and communications. We work to ensure diversity of voices are in any community discussion we're asked to participate in. And we like to provide the tools that allow people to more easily raise their voices. And I want to tell you a bit about what we heard in Hamilton so far. So, after a well-organized group was able to dominate the city's urban boundary survey, we were asked to help provide a platform for other perspectives to be shared. Over the past several months, we've worked with the housing industry to help Hamiltonians provide their input into the urban boundary discussion. And there's no question this is a complex topic, and it has lots of different viewpoints as we've heard over the course of today. Based on the response from Hamiltonians that we saw, the unscientific postcard survey that was conducted produced misleading results, and in our experience, they're not consistent with the opinions of Hamilton residents. Things are much more closely divided, in our opinion. There are some voices who do not want urban boundary expansion, no question. Some don't want any growth at all. Others mistook no boundary expansion with the idea of no population growth at all. But beyond all, what became clear to us was that there are a great many residents who favor modest growth of the urban boundary, and I'd like to share some of what we've heard. So our effort was really centered around this HamiltonNeedsHousing.ca engagement website, where residents can get information but also share their views in a number of ways. And in the past 3 months, we've had over 48,500 unique visitors to that site, and this ticks up more and more every day. These numbers are from this morning. One of the ways we elevated voices of residents was through a petition where people had the opportunity to add their names to a declaration supporting the urban boundary growth option if they so chose to, the option being recommended by the City of Hamilton's planning staff. And as of this morning, when we jumped on the call with you all, there were 3,431 signatures. And again, we get more and more every hour as the day goes on. We also provided a platform for people to share their views with City Council. And this is one of the things I love about this job so much, is the idea that you can provide an opportunity for someone to lift their voice when it may not have otherwise been heard. And we've submitted the full version of 125 of these letters so far. We've got more since we did that. I'd like to just talk about a few that we heard. We wanted to draw out in particular for you today. So a Hamilton resident, Marlene Gibson, said to us, not everyone wants to live downtown. Supply and demand has resulted in housing prices being outrageous, making the purchase unattainable for so many. Support progressive development where people want to live. Maria Hall said in her letter, "My children were born and raised in Hamilton, and now they're being forced to move away because they cannot find affordable housing. Let's consider the future of those who love the city and don't want to leave it. Let's consider those that are less fortunate than us and give them a roof over their heads." Rhonda Armstrong said, "Unless we build more homes of all kinds as soon as possible, we'll never be able to address housing affordability. Hamilton is already one of the most expensive cities in North America. Now's the time to do something about it." I just spent 9 months trying to find an affordable place for my disabled daughter and her 2 young children to live. At this rate, my grandchildren will never be able to afford rent, let alone to buy a home. And lastly, John Vukovic, a local farmer, said in his note, as a family farming some of these lands in question, we're on the ground level for this debate. And I would say 50% of the time, these lands in particular pull our farm yields downwards. In my experience, these lands are not used to grow food that ends up on people's dinner tables in Ontario. And as I said, John's full statement and letter, I believe he has a video as well, and all the residents that we've heard from have been submitted to council. So with that, I'd like to just close and thank you for the opportunity to elevate these voices from Hamilton to your attention, and hope that you do look at some of the other materials that have been surfaced from Hamiltonians who have participated in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I appreciate that and staying within time. I'm seeing Councillor Wilson. Did you have a question?
I can't pretend it's a question. I really appreciate the delegate framing his work as assisting agencies and organizations with their communication. I wish, I guess I should ask the 3 principals who founded Strategy Corps, are they John Duffy, John Matheson, and Leslie Noble, sir?
Yes, I'm also one of the principals, and also another principal, Chris Loretto.
And John Matheson was the senior advisor to Al Leach, who's the former Minister of Municipal Affairs during the Premier Harris's tenure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Leslie Noble was a key advisor to Premier Harris and one of the authors or behind the Common Sense Revolution. Is that correct?
That's correct. And John Duffy was a senior
advisor to Minister Martin.
That's correct.
Yes. Okay.
And I've been a communications consultant for 25 years. And my colleague Chris Loretto is a management consultant who has been in business for about 20 years.
Yes, and that's not a slight, that's just a disclosure. And I think Strategy Corps is one of the best there is out there. And
thank you.
Yes, but I just thought it was in full transparency, a full framing of your firm. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jackson?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Pearson. Is Mr. Perinack still there? I can't see him.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Let me start my video again. I didn't realize it went off.
Yeah, John, it was just a couple of minutes that I saw your face, so I'd like to see it again, please.
There we go.
There he is.
I'm back.
Oh, that's much better. I take this virtual as a backup the last 22 months. All my colleagues know I prefer in person. Hopefully someday soon, John.
Indeed.
Anyways, Mr. Perinack, when did your campaign start, please? Through you, Deputy Mayor Pearson?
Yeah, I'd say we got underway in July of this summer.
And what did I read there? Was it about 3,500 respondents? Did I read that approximately through you, Deputy Mayor Pearson?
Correct. That's the number of petitioners that have signed up so far. And in the last couple of weeks, when things turned toward, encouraging people to provide deputations to council, we've gotten about 125 or 130 now.
I've really appreciated your fresh, different perspective, which has tied in to the issue about providing choice and not limiting choice. And thank you for those individuals that were willing to put their names on the survey results to yourself. You put one farmer on there, Mr. Vukovic. Don't know him. I can't say I do. And I'm sure if you were listening, John, earlier, there were several farmers speaking from the other direction. Anyway, you can, I'm not here for you to try to explain one group of farmers versus the other, but I'm just trying to reconcile the position of the farming community until the one you just shared. The others, of course, we heard were serious concerns about using up any potential rural farmlands in the 3 white belt areas. Any comment on that, John, through you, Deputy Mayor, please?
You know, what I would say is that I think it's indicative of the fact that, of what we saw in the broader public. There's great amount of diversity of opinion on what to do. It is definitely not monolithic, as the postcard effort was discussed earlier. that is certainly not the characterization we heard from people. And I think, the fact that you've got a microcosm now with the farming community showing differences, I think that's similar to what we saw in the general population. There are a lot of people who are really concerned about this issue. They really are concerned about their kids and, are they going to have a home in Hamilton? And again, I get personal satisfaction of being able to elevate these voices. And these are a lot of people who wouldn't necessarily have the time to come to a council meeting or have, maybe the expertise to understand how to engage in the process otherwise. And so our view is always let's construct an engagement process that takes the engagement to them in a way that really can't be gamed to a great degree, because we just want the honest opinion from people. And you know what? Not everyone agrees with us. That's clear, and we did a little survey of our own, and it was almost 50-50 split down the middle. It's certainly not as clear cut as some would make it seem.
Well, thank you, Mr. Pernak. And Deputy Mayor Pearson, I'll just close by saying I've heard from a number of families over the years and long before this potential UBE debate, how it just pains parents and grandparents, generational families, if their children can no longer stay in Hamilton and have to move out. So thanks for the different perspective you provided, John. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
My pleasure, Councillor Jackson. And just to let you know that Farmer Vukovic, John Vukovic, will be in the video presentations later.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Good afternoon, John. Thank you for sticking around all day. It has been a long time. I know many of the principals in your strategy core from my days at Queen's Park as well. And I certainly am not an expert in this field, but thank you for attending. I have one question for you, because it's been my experience that when asking questions in surveys or in polls, you can load a question, kind of, you know what I'm saying, skew it. And I was frustrated to read, and I'm just trying to open it up. Give me 1 second here. One of the survey questions that went out from, I guess it was Nanos that you hired. It says Hamilton is planning to accommodate another 236,000 people in the city by 2051. Thinking about ways to accommodate another 236 people in Hamilton, which of the following 3 approaches would you prefer? Keep the boundary the same and fit an additional 236,000 people into the current Hamilton neighborhoods like your own. Don't you kind of feel that that's a loaded question?
Well, I have to say,
because we're never going to have 236,000 people in anyone's neighborhood.
Yeah, no, there's a great question. So we didn't do that survey. We didn't work with Nanos for that survey, but and so I don't have it in front of me, so I can't refer to the question specifically. But you're absolutely right. Polling can be very biased if you choose to make it that way. I'm not going to speak to that poll specifically because I don't have it in front of me. What I can tell you though is that, from the qualitative feedback we got from people, and from our own quantitative sort of research we did to just understand where people's attitudes were, and I got to say the number one thing people kept telling us was affordability. Affordability was the thing they were most concerned about. But if you look at those things, notwithstanding the point you're making about the Nano survey, the reality is that things are definitely not as clear cut as the postcard effort that went out earlier in, I think it was in June or something, seemed to indicate, because all it
well, that to be clear, that survey from the city simply it didn't elucidate the options. It simply said what the 2 options were, and it referred people to the webpage for the city of Hamilton, which had an awful lot of information there, including all of the studies that were completed. You mentioned affordability. If I may, Deputy Mayor, one more question. I'm struggling with this affordability thing, because it's been my experience in the last 20 years that no matter how many more houses are put on the market, they're not more affordable. So help me understand how we're going to get more affordable housing. Right now, I had a house across the road from me that went for $1.1 million. and I purchased, I think it was 25 years ago, for 178,000. So affordability is not directly related to the expansion of an urban boundary. Affordability can be hit, for example, blind bidding by realtors. That impacts affordability. So help me understand how we're supposed to be getting more affordable housing by expanding the urban boundary.
So I'm not a planner. I can't speak to the housing industry. It's certainly not my area of expertise. What I can tell you, though, is what people told us. And people clearly saw, the numbers of people I mentioned clearly saw that having more choice, more supply of housing will, in their minds, help affordability. And that's what we can speak to. Just to go back to your other point, though, about the survey.
But to be fair, you and your clients are suggesting that that's how we're going to have that affordability. And yet I've not seen demonstratively any empirical evidence to show me how that's going to occur.
Well, I think I've heard today, just in the time I've been on with you listening, a number of professional planning staff speak to that. But again, I'll let the planners and others who are more expert in that area speak to it. I just point out, back to your point about the postcard survey. It was a tactic that was it was easily dominated by one voice, and this is just something you have to guard against in the design of those kinds of engagement activities. Another way to do it may have been to have a more robust set of different types of engagement activities, so that you tailor them to the different voices in the community, elevate them differently. Like, for example, we're doing a project where we're trying to find a great location for a new hospital in the GTA. And it's never a one-size-fits-all engagement approach. We have to look at all the audiences you want to reach and then tailor the tactics to those audiences so you can make it as easy as possible for them to have their voice. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
If only it was that easy, given the provincial deadlines for us. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for your time today, John. Please extend my greetings to your colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So just to be clear, the Hamilton Needs Housing Coalition, or whatever you want to call it, is a developer-funded group. I think you've been clear about that. It's on the website.
Yeah.
Okay. So you spoke about the City of Hamilton survey being unscientific, and then you talked about the design of engagement and the importance of that. So I have the Hamilton Needs Housing survey. It's right here. Headline: Hamilton cannot afford.
That's the postcard we sent to every home.
The postcard.
Yeah.
Hamilton cannot afford the no boundary expansion option. It calls it an extreme idea. An extreme idea is circulating. It doesn't add up. Shortage of housing supply, with an invitation for to give your feedback right there. So, and then you have this photo of this, very worried looking white middle class couple. So, I'm confused how you can say that the City Hamilton survey was unscientific and misleading when, what kind of feedback did you expect to get from that?
Well, so that was a part of the postcard campaign, part of the petition campaign, and the idea here is you want to educate people on one hand, but also give them an opportunity to say their piece. And they go to our website and they have an opportunity to provide whatever comments they choose in the letters they've sent to you all. And if you look at the letters that are in the package that we submitted, that's all their words. Like, that's not our words. That's what those Hamilton residents have said what's on their mind when it comes to this issue. So, and that's where I think where the value comes in here is that, all the things said in those letters are, Hamiltonians who have this issue on their mind, and I think it really just, it demonstrates there are a very big diversity of opinion around, what should be done here.
Thank you. And I do respect you have a job to do, and that is your job to advocate on behalf of your clients. But I mean, we've heard all the delegations today. I think Hamilton residents are extremely engaged and knowledgeable on this issue, and they weren't fooled. Thank you.
Oh, and just to be clear, no one suggested they were fooled. I think what we suggested was that we wanted to undertake an additional effort to try and elevate more voices than had an opportunity to before. And I think we did that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, I was going to say Councillor Danko covered my questions, but just on that last point, sir, when you said that you gave people another more opportunity, what did you mean by that?
Well, the fact that we created the website and we, provided the mailing to people's homes, and we, obviously it's been covered. We've used some digital tools to, get people engaged on the website.
Isn't that what the city did?
I believe the city sent a postcard to homes.
The city is a public agent, so it had all of that information on an active website and email and postcard. Explicitly for the purpose of getting to those who may not enjoy digital access. No?
Well, I think the interesting thing is that the 90-10 split from the city survey didn't really align with the scientific polling that was done by, I can't remember the other group who did it off the top of my head, that hired Nick Nanos. And then, we used, just for our internal effort, just to understand the landscape, a different polling firm. The numbers don't all align with the city's survey. So, what I'm saying is that by knowing that there was more people out there who didn't really weren't really reflected necessarily in that initial survey, we wanted to try and provide other opportunities for people to get involved. And so some of the tactics that I discussed were the ones that we used to try and elevate those voices.
It's interesting. When we use words like tactics, as opposed to public agency being obliged to engage or to consult, it's really telling sometimes the language we use.
Chair,
I guess
point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
I did
Mr.
recall
Mayor.
that one of the previous councillors was challenged on debating some of the presenters, and I'm hearing exactly the same thing from some other members of council in exactly the same way. So I'm just curious as to whether that standard is going to apply to all members of council rather than just Mr. Whitehead. And you know what? I'm not a defender of Councillor Whitehead, but the reality is that many other members of council are doing exactly the same.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was just going to rein in the comments that are being made.
Thank you. I will apologize to the speaker. I meant no offense by it. I was just responding to a word that he used, but I do apologize, sir. And I hope to take no offense. No offense was meant by it.
No offense was taken.
No, you're very gracious. Thank you. I've forgotten what my last question was, so thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you, John, for your presentation. I'll ask that you vacate the gallery and invite Dan Gabriel of Mars Homes. If you're there, Dan, would you please join us in the gallery?
Hello, Madam Chair. Can you?
You'll have to speak up, Dan. You have to get closer to the mic or speak up.
Okay, great. Sorry. How's this? Can everyone hear me and see me? Okay.
It's
still needs to be loud.
You're echoing from the space around you. So if you could get closer to your mic, that would work better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll try to speak a little louder. Hello, Madam Chair, councillors. My name is Danny Gabriel, and I'm here today to support staff's recommendation for the ambitious density option. I'm a principal and a senior partner of Mars Homes, and we're a local community builder, and we've been in operation for almost 50 years in the Hamilton area. Our origins are as an apartment builder in the late 60s and early 70s, and we are currently involved in infill projects, mid-rise condominiums, brownfield redevelopments, as well as office and mixed-use buildings in the Greater Golden Horseshoe as part of some of the projects that we are currently working on. I'm a proud, born and raised Hamiltonian and lived here my entire life, and this is the place that I've chosen to raise my family. My parents immigrated to Hamilton in the late 50s, and with my grandparents, they bought their first home near Barton and Sherman, and then they moved further south, and then again to settle into a home on the mountain. It was an immigrant's dream being realized. And at that time, Hamilton was a welcoming community which provided opportunity and selection of housing options for young families starting out, for those that were young and old alike. And I hope today that at the end of this, that still will continue to be the case. I'm sure we're all aware of the familiar economics 101 supply and demand chart. So let's put that into a housing context. Annual immigration numbers are about 400,000 a year in Canada, with 250,000 new Canadians settling in the GTA. And let's keep in mind that the last couple years have shown that there has been, of course, due to the pandemic, no immigration. However, the issue here is the entire housing industry in the province builds 50 to 60,000 new dwellings a year, and half of those would be classified as single occupant condominiums. So, and I'm going to use that as a rough number, half, and I'm referring to what's being built in say the downtown Toronto area, which reflects a significant amount of the housing that's currently being built in the province. So obviously that math doesn't equate. So every year the housing deficit gets deeper and deeper as more people chase what is now becoming the impossible Canadian dream of home ownership. Runaway housing costs have a significant societal impact on things such as family formation, population growth, rent costs, and wealth creation. And that's just to name a few off the top of my head. The other side will point to vacant parking lots, laneway housing, and underutilized parcels of land within the existing boundary as a solution. And yes, they are correct, but that is for today, and most likely these properties are already in the long queue for planning approvals. But that is nowhere near adequate to accommodate the 230,000 plus new residents who will be coming to Hamilton in the next 30 years. I use this analogy. Think of squeezing the entire Hamilton Mountain into the existing city boundary, because to me, that's what that is going to look like. The ambitious density proposal is in fact that. It is ambitious. It is calling for a 60% intensification rate when we are currently achieving less than 40%, with a housing industry that is going full out and doing everything in its power to meet the current red hot housing demand. I can't imagine what an 80% intensification rate will look like for existing neighborhoods. And some may believe that this intensification at this rate will be happening somewhere else in the city. It's not going to happen in their name. Well, this is the greatest false assumption. I'd like to point out that what we're talking about here is 30-year land. If approved, I predict it will take at least a decade for the first shovels to hit the ground. And keep in mind that this has already been in the planning process for 15 years. That will be a quarter century, and even at that point, there still will be not one dwelling or house to move into. Let's add another 25 years to that for the last dwellings in this comprehensive plan to be built, and now we're at half a century. I can tell you firsthand that every new home sales release throughout the city and surrounding area has a pre-registration list of 5,000 to 10,000 names chasing the opportunity to buy a new home or dwelling. Lastly, I want to leave you with an anecdotal personal experience that I encountered a few weeks ago. While I was out for a walk in my neighborhood, I came across the little black and white sign in the front yard of a townhome in one of our communities from the 90s. And I was quite surprised, and I reflected for a minute, and I thought, how does that homeowner feel that their house is not sprawl, but the house that would be built for their grandchildren would be? And so I leave you with that thought. I thank you, Madam Chair and councillors, for the opportunity to speak today, and of course I am available for any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gabriel. Appreciate that. I do not see any questioners on my list. Sorry, I'm seeing a waving. My apologies. Councillor Farr, please. Are you there, Councillor Farr? What happened?
Good now?
We don't have video, but we have sound, sir.
Even better now?
Oh, if you think, yeah, there you go. That's better.
Just out of respect to Mr. Gabriel, I'll give him a little bit of extra time. I really appreciated the last analogy, and it's something we haven't hit on yet today. We've hit on many topics, some of them several times over. But this is a fella who, opened with, and as you know, Madam Deputy Mayor, with sharing just a bit of his pedigree, and that includes a lot of infill. That includes apartments in the original few years of Mars and the company that he's grown there, and of course suburban development as well. He even just referenced the 90s, but this is also one of the key players and proponents of Jamesville, which is a wonderful example of 2 blocks in the heart of urban setting that is going from some 95 units to how many, Dan, if we manage to pull this off?
Well, I believe it'll be just shy of 400, and that will include about 170 social housing units as well.
Tongue in cheek, through you, Chair, what if we could, mirror that at several thousand locations within the existing boundary? It has all the things that we need. No, you don't have to respond to that. On the point you made at the end, through you, Chair, the argument that we're hearing on the other side, and you and I have had some good conversations about this, and I've appreciated your time. Both sides have given me time, and I do appreciate it. The fact is, back in the 90s, there wasn't an environmental argument, there wasn't a food security argument or a farmland argument and all of those things. So how about an opportunity for you at this time to sort of respond to the fact that we weren't arguing the same thing when it came to sprawl back then, as opposed to now? Through you.
Is it okay to answer, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Gabriel, go ahead.
So I'm gonna say that, or address your question there with a couple comments. And first of all, when I look at our land holdings that we would have under our control in the urban expansion area, they are currently being farmed as cash crops, soybean, corn. They are just that. They're cash crop cornfields. I'm sorry, agricultural fields. There is no farmer that is living on the property. There's no red barn or any type of livestock or tender fruit or anything of that nature. I think what people need to consider also, as far as the future of where housing will be, again, 15, 20 years from now, we're talking about a 2030 Ontario building code that calls for net zero. We're obviously seeing different forms of vehicles as far as emissions. We're going to see a complete community with transit that is going to be available to it, and new communities that are more focused on being self-sustaining.
Through you, Chair, real quick, and thank you, Dan. I appreciate that answer, and your vision is particularly, again, in Jamesville. I appreciate that. You're, I think, the first developer, if I'm not mistaken, that's talking to us today, and there's about 80 delegates or more. So I just I gotta, ask again then to, well, to the point that Don McLean made. I think he's over there in Ward 5, probably living in a house that was also back in the day considered a sprawl and built on some field. However, different time. And this is one of our go-to environmentalists in town. You know who I'm talking about. He had the double whammy delegation a little while ago. He said the fix was in. And through you, Chair, I mean, you've been looking at this file quite closely, just from a family business perspective, but also, representing a number of other homegrown property investors, developers, folks who have helped build this city. And I try to be in this debate very, very respectful to that. It's this capitalist society we live in, and some have succeeded in this genre as well as you have, and they're local, and it's great to see. We couldn't build this city on taxpayer dollars, that's for sure. So I think most of us are grateful to that. But he said the fix is in, anticipating that, when we look at the op-ed from the minister of housing and consider the narrative that market driven, and the option 2 doesn't cover any of that, doesn't meet policy. What are your thoughts on that? Do you feel as well, I mean, from the other side of this, that ultimately, if we go with option 2 here as a council today, is it just a matter of months before Doug Ford says, sorry, and then takes the reins and we don't have any options?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, I can't really speak to that kind of knowledge, if you will. I mean, I'm a home builder. That's what we do. We follow regulations that are passed down by municipalities and provinces, and the province, I should say. And so we are held to follow those regulations. I expect that. I don't know. It's really, it's not within my purview to really comment on what happens next or today.
Fair enough, Dan. Kind of put you on the spot there, but
I
know you do more than just adhere to the politics of it all, be it provincial or municipality. You understand it in great depth too. So I thought I'd give you that opportunity. Any final thoughts through you, Chair? It looked like you were trying to jump in.
I just wanted to say a couple things, Councillor. First off, I'm going to be truthful. I don't think the word developer and property investors is those descriptions are fair to what we do every day. We are home builders, we're community builders, and so I've heard that the term speculators thrown around to describe family businesses in the city who do what Mars Homes does every day, and I think that isn't a fair use of a descriptor for a family operated business that employs people, that build homes for people to move into. We employ hundreds of people, and while we're doing that and investing considerable amounts of equity and capital to make a new home community actually come to fruition.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Gabriel, I've relied on you over the years for your advice on many things. Help me understand how we can make the plans as we move forward so that there is more affordable housing. It can't solely be because we're doing a boundary expansion, but there has to be other things that we can do, not as one side or the other, but all of us together. How do we encourage more affordable housing? I think that's the way I should ask it.
Okay, understood, Madam Chair, if I may. Councillor Clark, I took note of your question earlier to the speaker before me, and you had taken note of how the house across the street went from 100,000 to $1 million, right? And we're of course seeing that right now, currently, every day. Every house is every townhome is $850,000. A semi's $1 million. A house is over $1 million. I'm just using round numbers, but I think that number is pretty much floating throughout the city, and it's actually even moving down the QEW into areas like St. Catharines and to past Grimsby and Vineland, those kind of areas. So what really needs to, you have to factor into this is the net migration that is coming into this area. And so when you look at that, and again, the simple supply and demand, so you're right, we're increasing the supply, but how come the price isn't dropping? And the answer is because the demand is continuing to rise at a faster rate, a much faster pace and rate than the industry is able to provide housing. So at this point, the industry has been stuck at these numbers for quite a while, and approvals are taking longer, as they always seem to. And you'll have scenarios where, an application will take 8 to 10 years. I can tell you that I have been working on some projects for as long as I have been here at Mars Homes. And I'll tell you, that's a long time. That's like, 30 years. And so when you have that kind of time lag between buying a piece of property and turning it into a final purpose product or whatever that may be, then that's how you cannot keep up with the demand. So, sorry, I may not have answered your question, Councillor, so let me go with this. How about we expedite the timelines required for approval? We supply more shovel-ready land to get more housing available to everyone. Hopefully that brings down the cost and makes things more affordable. We look at partnerships very much like Jamesville, where for a different level of housing prices, a similar partnership is being done by other builders in Roxborough. These are very creative methods that have taken hold in the city of Hamilton. Kudos to the city for their leadership in finding alternative ways to create different forms of market housing.
Thank you for your candor as always. It's good seeing you. Take care.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. And Dan, thank you so very much. And I certainly can concur with the timelines, as I believe one of the developments is in Ward 10 that's been taking many years. So I thank you for that presentation, and seeing no further speakers, I'll ask that you vacate. And I will now turn to, I think she's joined us already, Alice Plug-Buist of Helping Hands Street Mission. Good evening, Alice.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just speak a little louder though, please.
All right, thank you. So my name is Alice Plug-Buist. I lead the team at Helping Hands Street Mission. I'm also, so we're on Barton Street, Barton and Emerald, but I also live in Ward 3 as well. So as I was preparing my mind to speak to you, I realized quickly that I don't have any interest in talking statistics. As a representative of the community at Helping Hands Street Mission, a community of people who face a variety of poverty challenges, including lack of housing or lack of safe and dignified housing, I'm here to speak to you about people. I've changed their names to preserve their dignity. I want to tell you about Fred. Fred, thankfully, is in jail right now. You heard me right. I said thankfully. The fact that he is housed at the Barton Detention Center means that he has a roof over his head with a bed that stays warm and dry. Prior to moving into detention housing, he was living in a tent with no foreseeable opportunities for housing, even in a shelter, because of the challenges that Fred deals with on a daily basis. If he wasn't in jail, he would have lost that tent in the past few days, leaving him with nowhere at all to sleep. Fred is a human being. He's worth supporting. I also want to talk to you about Esther. Esther has 2 young boys, Chad and Brad, and she's getting ready for an eviction hearing. They say she'll likely win it, but really that just means this family gets to continue living in a little apartment with broken windows, water pouring in through her bedroom closet whenever it rains, with accompanying mold growth and an oven that hasn't worked in years. Chad and Brad are 10 and 13, and they have never enjoyed the luxury of a backyard of their own to play in. Esther, Chad, and Brad are human beings. They are City of Hamilton constituents. I want to tell you about Tom and Judy. Tom and Judy pay for part of their monthly rent by working as superintendents of the house that they share with people who are addicted to a variety of hard drugs. Tom also does odd jobs for their landlord, who owns at least 10 other properties in the city. Tom gets paid $50 for a day's worth of work, plus a bit of marijuana to keep him from complaining. Tom and Judy want to move, to leave the current exploitation that they're stuck in, but nothing better is affordable. Tom and Judy are human beings. They are our neighbors. I want to tell you about Terry. Terry was involved in politics in his past life, but his deteriorating health has made it impossible for him to hold down a job. Terry is living on ODSP, and that means he has about $700 that can go towards rent. Terry has never invited me into his apartment because his sense of dignity doesn't allow for me to see the unhealthy living conditions he is stuck with. Terry is a human being. He's my friend. I can tell you stories of Arlene, John Paul, Maureen, Sam, Maria, Brenda, and many others. Lloyd and Jason died in the past year. Lloyd lived in a tiny room above a pub, all he could afford because he survived on old age security checks. And Jason's house was overrun with bed bugs and cockroaches while being void of a landlord. And Narinder recently came to me to ask me to consider becoming her POA because she has only 3 to 4 months to live in her bed-bug-ridden city housing apartment due to late-stage cancer. All of these people are human beings. They are valuable constituents of the city of Hamilton. For them too, Hamilton should be the best place to raise a child and age successfully. Instead, they run the risk of having their children removed from their care because they cannot find safe places to live. They are dying prematurely because their housing conditions are deplorable and unhealthy. These friends and neighbors need our help, and that help needs to start with housing. Chad and Brad deserve the opportunity to live in a house with a backyard if that's what their mother wants for them, before their short childhood is over. Yes, like many of you, Esther cares about the environment and wants to help look after it, but first she needs a house. And if it means we need to expand the urban boundaries, we need to do it, and we need to do it now. Thank you for listening. I trust that as leaders of our city, you will care enough for the most vulnerable constituents to make the right decision. Yes, we need to use the land within the boundaries of Hamilton to its fullest capacity, but in order to provide options for housing for all people, we need to also allow for an expansion of the city's boundaries. I urge you, as you plan for this expansion, to definitely do this in a way that is strategic, including creating new neighborhoods that have easy access to public transportation and social services. But please ensure that each person will have the opportunity to quickly have a home so they and their families can safely raise their children and age successfully. Thank you in advance for leading courageously on behalf of those who need your help the most.
Thank you, Alice. Well, within your time, appreciate that. And I'm going to ask Councillor Esther Pauls, you have a question of the presenter, please.
First of all, I want to say, Alice, nice seeing you. I've known you for a long time, and I want everybody here to know that Alice has been in many, many worthy causes. And now she's helping Helping Hands, which I know all about. So I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the city for all you do for our community. I really appreciate it. And I like how you ended, how you said we need to look for expansion as well. And what did you mean about that?
Right now is not a time for us to be dickering. Right now is not a time for us to be, spending a lot of time researching how we can best, do all the little things. We need to just act, and we need to act now. And there are properties out there that are waiting. We just heard from Mars Homes, properties waiting to be developed that are currently just outside of the boundaries, and that can help us get going. And I'm totally for, you know, the alleyway housing and all of that stuff, again, like, let's hurry up with the permits for these sorts of things. But we need to act in all sorts of ways. We can't wait. We need to act now. City housing wait lists are 15 years long. We have to act now, and that's why expansion has to be a part of it as well.
Thank you for that. And I want to say thank you on behalf of everyone here, all the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Pauls. And Alice, thank you very much for your presentation. I will ask you to vacate the gallery and invite Summer Thomas. My apologies.
Sorry,
Councillor Noun, sorry.
I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor. I did indicate through WebEx. It's just not, I apologize. It happened again. And Alice is still there?
Alice, my apologies. I'm not sure if, yes, she's there. Thank you, Alice.
Okay. Thank you for that leniency, Deputy Mayor. Alice, good evening, neighbor. And thank you for everything that you do in the ward. I was wondering if you were able to pay attention earlier. There was a suggestion from previous delegation that said that it is possible to produce the same mix that is described under our ambitious density strategy that's before council for decision today. That if we took the time to plan, that it could be possible to deliver it within the existing urban boundary. And when you describe the very heart-wrenching realities that our neighbors throughout the city face when it comes to the disparity of housing, the precarity of housing, the connection between housing and health, there's also a connection there to the viability of our climate, the viability of our environment, the viability of our land, the viability of our water. Those things are intrinsically linked. And so I just wanted to ask you, would you still say that expansion is necessary if it was possible that we could achieve the same mix within our existing boundary?
If we were able to, but we've been told by staff that it's already very ambitious, just what's being proposed as it is, right? And then I also heard, sorry, I forget his name, the farmer Spoelstra, saying that the way that the Greenbelt has been created, like however many years ago, doesn't even necessarily make that much sense. There are certain parts that really aren't, you know, the kind of prime farmland that we're talking about. So I would say, yes, if we could, you know, do better infill than what's being imagined now already, then I would say potentially yes. But I think a big part of it too is options. People right now, especially people who are dealing with poverty issues, don't have any options. And really, as I was trying to explain with the lady, the mother that I named Esther, she doesn't have any options. But she would, you know, just like anyone else. And I think of, you know, refugee families coming here as well. They're filling up apartment buildings. And yes, we could build a whole bunch of apartment buildings, but that's not necessarily the way that they would want to be living. And so I think a big part of the question too is options, right? We do live in Canada. Yes, we want to take care of our environment, and I am a huge proponent of you know, being very careful with the world that we've been given. But at the same time, yeah, to limit people's valuable people's options when the rest of us have all the options that we want already, right? Like, my family got to choose to have a house with a backyard, and then we, you know, and we lived out in the country for a while, and then we got to choose to move downtown, be part of Ward 3, but we still got to have our, you know, single family dwelling. We got to make all these choices, and I just need that. I think we really need to consider that we need to make sure that everybody should have the opportunity to live the way that is best for their family and for their social unit, whatever that looks like. And yeah, I'm very concerned that from what I'm hearing from the studies that the staff has done and stuff, that's not going to be a reality if we don't expand.
Thank you, Alice.
sorry. My apologies again. Thank you, Alice. And I'm going to ask if Mike Pettigrew is in the gallery to please join us.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Pettigrew. Yes. And we
Thank
can
you.
see you.
Good, excellent. Good evening. We are now past 5. So good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today on this matter. My name is Mike Pettigrew, and I'm a senior planner with the Bigley Area Group. And I'm here today on behalf of our client, DiCenzo Golf Club Road Holdings, Inc., which is a landowner in the Elfrida area. And we are in support of the ambitious density scenario as proposed by city staff. We'd also like to thank city staff for their thorough review of the information and the extensive preparation of the background studies to support their recommendations there before you. You've heard from some of the planners. I'd like to echo, and I think you've got a few more planners that are coming after me. And it's been a long day, so I won't take much of your time. I'll try to be brief. But we do sort of echo the same comments that you've heard today in support of the housing options through the expansion. But as you've heard today, there's also substantial support for intensification within the urban and built boundary, which your staff have actually recommended to be at a higher rate than the provincial target. And as you know, over the past decade, the city has seen intensification around 35% mark. And so this would, at 60%, would be a sort of doubling of that. And of course, an even further increase should the option 2 be explored. We do support the ambitious approach to the densification within the existing built boundary. And I hope that through the review of residential zoning permissions, more housing options within the built boundary can be achieved through, I think, the number of different built forms that you've heard today: laneway housing, co-housing, infill, and so on. And so the intensification and expansion are not separate issues. They are linked. And as was discussed throughout today, there still is a need at the end of the day for housing, and it's a matter of where that goes. And I think that the opportunity for expansion, as you've heard, allows for additional options, but it does not preclude further intensification and further infill to achieve the higher densities that have maybe been contemplated in option 2. Those are all entirely possible. Those are minimum targets. So it does allow for a significant opportunity for additional housing through, creative solutions within the built boundary. So while we do support the ambitious density scenario in terms of the intensification targets and the 1,300 or so hectares of urban boundary expansion, we do disagree, and I think you've heard from some of the other planners, with the recommendation letter F, simply because it seeks to implement an interim urban boundary. And as you know from the past, when urban boundary expansion was contemplated, an interim solution does not conform with the provincial growth plan. And that is something that when the land is deemed as a land need, that it needs to be brought into the urban boundary at that time. Staff also indicate that there will be 3 10-year periods for phasing in. That is still entirely possible with bringing the land into the urban boundary. And I think you heard from Mr. Gabriel that there is still a long time period till it's shovel ready. It's okay. Going through secondary plan process and development staging and management of that. So I'll leave my comments at that. I think you've had a long day. You've heard a lot of the same things, so I won't repeat them. But in conclusion, we do ask that council support the ambitious growth and the density targets and the expansion for the 1,300 or so hectares of land into the urban boundary. Thank you very much for your time, and happy to answer the questions.
Thank you, Mike, for your concise and shortness in presentation. Appreciate that. I am looking at my chat and I see no questions to be directed to you. So I thank you again. I'll
Thank you.
ask you to vacate, and I'll ask if Veronica Gonzalez is present, please, to come forward in the gallery.
Hello, I'm here. I'm just trying to get my video on. There we go. You can hear me well?
We can hear and see you, Veronica. Good evening.
Thank you. Yes, good evening, city councilors and staff. My name is Veronica Gonzalez. I'm the chair of Acorns Mountain Chapter. Acorn is a community and tenant organization with 4 chapters in Hamilton, 1 downtown, on the mountain, East End, and Stony Creek. We work at all levels of government for social and financial justice. I'm delegating here with our allies today, Environment Hamilton and Stop Sprawl, to urge the city to freeze urban boundary. The development into farmland has been for commercial use and for single family housing and mansions that are far from transit, hospitals, schools, fire departments, and places for social interaction. And jobs will also be far for those who will not be living in the new developments. These departments are necessary in our community, and the new proposed development in this farmland is far from transit and the GO Transit downtown, as well as 2 hospitals. The closest hospital, I believe, is on Concession Street. In a time where we're dealing with pandemic, mental illnesses, car accidents, and violence, these become even more of a necessity. The farther these necessities are, the more expensive it becomes for us. And if you drive, gas isn't getting any cheaper, nor insurance. The majority of newcomers will not be living in these homes, as suggested by one of the developers. It takes years for a new Canadian to accommodate with education and culture and financially. Expansion doesn't address affordability, doesn't address solutions to the issues in housing we have right now, and will continue to escalate at the expense of people already living in poverty. The expansion will be at the expense of taxes on Hamiltonians, however, not at the expense of these companies. I hear a common comment, just move out of the city, move up north. This is not a solution. It's expensive everywhere you go, and the farther you go north, the farther food has to be transported, and food becomes more expensive due to this. Acorn members, low-income families, and moderate-income families need more choices. Okay, delegates were right. We need choices that are affordable, okay? And we also need to live within the city. We know that the GO Transit and LRT are being built across Ontario. The rents are going up all around these areas. There are no limits as long as you build. Moving people more to the outskirts and pushing people out of their homes is not a solution. As long as we have no rent safe and there are no limits to expansion, there is no affordability. Canada is one of the largest exporters of agricultural products. Hamilton is part of this. We are basically giving this land and also our waterfronts to private companies. Keeping farmland is not only food access to Hamiltonians, but to Canada and to our Indigenous communities. We are saying here in Hamilton, we don't agree with the expansion option number 1 into farmland for reasons that affect so many of us, and we're killing the soil and there's no return back. Our farmers are more important, our food, the lives of our children and generations to come, and they will not have the future if we keep walking with our heads down. We don't need these companies' showrooms to print us pretty pictures with illusions of community. Drive on Gardner Road or 20 Road and look into the houses. There's no community there. There's no parks, there's no sidewalks, there's no bus shelters, there are no trees. Nothing is accessible and it's not safe. They've been already developed enough around these areas to show us that these showrooms and presentations are only illusions and only to their profit. We have the recycling, which its past is old. The reuse, we could reuse areas in the city, which will give more options and more choices for low to moderate income families. And the compost, well, we are destroying a huge part of our compost if we decide to put concrete all over it. So we should move towards prevention and prevent this expansion from occurring. For sure, we can come up with other solutions. They just won't be for the benefit of those companies and the Ford government. In a construction project, we have a bulldozer crew that flattens the land, which changes the topography of the area, affecting drainage and the climate of the city, which will contribute more into warming temperatures. We have the concrete crew, and one design, one permit submission for thousands and could be millions of houses that are the same and barely functional. There is no revenue on that, not for the city and not for us. Some Canadians don't need or want mansions or massive cars, and we don't want or need this type of development during a climate crisis and during a huge financial pressures that some families are also facing. So if you think that vaccination was an important thing for us to do to save us from and other humans, where does climate crisis fall? We need to take those steps.
Veronica, you're well past your 5 minutes. I indicated at 4 minutes, 1 left, and at 5.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm a little bit shaky, and there's a lot of people, and it's so important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Thank you. And I don't have any questions for you, so I want to thank you, ask you to vacate the gallery, and I will now invite Maria Gatsios. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Maria, if you're in the gallery, please. I see you.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. My name is Maria Gatsios. I have a tendency to speak quickly, which I think tonight won't be a bad thing. Kudos to all of you for your incredible attention for such a long day. I'm an urban planning consultant. I have a practice across the Greater Golden Horseshoe. My client in Hamilton is the 20 Road East Landowners Group, and I've been involved in the matter of urban growth in the city since 2007 on their behalf. I have several points to make. I will try to be brief, and I also submitted a letter to the clerk's office. For my first topic I wish to address you on is the need for the urban boundary expansion. And I want to bring us back to 5 of the key provincial requirements for the city's MCR in this official plan amendment. Number 1, the city must accommodate the forecasted growth to 2051. Number 2, the city must also plan to achieve the minimum intensification and density targets, and they are minimums. The province isn't restricting the city from having higher intensification targets than the provincial minimums. Number 3, the city must also consider the range and mix of housing options and densities, the market-based approach that you've heard about from staff and others. Number 4, the city must also plan to diversify its overall housing stock. And the 5th one I want to point out is that the city must plan for accommodating its growth using an intensification first approach, which I think everyone is suggesting that both of these options do, some on one more than the other. In my opinion, which is shared by city staff, the potential no urban boundary expansion option does not conform with all provincial policy. It does not satisfy all of the requirements. It most certainly satisfies the intensification first approach, but it doesn't satisfy everything that the city needs to do in this MCR and official plan amendment. So to be clear, the provincial policy does not mandate a boundary expansion. The province doesn't do that. And it doesn't limit how much intensification Hamilton wants or needs. But it does mandate that this exercise must meet this set of criteria. And so the urban boundary expansion that's associated with the staff recommended ambitious scenario results from addressing and satisfying all the provincial criteria. Notably, the need to reflect market demand for various housing types. So when you look at all the criteria together, the outcome includes an urban boundary expansion. It isn't in and of itself mandated by the province. And I want to be clear about that because I think there's been a lot of discussion about that. Looking at the staff report in item 8.2, table 6, staff indicate and summarize the kind of shift in housing forms that would occur with an urban boundary expansion. And I call it a new social construct, that it's not a simple increase in the number of apartment units, but it's a shift in the number of larger family-sized households that would have to leave ground-related housing or would not get ground-related housing, but would now have to choose apartment form. So we're talking about a fundamental shift in what kind of units household can occupy. I want to skip ahead because I know I've got not a lot of time left. I'm going to quickly touch on something that the planners who've addressed you have spoken about, and that is the disagreement in the staff report recommendation F that any option to implement this growth to 2051, that it can be brought in phases. I think you've heard from several of us that provincial policy mandates that this MCR and this official plan amendment must address all the needs to 2051 at once. It isn't a series of official plan amendments over the next 10, 20, 30 years. But finally, I do want to take a minute because I think I've about a minute left. I want to address some of the things that I've heard earlier today, and I have listened to pretty much all of it today. And a couple of things hopefully I can offer you some insight on with my experience. First, the density and the unit types and unit sizes and lot sizes for development in any urban boundary expansion area will be set by the city. And staff are recommending a very high density in this proposed urban boundary expansion. As you heard from Mr. Lowe's earlier, the 77 people and jobs per hectare is the highest any of us have seen across the greater Golden Horseshoe. So this is not business as usual. This is aptly named ambitious. Second, the cost of housing. Supply is, in my opinion, the most important component, but it is not the only component, as you all know. Demand is important and continues to grow. There's household income, there's approval timelines, there's mortgage rates, government fees, taxes. All of these are important. Mr. Gabriel of Mars Homes said it well. Demand continues to increase. The approval process gets longer and more expensive. The supply is not keeping up or near to demand, and we all know what this does to prices. Third, intensification in existing low density areas, and I'll leave it there if I have to stop because I think this one is very important. The city can upzone low density areas for higher density, but the city can't force those individual homeowners in these low density areas to sever or redevelop their individual properties. This upzoning idea of existing low density neighborhoods is not new. Of course, many municipalities across the greater Golden Horseshoe are discussing this and how to encourage it. Those of us who are involved in this industry know how difficult those applications are. Simple severances of one lot into two draw incredible resident opposition. And the shortfall that we're talking about here, the 60,000 low density units, cannot, in my opinion, be made up by looking at existing low density areas and expecting that those individual owners across the city are going to one by one step forward and subdivide or take their larger single family homes and turn them into semis or townhouses. That isn't 60,000 units. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. I want to be sure that I'm fair to everybody and watching the time. Appreciate that. And I do have Councillor Nan on the speakers list to ask a question. Thank you, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, and good evening, Maria. Through you, Deputy Mayor. In your delegation this evening, you said that the thing that's missing in option 2 is that it doesn't satisfy market demand. And yet the conversation that we need to be having is, what if option 2 does satisfy market demand and that we achieve the same mix, the same kind of types of houses that you're referencing within our urban boundary, within the existing boundary? In that case, in that scenario, are we not fully compliant with all the provincial requirements?
Through you, Madam Chair, if the city's studies, and as you know, there's a land need study that's required, could demonstrate that there is the capacity to do that, then any kind of a study at this point that satisfied that, whether it had an urban boundary expansion or not, would satisfy the provincial requirement. But what you're seeing in the city study and what you're seeing in the city is that, and I'll give you an example, the corner retail plaza in an existing neighborhood that doesn't get a lot of business anymore and the owner redevelops it. those sites are not being redeveloped for single family homes. They never are. Economics, location, they're usually at an arterial road. Those sites are redeveloped for higher density, as they should be, as I think all of us agree that they should be. They shouldn't be redeveloped for 40, 50-foot singles. They are redeveloped for higher density. And so as we look at intensification and infill, we don't see that car dealerships that maybe aren't needed anymore, or plazas that become obsolete. They don't typically redevelop for low density housing. And therefore, what you see in your staff reports are that the existing urban boundary cannot provide that low density housing that the market is showing is needed. I'm not taking away from the intensification need and the apartment need. And you look at the numbers that the staff in their studies and the peer review have provided, and you look at the range. And when you look at the comparisons, I think it was a very important presentation early on this morning, that in the ambitious density, 50% of the units would be single semis in towns and 50% could be apartments. In a no urban boundary expansion, those numbers become 22% single semis towns, 78% apartment. And I think those numbers are real. In my experience, they are real, because intensification doesn't give you typically single semis in towns. And my earlier example of zoning the yellow belt, zoning existing single family neighborhoods to allow semis and townhouses and to not put individual owners through a rezoning process. That process, even if it were to be successful, and you know, sadly, there is always a ton of opposition to that when you get there. But even if that were successful, that doesn't ensure that all those owners are now going to come forward and sell their home and redevelop their home. So the problem that staff have pointed out is that you won't get the low density in the urban area. You will get the higher density, and no one's criticizing that number, but you won't get the lower density, and that becomes the problem. And that's the problem we're pointing out with the no boundary expansion option.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko.
And Maria, I'm really impressed by your knowledge on this subject. And you made a point that I think is really important to the decision that's before Council committee today. So you said that, let me back up a second. The staff recommendation is the 1,310 gross developable to 2051. But key to that is the phasing plan of 305 hectares, 10 years, 570, 20 years, and then the remainder 435 after that. I want to be clear that your position in representing your clients, and you stated that this is also the position of other developers, is that that is not according to the growth plan, that the choice before this committee is the entire 1,310 hectares today, and that phasing would not meet the provincial growth plans.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is my opinion, and that opinion is shared by many other planners that you've heard from. But I want to ensure it's enunciated exactly as I understand it. The provincial policy requires that if the need is identified, then your current official plan amendment must designate all the land that your current need identifies. And so you are required to plan the 2051. If the ambitious scenario, if it is adopted and that results in 1,300 hectares, then your current official plan amendment must designate 1,300 hectares now. The phasing, in my opinion, isn't brought about by designating the lands in 10-year increments. Your phasing control that the city would have is it would all be designated now. It would and some municipalities in the Greater Golden Horseshoe have created what's called sort of a holding designation. They bring the lands into the boundary and they would designate them something like future urban area. That would actually be a land use designation that is created. And then the city phases the development of those lands. So the city phases the processing of secondary plans, and the city phases the redesignation into the appropriate land use categories. But the lands become urban at this point, and then the city phases their development going forward. So the urban boundary then is fixed to 2051 based on your decision, and then you go forward planning internally.
Thank you. And just, I think that's a critical point for this committee to consider, that it's not just 305 hectares to 10 years. It's the entire 310 hectares to 2051 as one chunk. And that is the opinion of your colleagues and other planners that represent developers in the community. Thank you.
Yes, it is through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. And Maria Cassius, thank you for that. We're going to move on now. And next speaker is David Falletta. David, if you're in the gallery, would you please join us? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can, David. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council, your worship, and all of the viewers. Appreciate your time today. I know it's been a very long-winded day. I will be as brief as I can be. My name is David Falletta, and I am a registered professional planner with Beltsfields. We're a planning firm that has offices in downtown Hamilton and Toronto. I live and work in the city of Hamilton myself, and today I will be speaking to the letter that I submitted to the clerk. Our firm are planning consultants for a group of landowners in Alfreda. That group of landowners, the list of whom is provided in the letter that I spoke to earlier. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This is obviously a hugely important issue for the city, and it's very important to see all these different views being expressed today. And again, thank you for attending and participating in this long day of discussion. I'd like to start by congratulating staff and its consultant team on their comprehensive review and analysis. This is a significant undertaking, and the staff report provides a balanced recommendation that is based on sound planning principles. We are supportive of planning staff's overall recommendation to adopt the ambitious density scenario, which would require 1,310 hectares of land to be added to the urban boundary to accommodate growth to 2051. And again, I'll be brief. In our opinion, we've been very true to this and close to this this project. And in our opinion, the recommendation promotes a responsible and necessary urban boundary expansion, while also progressively and aggressively promoting intensification within the city's built-up area. The expansion is needed. The expansion is required by planning policy, provincial planning policy. It is supported by your professional staff and its consultant team and its peer reviewers. And most importantly, it's important for the city of Hamilton's future, since it will address the growth needs of the city. It sets an aggressive and ambitious intensification target, one that you've heard is much higher than current trends and much higher than any other municipality across the greater Golden Horseshoe. But it provides balanced growth that includes a limited expansion to provide for a full range of housing to meet market needs. I won't go into the market needs, but I do want to add a couple of minor things that I don't think we've heard today, and I've listened to the majority of the delegates. The first thing is that the Greenbelt and Growth Plan were both approved in 2005 by the Liberal government. These documents were established to address significant growth pressures that the province understood would be coming to the greater Golden Horseshoe. In response, these plans established a hard boundary for the region to help stop sprawl and identified white belt lands across the region to provide a reserve supply for urban expansion. This includes the city of Hamilton, where a limited amount of white belt lands were identified as a reserve supply of urban expansion lands. Since, as we know, the city of Hamilton has not expanded its urban boundary since 2001. And this is different than any other municipality in Ontario. So it's important to acknowledge that these are white belt lands. These lands, beyond these lands, are a firm boundary where the Greenbelt starts, and no future urban boundary expansions will occur. So again, those growth pressures were identified back in 2005, and we are experiencing them now. You've heard that Hamilton has not been able to achieve its intensification targets. This is true. This is also the case for other Greater Golden Horseshoe municipalities. Our ability to not achieve the intensification targets and the lack of available development lands has created more pressure on a huge affordability issue. With all of that being said, it's clear that a balanced growth option for Hamilton that would see an increased emphasis on intensification and an expansion into the White Belt lands, which has been in place and planned for development since 2005, will help to provide a stable housing supply, is the right choice for Hamilton. The last thing I'll say is that as a council, you've been provided with a significant amount of information. However, of all of that information before you, it is only the ambitious density scenario that is supported by experts and qualified professional planners and land economists. This includes city staff, Laureus and Associates, Watson and Associates, Dillon Consulting, and the other registered professional planners that have made submissions before you today. So for all of these reasons and more, we are supportive of planning staff's overall recommendation to adopt the ambitious density scenario. And one final thought that I will add is that I do support some of the other comments that were said about phasing of adding the lands should the ambitious density scenario be approved. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. And I have Councillor Clark wishing to ask a question.
Hi, David. Help me out a little bit here because it is getting confusing. So we have a number of professional planners indicating that the staff have it right, that the peer review is right, and this is the way it has to go. And then we heard from a number of other provincial planners who are saying, just a minute now, you can do it another way. And the more we talk about this, the more confusing it's all getting. And we have about, 6 inches worth of paper that we have to. So help me understand how there can be such a separation of yes or no. There doesn't seem to be any room in the middle in this. It's either we accept the entire thing or nothing. It's yes or no, yay or nay. There doesn't seem to be any compromise. It's all binary. Can you help me understand that?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the council, I do not envy you, councillors. I think these are difficult decisions, and you're faced with a boatload of information. And what I will say is that what I said earlier is important, and that the fulsome reports that are signed by land economists and urban planners that are before you, those all point to the ambitious density scenario. And you've heard from some submissions today. I don't recall his name, Philip, the attorney, Philip
Potham.
Thank you. And I read his submission, and his submission was a 2-page cover letter, and then a 5 or 6 page letter from Victor Doyle that did not provide a fulsome analysis, was not a land needs assessment that was prepared in accordance with the province's land needs assessment methodology. It didn't even critique the work that was done. It said there are alternative options and you could potentially accommodate this growth within the city's urban boundary, but it didn't demonstrate that. And what the land needs assessment and the work that your staff did and its consulting team did, it demonstrated that the real only appropriate alternative is to expand the urban boundary and adopt a very aggressive intensification target. And that's the right and responsible way to grow. And although we are expanding the urban boundary, it's happening within white belt lands, lands that have been earmarked for growth. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. And to be fair, Madam Deputy Mayor, to Phil and the other planners that appeared and the professors, the academia, they weren't hired by the city to present a 6-page document. They were providing their fulsome input based on what they've been able to read in a short period of time. And it's really, I guess, a symptom of a truncated process with a very tight deadline from the province. So I understand it's not making my job any easier, but thank you for trying. Thank you, sir, for coming today. I appreciate it very much, David.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and taking time to delegate today. Is it in your professional experience that the people that you work for or the private market in general is providing affordable housing?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a very broad question, and I think the whole question about affordable housing is huge, and it's finally getting its spotlight. And you will know that the City of Toronto recently approved inclusionary zoning.
Today,
and the province has made changes to planning legislation that gives municipalities like the City of Hamilton additional tools to implement and to accommodate affordable housing. And I think that is probably the best answer I can give you at this point. I think, unfortunately, what we're dealing with today, it has impacts on affordable housing, but I think it's once these decisions are implemented and we start to work through how we implement those decisions is how we will address affordable housing. So if an urban boundary expansion, for example, is a decision that this council makes, I'm assuming that it will include a policy framework for affordable housing or that addresses affordable housing. I hope that answers your question.
well, respectfully, I've heard yourself and others like you advance the argument that an expansion is necessary in order to address affordability, and yet you're saying it's a complicated matter, and I certainly agree with that. And you've just said any effort to secure affordable housing would be done post a decision on the boundary. I don't know how that would be achieved. And I guess to simplify the issue, is the private marketplace capable, and has it shown itself to be capable of providing for affordable housing in the absence of an injection of public monies?
Through you, Madam Chair, and my apologies to the councillor. I believe there's sort of two streams of thought here. The first is a broader discussion about affordability, and then the second one is regarding affordable housing as defined by the official plan. And I think what we've heard from the professionals, like the Altus Group, who submitted a letter to this committee, as well as Watson Associates and Laureus and Associates, I think we've heard that providing additional housing supply will help with affordability. And they pointed to examples across the region, like the city of Burlington, where once it ran out of greenfield land, it reduced and it constrained housing supply, and as a result, housing affordability skyrocketed. And then in terms of what we're hearing as it relates to affordable housing, that is where I think it will be dealt with in the future. So I think in my opinion, adopting an ambitious density scenario will help with affordability. And I think in terms of affordable housing, that can be dealt with in the future as part of the implementation of the decision of this council. Thank you. And my final answer is yes, I do think that the private sector is able to address affordable housing as part of its developments without the benefit of public monies. Thank you.
Thank you. And with the greatest of respect, if you could say to your clients, could they giddy up and get on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, Mr. Faletta. We can all agree that we do not want to build on Greenbelt. We could all agree that farmland, we don't want to take it away. But you did say that since, I think I heard right, that since 2005, that the White Belt was earmarked for expansion. Can you, first of all, tell us the difference between White Belt, farmland, Green Belt, and then earmarked since 2005?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. Yeah, it is a bit confusing. White Belt lands are generally areas between the current urban boundary and the Green Belt. So the Green Belt is an area, as we all know, that is regulated by the Green Belt Plan, which restricts urban development. So we know that that is a hard boundary. And that was established in 2005. And we know that Hamilton's urban boundary has not been expanded since 2001. And one of the reasons the Green Belt established White Belt lands is to protect for potential future urban areas. And then I guess your final question was related to farmland. And what I would say is farmland is obviously a broad grouping of how you would define or describe lands. But I would say anything beyond the urban boundary could generally be described as farmland. So all of it is farmland.
All right, but was it, you said something about being earmarked for expansion, the White Belt?
Yeah, I think through you, Madam Chair, I think through the approval of the Greenbelt Plan, it was at a time where the city was doing its Grids 1 process, and it identified Elfrida and other potential expansion areas. And it was through that process where it was earmarked for future growth. And that is what I meant when I said that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And now I have Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Good evening. David, you mentioned previously that there has been examples of the delivery of affordable housing in expansion. And I was wondering if you could name any here in Hamilton that fall within affordable housing.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have any specific examples here in Hamilton where affordable housing has been implemented and I believe you said greenfield areas, but we've been working across the region on new greenfield areas, and there are several opportunities to implement affordable housing, and there are several projects where we specifically implemented affordable housing. I will preface that in all of those examples, it was in partnership with a municipal or regional government where public funds were adopted. And in one circumstance, it was, inadvertently through a Section 37 agreement. Again, publicly funded partially.
Yeah, I appreciate that through the Deputy Mayor for that clarification at the end, David, because it is my understanding that it takes public funds in order to achieve that affordable housing, in order to actually implement it. And so that in the private market to date, the private market in and of itself does not deliver affordable housing and has not delivered affordable housing. And is part of the reason why we continue having this pinnacle piece be debated within this conversation, because we are at such a state of a housing crisis and we're at such a state of a climate crisis that continuing down the status quo of ground-oriented development is a disservice to sustainable development and ensuring that we're setting up future children, setting up, as other delegates have mentioned, their children to be able to buy houses and stay close to home and stay close to their parents or grandparents. And so I appreciate the transparency of that it's taken public funds for those private developments to be able to deliver affordable housing. Thank you.
Okay, that exhausts the speakers list for David. Thank you, David. And I will now move on to Aldo DeSantis of Multi-Area Developments. Aldo, if you're in the gallery, would you please join us? He's showing, but he's not coming up yet.
We're trying.
Not a problem.
We can hear you, Aldo. It's just your
Yeah.
camera.
Just video.
Just give us 1 second, please.
Yep, not a problem. There you are.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair.
Aldo, I'm going to ask if you can speak up a little bit or closer to the mic, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. Can you hear me?
Is that better, everyone? I'm not seeing any, a little bit louder. I'm seeing some saying it's not loud enough.
Okay. My name is Aldo DeSantis. I am president of Multi-Area Developments. I applaud your ability to maintain focus throughout what has been a marathon session today. And I appreciate being given the opportunity to add my voice to today's discussion. My company has been fortunate to be developing land and building homes within the city of Hamilton for the past 40 years. Since 2004, we've had the privilege of developing and building along with our employees, local tradespeople, Summit Park community, which will be welcoming its 2,000th family this spring. This accomplishment is a result of the efforts of many moving parts, including the workers on site, planning and engineering consultant, and working diligently with the city staff, to name a few. Sometimes unfairly overlooked when recognizing the success of any community is, quite frankly, the most important group. The residents that choose that community to grow and raise their family in. Over the past 6 years, I've seen a significant shift to where home buyers at Summit Park are coming from. Although some of our purchasers are from various areas within the city of Hamilton, over the past 6 years, a large influx of buyers from other areas of the GTA are coming here as well. The secret is out. Hamilton is a beautiful, diverse city and a great place to live and raise a family. I believe supporting staff's recommendation of the ambitious density scenario is the right approach to continue to strike the right balance growth within our existing communities and within the new growth areas as well. There are, of course, many important topics to consider when making such an important decision. The environment, housing affordability, and the impact on the land uses in the areas in question, to name a few. Let's touch on the environment first, as I think we could all reasonably agree that a healthy environment is paramount to our ability to thrive. When the city declared a climate emergency a couple of years ago, I really wasn't sure what that meant at the time. As I have observed other important municipal decisions being evaluated through the climate lenses, it has become increasingly clear as to what that declaration meant. And I think it is fantastic that planning staff applied the climate lens to the ambitious density scenario proposal. For example, the densities that the ambitious density scenario stipulate would not lead to rampant single-family construction or mega mansions, as our opponents would mislead you to believe. What you are more likely to see, which of course heavily dependent on affordability factors, will include townhomes, stacked townhomes, back-to-back townhomes, semi-detached, and yes, also some single-family homes. That is the more likely housing mix that will achieve the ambitious density scenario requirements. With respect to housing affordability, for obvious reason, it is a significant factor that we take into consideration when planning and designing new communities. I don't think anyone is suggesting that moving forward with the ambitious density scenario is going to cure what is clearly a national housing affordability issue. But locally, it will allow many of our existing residents, specifically younger residents that are beginning to enter critical stage of adulthood, to at least consider strengthening their roots in Hamilton, while also continue to attract those from outside Hamilton to establish themselves here due to a mix of available housing options. The extreme suggestion that a fixed urban boundary will be able to accommodate the continued growth that this city might sound nice on Facebook and Twitter, but it is a dangerous proposition rooted in emotions rather than professional, sound planning principles. People in your position do not have the luxury of making careless decisions without having a major impact on others. What the result of such an extreme decision will actually be is that you will be closing the door to an entire generation of residents and potential residents, and all of the spinning benefits that they will bring. By forcing them to other surrounding municipalities, I don't think I need to explain to you the long-term ramification of that scenario will look like for our city.
Aldo, you're just over time.
Well, it's my first time in 40 years. Some speakers, with all respect, have used up an hour today. I sat right through it. So I would ask you kindly if you can let me finish. It takes another couple of minutes.
I'd have to ask, I'm going to be very careful, Aldo, because the only time they were able to go is we did not time the questions and answers, but all the presenters were given the 5 minutes. So I apologize. I'll give you maybe 10 seconds to wrap up, and then we'll see if there's questions from the councillors.
I need 2 or 3 minutes to wrap up.
Respectfully, I'm going to ask if there's a councillor that can ask a question, and maybe you can address your concerns. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Chair, I haven't asked, many questions at all today, and I'd just like to ask Mr. DeSantis what else he would like to say about the urban boundary expansion issue.
Thank you, sir.
You know what, let me just preface that with, I want clarity from Mr. DeSantis. I'm not 100% clear on what he's actually talking about, so he could repeat some of the things that he's already said. And to be fair, I've listened to many presenters denigrate some of our developers and development community in our city, and I think that's very unfortunate. And I would say that Mr. DeSantis and many of the other developers are going to be the very people that are going to be developing, whether it's within the urban boundary or outside of the urban boundary for us in the future. So I'm very appreciative of the work they do. And I would like to hear Aldo give us some additional thoughts about how he feels about the urban boundary issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing that. And Aldo, please respectfully understand as the chair, I don't want others coming back later on saying I didn't allow them the latitude, and we've done very well today. So I appreciate Mr. Mayor allowing Aldo the latitude now to address the concerns and comments you've made. Go ahead, Aldo.
Through you, Madam Chair. In regards to the current land uses within the existing urban boundary and the proposed growth areas, let's be clear. With respect to the existing urban areas, you do not have the ability to ensure that private landowners within these areas will have the motivation or know-how to redevelop their properties to accommodate future growth. The suggestion that privately owned and fragmented land parcels, such as commercial parking lots and small residential laneway, can accommodate the type of growth that Hamilton has been experiencing is simply not realistic. That is the reason why your professional planning staff, after analyzing the ability of existing areas actually absorb the forecasted growth, recommended the ambitious density scenario in the first place. While I would encourage you to continue working with your professional staff to accommodate the redevelopment in all areas of the city, you will hamstring yourself if you formally plan on growing only within the existing areas. While the existing agriculture uses within the proposed growth area certainly contribute to our local agriculture industry, a very small portion of these lands, if any, actually contribute to food that ends up on your dinner table at the end of the day. In the Alfreda area, for example, I'm not aware of a single farm that is actually growing produce, fruit, dairy, or livestock. The reality is most, if not all of these farms are growing soy and feed corn and wheat in a smaller scale. While these hardworking farmers certainly contribute to our local agriculture industry, the false narrative that we are going to starve if we develop this area is again rooted in fear rather than truth. That is why areas were flagged as a future growth area and intentionally left out of the green belt when it was introduced in 2005. Please vote to support your professional planning staff's ambitious density proposal so we can all continue doing our part to keep Hamilton momentum moving in the right direction. I thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to finish.
Thank you, Aldo. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Your questions were answered, sir?
Well, I have additional question, and
Please do.
I think I would like to ask Mr. DeSantis, that whether or not, and I don't know the answer to this, you have any designs on kind of inner city redevelopment. And as you well know, affordable housing is very much on the horizon, very much one of our challenges. And I wonder if in your future development plans, over and above what you're doing in the kind of the 20 road area, if you have any plans or designs on doing inner city or higher density developments that also might include affordable housing projects.
Well, up to now, as you know, for the last 17, 18 years, we've been concentrating on the Summit Park community, which we're very proud of. If any of your council haven't driven through there, I suggest you do, because you will be just as proud as I am. I'm 76 years old. I'm still working 14 hours a day, but my son is CEO of the company, and he's well trained to take over the reins. And I'm sure that we look at every opportunity as we have in the past. We have developed commercial plazas. But Summit Park was a big project. We had to advance a lot of money up front. and we haven't expanded to Paris or Brantford or Caledonia or Burlington or the Niagara region. We concentrated up there, and we have reinvested heavily in Alfreda, not because we're speculators. The only land I ever sold was for a high school up there, Bishop Bryan, and 2 public schools. Because every piece of land that I bought, I developed and sold, built houses and sold. We're city builders. A lot of people talk about city building. We actually been doing it for many, many years. And I'm sure when the opportunity comes, we are looking at school sites coming up and things of that nature. And if the right opportunity comes, we'll embrace it. As far as, over the last 40 years, we have, or subcontractors, most of our people and people that work for us been with us over 30 years. They specialize in low height housing, and your bricklayers and your electrician, your excavator and Cardi and everyone. It's all local people. We're paying good jobs. And we're paying them well. That's why they stay over 30 years, because we treated our employees well. And actually, we asked our farmer that does the farming in Alfreda to come and speak tonight, but he was busy with his harvest. So he made a video, and I hope you watch it later, because he's the real farmer. He's a 2nd generation farmer, and hear what he has to say about the land and so forth. I'm not an expert in land, even though I was a farmer from when I was 11 till 15 years old. But I was in Italy, not here. And I think it's changed over the years. Okay?
Hold on, let me
Please do listen
let me
to
just agree with
Mr.
you. Thank you
Volkovic's
for that.
presentation, and you'll
Yeah.
get an alternate
I know.
view from Mr. Spoelstra.
Yeah, I know we have additional questions from other members of council, so I'm not going to monopolize the time, except to say to agree with you totally that, the housing industry is quite an industry that employs a lot of people. And certainly we want to continue to see growth, in housing, and you have absolutely provided a product that people have appreciated and enjoyed, especially in the Summit Park area. So plenty of compliments from me to you in terms of what you've been able to do, what you've been able to provide for many residents in our community. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn it back to you and let you direct some other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. I have Councillor Johnson, and that'll be followed by Councillor Jackson, and Councillor Clark, and Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Johnson.
Actually, Councillor Pearson, I was going to do exactly what the mayor did, and I got my answer from Mr. DeSantis. Thank you.
I appreciate that, everyone. Please understand, in the chair, you want to be sure the rules are followed.
And you're doing a great job, ma'am.
Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson, and Mr. DeSantis, thank you for appearing. I was going to say in my honored years on council, pre and post amalgamation, I don't recall you ever delegating before, so obviously this matter is incredibly important to you, and thank you for delegating. And Deputy Mayor Pearson, Mr. DeSantis, through your multi-area company, thank you for all your investments in Hamilton, the jobs, the taxes, the developments you've done to provide housing across the spectrum in our city and not taking your money outside of our municipality. If I could ask you a question, although people ask me often, with all the subdivisions and housing going up, particularly South Mountain, your Alfreda area, Bimbrook, wherever, they say to me, Councillor Jackson, who's buying these homes? And can you give us some idea who are buying your houses, and as well as maybe where they're coming from to want to desire to live in Hamilton, but who's buying them, and is it because they want to be near employment areas? Give us some understanding of that, Aldo, if you would, please.
Well, the buyers in Summit Park, we have, same as your neighbors, I suppose. We have a lot of teachers, I guess the schools in the neighborhood, that's maybe the reason. We have nurses. We have a lot of city staffers that live in Summit Park, police officers, firemen, a lot of truckers. And we also have quite a number of immigrant with different cultures. And this is quite a number that they buy houses together. You know, houses have gone up tremendously. And there's culture like my culture in Italy, where parents, grandparents, and kids, they buy the house together and they all live together. So when we look at these single family homes, first of all, they're not mansions. So they're 2,000 to 2,500 square feet homes and 33, 36, 40-foot lots. And some of these homes have 8, 10 people living in them. And that's the only way they can afford it. I've seen 2 brothers buying houses together, 2 sisters buying houses together. And a lot of them are getting help from their parents, of course, the way prices got up to the way they are now. But they're the same people that live in your neighborhood. And they are trying to improve themselves, just like when the Europeans came here, we had 10 people living in a house. And
Right.
it doesn't have to be a large house. And these are all people that I think the only difference in immigration now, they're a lot more educated than when I got here. When I got here, I was 15, I had grade 5. That's it.
Well, you've been a great success story, Mr. DeSantis. Thank you. And also, on top of the type of people you've just mentioned, professional backgrounds across the employment spectrum that are buying the houses up there. Obviously, your proximity is just 5-10 minutes away from the Red Hill Business Park that I represent. Maple Leaf Foods, Canada Bread. Are those type of employees as well, possibly purchasing homes in your area?
Yes, we have the employees that some from Canada Bread and some Maple Leafs that live in Summit Park for a long time from when they opened. I don't know lately, but we do have them living there. There's a lot of retail people. There's, you know, managers of these shopping centers, the power centers there. A lot of management people live there.
And they want
Most people have both wife and husband work. That's how they're able to afford, of course, over there.
Yep. And they want to live close to the employment areas, is the
Yes.
picture you're painting for me. Hence your
Yes.
developments up there.
It's adjacent to the Red Hill Business Park. Actually, as you know, Councillor, we bought the employment land there on the Upper Red Hill. We've been working for 5 years to reclaim the land. It was low, it was all kinds of things. And we spent millions of dollars to reclaim that land, and looks like it's going to be ready for next year. And a lot of these people, by the way, that are buying your houses, they're also opening businesses on those small shopping malls that we have there. We have people that open pizzerias, other restaurants, bakery, chicken places. We have doctors there. We have there's a med school there, a dentist, animal hospitals, all kinds of
Thank you.
things.
Thank you.
A lot of them live there, and they after us say we want to open a business. So we're building the commercial plaza and we give them an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. DeSantis, for all your answers and your continued investment. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pearson.
My pleasure. Thank you for allowing Mr. DeSantis to address those concerns and answer your questions. I'll move on to Councillor Clark, but before I do, can I just remind, if you're in the meeting, if we can see, because we have Councillor Johnson will be leaving at 7:30 and we do not have quorum once she leaves. So if we could just keep an eye on that, I will appreciate it. Oh, I see a hand go up. Okay. I'd like to know, is that Councillor Farr? I believe it is. Anyways, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. DeSantis, welcome, and thank you for hanging in all day long. Before I ask him a quick question, I would like to remark that Mr. DeSantis stepped up. This is going back a little bit when Bishop Ryan was actually the designated land ended up being a wetland. Mr. DeSantis will remember this, and I asked him to meet with Mr. Daly at the Catholic School Board, and he stepped up very quickly and sold the land to the school board to enable them to proceed with their high school, because they had the funding, but then they found out that they couldn't build it on a wetland, which is challenging for many things. So I thank you for that publicly. I'll ask you the same question I've asked many of our presenters, Mr. DeSantis. The argument that is being put forth is that the urban boundary expansion will make housing more affordable. Can you explain how that would be? Because all I've been seeing is extended families coming together, as you've just mentioned, to enable them to get the mortgage. So how can we look to the future and try to bring in more affordable housing when that seems to be the national housing crisis that we're experiencing?
I echo Dan Gabriel's comments that he made on the affordability. Affordability, okay. We're building for a segment that right now we have 1,200 people that calling us almost every week, register for the next phase. And we have 156 homes in the next phase, which are mostly townhouses and small singles on 33-foot lots. And again, we have to devise lottery or somehow that everybody gets a fair chance, or we're going to get in trouble. So this is what's happening out there. The only way I can fix the affordability is to bring more land in and build it. Think about it. So we have Ephrata, 20 Road East, 20 Road West, and we have Scooby down here that's been approved, as you know, in the boundary for almost 20 years. And I think the secondary plan has been going on for about 12 years, if I can remember, and still not started. So that's the timeline, and I think that's why you have to plan for long. I mean, council still has all the control how you phase everything. So I don't see this big issue to plan because it takes so long. My last phase that I'm working, the draft plan, took 5 years to approve the draft plan. After secondary plan, everything is there. 5 years to approve a draft plan and 5 years to approve the engineering. By the way, I solved a big problem for the city up there. You had the Swaziland Industrial Park that was flooding every time it rained.
That's right.
And we made the pond twice as big, and working with Tony Sergi, we solved the problem for the city there. Everybody is happy there. No more hot water. So we're doing some good work, great work up there. And, our houses are affordable for the people that are buying right now. It's up to council to devise, like some of the planners have spoke about inclusionary zoning. I wouldn't be surprised in the future if we end up building some affordable home in these new areas. Things change every day. And we didn't have the affordability problem we have now, then 2 years from now. I mean, the homes there, Laguna Park, which is 216 townhomes that we're completing now, half of them already moved in. We have 15 feet wide townhomes, back-to-back townhomes, 18 feet wide townhomes. So we already at that density of that we're speaking about on your new plans, if this boundary goes ahead. So we are building tents. So far up there, all of Summit Park, 56.5% are multiple, and 43.5 are single-family homes. And they're not mansions. They're homes on 33 and 36-foot lot, most of them.
Thank you for that. And one more question, if I have time.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Mayor. One of the condominium projects that's in my ward that went up, and it's not yours. I was recently doing my community outreach where I go out and canvass neighborhoods and talk to the neighbors. I found that 50% of the condominiums had been purchased by the property manager and then rented out. So 50% of all those townhomes, condominiums, are now on the market for rent as opposed to on the market to purchase. Is that having an impact in terms of how we're dealing with housing in Hamilton?
We're very hard. I'm lucky I have my son David here, and David is old school. He likes to build a house for people that need a house, seriously. And we are not gearing up to invite investors. When we get investors, we give them a hard time. And we don't sell to corporations. And we have a lot of people come in, oh, I want to buy 3 houses type of thing. No, we'll sell you 1 house. And if he discloses that he's an investor, we won't even do that because we have the choice. We have too many people that need a house right now. So
I asked that question, Aldo.
Unless somebody watches that,
Yeah, I asked that because although because I actually heard from some of your customers who said that very thing to me. Oh no, Mr. DeSantis doesn't allow that. He's sold to my family. So thank you.
Some people, don't tell the truth, and the other one gets by. What can you do? Some people even sign an affidavit. When they close it, they're going to live in the house. Then we see the house for sale. Guess what we do? We send them a legal letter and we say, you owe us HST. Pay the $25,000 because the government is just going to come and get it from us because we got the credit. They got to pay the HST. They try to avoid the HST by pretending to be living there, and then they don't. Then we watch it.
Thank you, sir, for appearing today. Your houses in Upper Stony Creek are fantastic, and all of the people, when I'm knocking on doors, they really enjoy living in the homes that you built for them. So I wanted you to hear that from me directly. Thank you, sir, for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Well said. Councillor Ferguson, sir.
Thank you, Aldo, for coming on today. Also, I've known you for a long time. Even my pre-councillor time, my previous life, I've known you. And you've always been an honorable person that wanted to do the right thing. The mayor and Councillor Jackson asked 2 of my questions, so I just have one other one. And by the way, I appreciate the fact you stuck around all day and come on yourself. Most of your colleagues, other than Mars Homes, sent in hired guns. And so it's nice to talk to someone that has boots on the ground. So my question to you has been suggested throughout the day by some of the questioners that Hamilton home builders don't know how to build affordable housing and never have built affordable housing. How do you answer that?
Well, we've been building a long time. Actually, my first house that I bought, one of my brothers was building when I first got married. That was in 1973. If you recall, there was a home lot, and it was $17,000. But that's going way back. If I look at Summit Park, when we started there, single-family homes were $210,000. Okay, I mean, there's inflation, and there's then the crowd from Toronto, of course, the GTA start coming over because they're just drive until you qualify. That's what is happening here, and it's hard for Hamilton people to compete with that unless we provide more housing. And that's why there was some of the speakers we lost 15,000 people in the last 5 years that had to go out of municipalities to buy a house. I mean, it's as clear as that. I mean, it's time. Hamilton, I remember in 1981, the Hamilton Alton Home Builder Association, we opened an office on the Queenie and Guelph line trying to sell homes to people from Toronto. And we're advertising, you can save $100,000 buying Hamilton. 3 months campaign, we opened an office there. We got 2 buyers and one of them canceled. We couldn't drag people from Toronto, Burlington to Hamilton. Now it's changed. This is our time to grow. We have a real opportunity here, folks. You have an industrial park. It's one of the largest there, the Radial Park. You have the airport. You have these large companies coming in. I mean, their employees, they need housing. Like, don't make them drive from Caledonia or from Niagara to come to work here. I mean, the airport is doing great. The flights are going. It's time to rock and roll.
Okay, I appreciate that, Aldo. But also, I believe you are building, I heard you say you are already building back-to-backs and stacked townhouses to make them affordable. So I think you do provide housing to individuals who are looking for affordable prices with that type of product. And by the way, you're not that old. I was married in 1973 also to an Italian girl from Hamilton. So thanks for coming in today. And once again, you're a guy with the boots on the ground. It's important we hear from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I appreciate the job you do now. Just listening to you all day.
Thank you, Aldo. Appreciate that. And I know Councillor Johnson had to vacate, had to leave for another quick meeting. She will be coming back. But if I can just relinquish the chair to Mr. Mayor. Aldo, I just want to add, because nobody's mentioned it today, as far as the cost of a new housing builds today. I mean, no one has mentioned, and then we've all gone through it with COVID, the cost of materials, the cost of labor, the cost of fees, permit fees, development charges, the cost of meeting the Ontario building codes that change almost daily. Aldo, can you enlighten on that, please?
Okay, so let's just take this Laguna Village, which is 216 townhomes. We sold them 2 years ago, basically. And we started building, COVID hits, right? And that added about 7-8 months to produce the same block of townhomes. Then the price went crazy. Like, give you an example, when people say 40%, the lumber, they don't realize, well, a sheet of plywood usually costs about $8.50. We were paying $64. As far as the framing lumber and so forth, got to the point where we couldn't even get a price for 30 days. The way it was is, the day that we drop the lumber, whatever price is that day, that's what you pay. That's what we've been dealing with. And when I went to my friend Peter Turkster, that I also been buying lumber from him and some of the others, you know what they told me? Hug your supplier right now. We only trying to take care of just our own. We can't get lumber. It wasn't a question of price. You can get it. Right now, just to give you another instance, we're trying, the reason we haven't put the next phase for sale yet, we're trying, first of all, waiting for the city to give us the final approval on the engineering. And also, we're waiting, so the electrical, you can't start until everything is approved engineering-wise. So now we get the electric contractors. Guess what they told us? Transformers is 14 months delivery. 14 months. So how can you go out and build houses? I mean, you can build them on temporary either, and then what happens if the next winter you still don't have the transformers? So these are the issues that we're dealing with. The world is not very good right now, and until we get to this delivery coming back, it's a problem. People can't even get appliances. We have people, they move into their new house, they want appliances. We deal with the brick, the West Coast appliances. They can't get them. You're talking 6-8 months to get an appliance right now. This is the situation we're dealing with.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Yes,
back
thank
to
you. Well, just last comment. Thank you, Aldo, for that. And I do absolutely appreciate and certainly can verify what you're saying. I paid $100 a sheet for Orient strand board plywood for a roof. And I waited 6 weeks for a stove for a rental property, 6 weeks. I was grateful that the tenant was cooperative and understanding because I couldn't get the parts anywhere and I had to order the stove. So certainly understand, but it certainly gives a different perspective on all the presentations that were brought forward today and the additional costs that not only the building industry is facing, but everybody's facing. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for certainly allowing Aldo the additional time. It certainly created a great amount of conversation here. Very well appreciated. And I want to thank you personally, Aldo. So I'll take the chair back.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll ask Aldo if you'll vacate the gallery. I'm going to ask our next presenter is Craig Burley. Mr. Burley, if you're in the gallery, could you please join us?
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. I'm not. Yes, I can see you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. If I slow down, then let me know and I'll stop my video. audio. Sometimes I have buffering issues.
Not a problem, sir.
Quite a bit of the conversation earlier today, especially, talked about the Smart Prosperity Institute, Dr. Mike Moffat, and his analysis of the massive increase that's needed in the rate of housing construction in Ontario. Thankfully, and there was some dispute about, how the Smart Prosperity Institute would see the question of expanding the urban boundary. It was being invoked on both sides. Thankfully, Mike's a dear old friend of mine. So I asked him to chat about this afternoon about 4:45 and find out, what he thought about expanding the boundary and whether his ears were burning. So many people were quoting him. What he told me and what we talked about, Smart Prosperity Institute's 100% anti-sprawl, right? He said, we want density. Avoiding extended commutes is extremely important in smart growth. And ideally, you'd want to have no further expansion of any urban boundaries at all, especially here in Southern Ontario. We've already encroached way too far into our farmland. But you have to build the density, right? If we don't build the density here, it does. It goes to Thorold. The planners have been very clear about that. And I think everyone's clear about that. And we understand that. If we cannot build the density within the city, then it's going to go to nearby communities and people will drive in. It's even worse. He recommended SPI's The Cost of Sprawl report, and I'll be sending that to everyone via email after my presentation. We've heard a lot from the land speculation community today, and you'd expect that. Developers, we heard them today talk about how they store land in their inventory 30 years and more, waiting to be developed, right? It's a big question for them. This is a question over a lot of money. And that makes it a political question, right? And the provincial mandates and their deadlines and their brinksmanship here, right, requires a political answer. So I don't envy you. It is a question of politics. And the Democratic political answer on it has been incredibly clear, which puts you in an even harder position, right? Bring in 3,400 other people on a petition and they're still outnumbered 4-1 in terms of the total responses we've seen to all the various surveys and all the various, queries. 125 new letters, they're outnumbered again, 4-1. So we know what the Democratic answer is. The Democratic answer you've received is very clear. People do not want an urban boundary expansion of Hamilton. We just don't want it. That puts you between a rock and a hard place because of provincial brinksmanship. All your experts are telling you. Well, all the experts you hired are telling you. The experts you didn't hire seem to be telling you something different, but the experts you hired are telling you to comply with a provincial mandate, you need to have the ambitious density rather than no expansion, the clear public mandate. But that question is about what does the province mandate and not what is the right path for development for Hamilton. And I understand your concern about it being taken out of your hands. But what do you think is going to happen if it's taken out of your hands? If the decision's taken out of your hands and the province comes in and the province mandates something, they're not going to mandate something completely new that somebody pulls out of their armpit at Queen's Park. They'll mandate the recommended plan. If you think what the people are telling you is right, if you think we should give every chance to trying to hold the line against further expansion into our farms and further expansion into our rural communities, then stand and fight. Take the brinksmanship. It's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for all of you at this point to say, we're not going to give in to the bullying. We're not going to give in to the ministers ballyragging of us in the papers. We're not going to give in to someone telling me what to do. I'm going to do what's right. If the province takes it away from you, we recognize that they might. We recognize this is important. We recognize they want to reward those speculators that have sat on this land. But that's this is politics. It is about, control of resources and money. Stand and fight is just what I would say. Take courage. There is a lot of money in this, yes, right? It's not about affordability. Single family homes cost $900,000 here, and it's not because plywood is temporarily expensive. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you, Mr. Burley. Appreciate that. And I see no speakers to your presentation, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll ask you to leave the gallery and invite Natalie Legier, please. Natalie, if you're there, please join us. Natalie, I don't have you seen Natalie come in?
No, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I do not see Natalie at this time. I have asked, though, the person that's in as Yuill, Y-U-I-L-L, to identify themselves so that I know whether or not which delegate they are.
I don't see that. Sorry, it might be under my chat.
Okay, yep. That's okay, thank you.
No, I don't see it.
No, I don't see Natalie.
Okay, we'll park Natalie in case she comes in. We'll come back at the end. I'll move on to B. Spence. Is B. Spence available in the gallery, please? Another call out. B. Spence. I only have it as initial B.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I don't see that name either.
Okay.
Kim Mullen, are you staff?
Kim, I don't know.
Counsel.
Legal counsel?
Oh, thanks, Kim. Sorry. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. We've
Just making sure I know. I forgot. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll park B. Spence again, and we'll go down to Summer Thomas. Summer Thomas, are you in the gallery? If you are, please join us.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, Summer. Thank you.
Just put this horrible beast down. Hello, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Summer Thomas. I'm 20 years old and I'm a second-year biology student currently studying in British Columbia, but I'm from Hamilton in Ward 12. I skipped out on my studies today to delegate because I wanted to share my point of view as a young person on the issue of the boundary expansion. In my own experience, it is us young people who understand most the severity of the climate crisis. Maybe that is because we have to live through the next decades of whatever is in store for us, or maybe that is because we have grown up surrounded by the constant reminder of seemingly unavoidable incoming doom, perplexingly accompanied by a lack of action on behalf of those responsible. Maybe it is because we are the most connected generation in history, and we can see the pain, death, and destruction already occurring around the world as a direct result of climate change. Current youth involvement in politics is at an all-time high. Being the most connected generation in history also means we have the most ease of access to information than ever before. As such, we understand what we're talking about. It does not take much to understand the link between the health of our soils and our resilience against climate change. Healthy soils grow plants, and plants sequester carbon, locking it underground as they have done for millions of years. They have the millions of years they've existed on our planet. And yes, that includes farm crops. Even more so when the caretakers of the land have opportunities to farm crops other than corn, wheat, and soy and still make a profit instead of being forced to have their farm paved, or forced to plan to have their farm paved in the next 10 years. Tender fruit trees take years to grow, you know. Being privileged enough that the land on which we occupy is composed of class 1, 2, and 3 soils, which I want to clarify, it also involves the entirety of the Elfrida zone is 1, 2, and 3 soils, which for anyone wondering means that their fertility runs extremely deep. They have near perfect water retention capacity and are the most resistant to erosion. We have a responsibility to protect and preserve this rare, valuable, and irreplaceable source. The concern brought up by a number of delegates in favor of expanding the boundary that protecting our farmland will force builders to pave other farms elsewhere in the province would be addressed if the provincial government were to recognize the value of all Ontario farmland and put appropriate measures in place to protect it. As we are a municipality, it is our municipal responsibility to protect our own farmland. I think the political circumstances in which youth are steeped in may be why young people seem to understand best that it doesn't have to be this way. When surrounded by so much fear and doom, you have to be optimistic to survive. When I think of climate change, I think of the fire, the floods, the storms, the extinction, and of course, the systems in place that bring this Armageddon into reality. But at the same time, I dare myself to be optimistic. I dare to envision a world where humans and nature live not against each other, but in reciprocity. Where a forest is more valuable than a parking lot, clean water runs through connected communities, and healthy food is grown with help from nature, not against it. Where local food is just a walk or a bike ride away, and where farms and farmers are protected and valued as food providers and carbon sinks. I wanted to address councillors and ask them to think about what they see when they envision a clean, healthy, climate-resilient city. Where water runs clean, food is local, nutritious, and abundant, neighbors are connected, and climate change seems like a little less of a threat. I want them to keep that image in mind when they make their decision about the boundary expansion. Please think about the kind of community you will leave behind for your children and grandchildren, for me and others my age. Please protect our farms, fields, and forests, protect our food, and protect our water. And please protect them forever, not just for the next 5, 10, or 30 years. My future and the future of all others my age are depending on it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Summer, and appreciate that you're within time. And I do not see any questions to be directed to you. So I want to thank you for your patience in this very long day and participating this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now. We're going to go back to those that were called but were not present. So I'm going to see if Sean Robinson. Sean, if you're out there and you can come into the gallery, we'll allow you your 5 minutes to present. Sean was way back at the beginning this morning as delegations. Madam Clerk, do you see him at all?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, no, I actually don't. I did just readmit somebody into the meeting, but I don't know who it is. So the person that I just let back into the meeting, you're coming up as YUILL. Could you please identify yourself so that I know who you are? You are muted if you're speaking.
I don't see it, so.
Oh.
Sorry, I was just chatting in the box. This is Hugh. I work as the consultant on the GHG analysis.
Thank you so much. Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we don't see Sean Robinson. We'll make note that I've called out now 3 times for him. Going back to Natalie Legier. Is Natalie Legier in the gallery and can present herself? Again, Natalie Legier.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, no, Natalie's not in.
Okay, again, make note that we did call out for her. And B. Spence. B as in Bob, Spence. Calling out again, B as in Bob, Spence. I want to make sure that everybody knows they were afforded the opportunity today. It's been a very long day, but I've kind of tried to keep it very succinct and follow a set process.
Sorry, Madam Deputy Mayor, that person is not in the chambers.
So we do not have a B. Spence present, so we'll make note of that. Madam Clerk, and now council members, we will be going on to the video delegations. It is 7:46 p.m. and we're going to go on to video delegations, and I believe we have 24, actually there may be more. 30 video delegations. And I'm assuming, Madam Clerk, that they meet the 5-minute limit or less.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, unfortunately, I have not had a chance due to the volume of this meeting to go through all of them, but I'm pretty sure that most of them are. So for members of council, just so that you know, I will play all of them in order. 29 of them I have on downloaded. The one I have to go into an email because I have a link. So just bear with me
Well-
and I will start them.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
we have not
Yes,
had
sir.
a lunch break yet.
I
it's-
realize that. Do you want to
it's
take a
now-
break, committee members?
now-
Because, yeah,
I'm worried about you. You've been
Oh.
sitting on that chair all day,
I've-
and I
I've
think
had
you
some-
deserve
a
a
few-
break.
thank you very much for your concern. I've had a few almonds and some apricots as I sat here
I
later
think we
tonight.
should take a 15-minute break. We all have some chores to do, and
And it would allow the Madam Clerk also to refresh for a moment and get us lined up for the presentations. So with that, could I have a, yes,
I'll
sir?
move a 15-minute break then.
Okay, so let's say we're
That'd be
back for
5 after 8, 8:05.
five after 8. That sounds
Hey,
good.
that was good
So-
timing.
Yes.
Perfect
and
timing.
Just a reminder though to everybody.
Brenda, would you like to second that?
I'll second that. Oh,
Of course.
sure.
Okay, recorded vote, please.
And just a reminder to everybody, we have had a lot of consultants and legal counsel that are waiting
Yes,
to present.
correct,
So please make
yes.
sure in 15 minutes
We're back.
you're all
Yes.
back, please.
Okay.
And sorry, what time, Maria?
8:05.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just putting that in there. Okay.
Please
It's on
mark
its
me
way.
as approved, please. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. session. I'm tired.
Yeah.
You're live.
Thank you. Good evening again, everyone who's still here, especially my council colleagues. Thank you for your patience and everybody diligently being back on time. Mr. Mayor, did you have a question, sir?
I did. So let me ask the question about timing here. So we have, I believe it before us, 2.5 hours of videos, which gets us to a very late hour in terms of dealing with any of the other detailed issues. And I guess my question is, can we procedurally pick another date or time to deal with the balance of the agenda? And my personal view would be, and I'll just ask this question, but my personal view would be that we listen to all the delegates, that we then set another date for the balance of the hearing, including the in-camera session. That's my personal view.
Yeah.
And then come back, and then at that meeting, obviously have questions to staff around both not only the reports, but the potential in-camera issue that we were intending to deal with later today. That's my preference. I think that's more consistent with, making sure that we're dealing with the volume of issues in a kind of a logical, step. So I'm just going to ask the question: Can we set another date in the very, very near future to finalize, the balance of the reports in the in-camera session after we've heard all of the delegates by video today?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Stephanie, can you enlighten us what we can and cannot do?
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yes, you certainly can. You can hear, we do have 30 videos left. You can hear all of those today. And then we can recess, not adjourn today's meeting, but recess to the 19th, at which time I'll just have to confirm with staff to make sure that the consultants are available, but recess to the 19th, and then we can just pick up where we left off. It will be considered the same meeting, not a separate meeting, and I'll post the new date on the web. It'll still be open to the public. We just will be carrying on where we left off, so there wouldn't be delegations.
So if I can, Mr. Mayor, I think I'm hearing you say, can we recess and hear the video delegations at a later date?
No.
So no.
I want to hear the video delegations.
Okay, perfect. Yep.
Finish
good.
that off so that we're consistent with all the delegates that we've heard from already, and then recess for the balance of the agenda that we were intending to do today, to leave that for another date. That's I think that's my preferred option. I would hope that, and when this is a big, important issue, and we're all serious about it, and we all want to make the right decision. And, the later and longer this goes, the foggier the mind gets. And I'd be the first to admit that it gets more difficult to focus on this. So I think we need to be fresh and of clear mind when we deal with this the next time, and I think this affords us the opportunity to do that. So I'll leave it in hands of council to decide, but I would highly recommend that.
Can we move that as
I second that
motion? Thank you. I appreciate that, and I do support it, Mr. Mayor. I absolutely agree. This is a monumental decision that takes our community into 2051.
Right.
So it's
do we
moved
need
by.
a formal direction on that, Stephanie?
I would ask that it be for the record, please.
Okay, let me move that for the record then. And
I'm just typing it up really quick, and I will put it up in 2 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
That'll be moved by Mayor Fred Eisenberger, second by Councillor Ferguson.
And with apologies to all the great staff that have sat through all of this today, and consultants that have been here, waiting to take their turn. I think in fairness to all of them, it's probably better that we set another date so they're all good to go.
Madam Chair, myself.
Sorry.
And Councillor, looks like Councillor Wilson are looking to speak to the motion.
I understand, and I just a moment. We have the motion on the floor. Madam Clerk is just trying to put it up. We have speakers to the motion.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Wilson. To the motion. Sorry.
We still need a speakers list.
I'm on the chat.
If you look in the chat,
Okay.
Councillor Farr is
I'm
in
on
advance
chat
of
as
me,
well.
then Councillor Partridge, then
I
myself.
see it.
Thanks.
Yeah. You got to remember there's a delay here. So Councillor Farr, go ahead.
Yeah, mine's in full support. I just wanted to ask a quick question to the clerk, just for those who are paying close attention. Certainly, we're going over this with great interest as a council, but there's a boatload of community interest and many people probably watching now. So when will you be able to post online the recess date, so people can look for that and be prepared and schedule it accordingly? That's the only other thing, but I'm all in for Mayor Fred's sage direction here.
Through you, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I am going to just confirm with staff first thing tomorrow morning with Steve Robichaud that we can get the appropriate consultants on the 19th, or at least as many as we can. Alternatively, the 23rd, if we don't need it for the DC hearing. And lastly, and the very latest would be the 29th, but it would be my hope to have it on the 19th. So as soon as I confirm with staff, Steve, it would be 9:30 in the morning. He's just trying to answer my question while I'm here. As soon as I find out, hopefully tomorrow, I would confirm it and post it.
Okay, hopefully tomorrow.
And we have a truck route subcommittee meeting on the 29th, starting at 9.
Thank you.
I would just need your offices to respond as soon as possible when it goes out, just to ensure I have quorum for. Okay. Thank you.
So I have Councillor Wilson to the motion.
Councillor Nan and Councillor Partridge are before
Sorry,
me.
it got changed. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify through you in recessing after the video delegations, we will come back at another date to pursue the balance of the in-camera session and then have opportunity for public questions on the presentations and reports.
Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. No, the meeting we had today for the delegates, they were able to see the presentation. This meeting would be recessed. We have very few dates left actually in this year. I'm sorry.
To clarify, by presentation, I mean staff presentation. The bulk of the staff presentations, we were told we were going to receive them and have an opportunity to ask questions on the reports and the presentations after all of the delegations were received.
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, members of council will have a chance. Yes, not the public. The public, yes, this meeting will recess. Yes, absolutely. Okay. They are on the web now. Are you able to access them? We were having a lot of trouble with eScribe this morning. So we're going to try to resolve that first thing in the morning. I did publish all of those presentations as well, all of the staff presentations. I'll fix all that with eScribe tomorrow. I'll make sure everything's up and I'll send you all an email.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now I have Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, just very quickly, Madam Chair. I was actually going to second the motion, but that's okay. Councillor Ferguson's got it. We're in good hands. May I suggest that in the future, when we have something this monumental with so much public interest, that we do spread it out over 2 days. I know we have done that in the past. I absolutely appreciate that all of our schedules are full, but our community is following this very closely, and we've reached out to them and engaged them for months in this. And I really think that they deserve the opportunity to be able to follow along, to listen to us, to participate as they have today, without us going from 9:30 in the morning or 9 in the morning until midnight. They want to see the whole thing. They want to watch it. They're not going to be able to do that tonight. Well, some of them will, but those are just my thoughts, just to keep our residents engaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and Councillor Wilson.
Just through you, Madam Chair, Chair Pearson, rather, if I could ask Elsie Paparella, just for the public record, for those who have been hanging in, are paying attention, where would they receive the information about the schedule of this meeting whenever it's chosen?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it will be posted on the city's website where the meetings usually show up. And a lot of the public do go to that website, so it will be posted there as well. I could let the media know, and I believe that planning also has a web page for the Grids Matter, so they could also post it there.
Thank you. One final question. It is not our practice, I take it, for those who did stick around today and delegate to send them a separate email on behalf of the municipality letting them know?
I could certainly try, but I could tell you it does take a full hour. I was working on this till well after 1 o'clock last night and started again at 5 this morning just to try to get all this information into the agenda. So because we can't send a massive email for privacy reasons, I can certainly try. We do have some extra staff in, and we can see if we can set up a no reply email, and I can do that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, everyone, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think the clerk covered it. I was just going to suggest that we just issue a press release telling everyone when the date is going to be and spread it through all of our social messaging, and then we can move on from there. I thank you, Mr. Mayor, wherever you are. I can't even see you on my screen right now, but thank you for the suggestion.
Stephanie, is that, would that be appropriate for you?
Yes, I can certainly work with Matthew, and we'll get something out. Absolutely. Yep. It was just so that you're clear, though, there would be no delegates at the next meeting.
Correct.
This meeting would be just to pick up where we left off. Okay.
Sure. Thank you, everyone.
Perfect.
So the motion's on the floor. It's been moved by Mr. Mayor, second by Councillor Ferguson. Yeah, start the videos, and as you said, Stephanie, we'll have to watch time on them.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, sorry, I'm just getting one quick question just to check with legal to make sure that there's no issues with deferring the closed session matter. We just did that, so it's a little bit too late, but is there a timeline? I've been asked to check.
Through you, Madam Chair. Well, it's been done, so as long as we get direction prior to a December CMC, we'll have to make it work.
What's that date in December, Mike? Just so I'm sure it goes to council. If it goes to the council on the 24th of November, you're okay still?
Yes.
Okay.
The date, I believe, is December 6th or 9th. I can't remember off the top of my head. Right
Okay.
now.
All right. I'll confirm that. Thank you. Okay. So if everybody, are you okay, Madam Chair? If
I'm ready.
Those?
I am absolutely ready.
So bear with me, folks. I had these up and I reduced them.
I believe our first one is Jen Baker of Hamilton Naturals Club, if I'm correct. Yes.
Hang on 1 second. Sorry, I'm just lost my screen. Take me 1 minute. I'm going to share my screen first. Okay.
Hi, Mayor and members of council. I'm Jen Baker with the Hamilton Naturalist Club and a Ward 1 resident. I wanted to thank you for letting me speak on the proposed urban boundary expansion. Hamilton Naturalist Club is a charitable organization with over 600 members who have been working to protect and restore nature in and around Hamilton for over 102 years. We are an advocate for the conservation and protection of birds, wildlife, and natural areas across Hamilton. We also chair the Biodiversity Working Group, which is developing the Biodiversity Action Plan following council direction in April of this year. Our Biodiversity Action Plan coordinator is largely funded by the city. On behalf of the Hamilton Naturalist Club, I would like to reiterate our position that we took in March and again in August when we urged City Council to make its best effort to freeze the urban boundary. The proposed expansion is counter to the intent of the Biodiversity Action Plan, which is to protect and restore nature in Hamilton. The staff evaluation report supports this. It states that option 2, no urban boundary expansion, better addresses the climate change, natural heritage, and water resources issues than option 1, ambitious density. Hamilton is part of a biodiversity hotspot, something we are very proud of and should celebrate. Building into our natural heritage system hinders our work to protect and restore biodiversity. In fact, the staff evaluation report states that option 1 expands impacts of development into a larger portion of the natural heritage system, impacting additional natural heritage features and functions, such as life science and earth science areas of natural and scientific interest, significant woodlands, environmentally significant areas, wetlands and streams, and the Greenbelt Natural Heritage System. The staff evaluation report also states that land not used for urban boundary expansion could be considered for uses that enhance climate change mitigation and adaptation, such as naturalization of land, crop production for local food generation, and enhanced carbon sequestration. All of these uses proposed by staff would also help to enhance biodiversity and are being discussed by the Biodiversity Working Group as part of the development of the Biodiversity Action Plan. Currently, Hamilton Naturalist Club works to naturalize land across the city and has helped both to plant and to give away thousands of trees in the last few years. This demonstrates the community interest in enhancing biodiversity while addressing the climate crisis. These are the types of activities that are needed, not exacerbating the problem with more loss of important natural features. Our previous submissions have stressed our concern about the irretrievable loss of habitat to the detriment of the significant bird populations in Elfrida if development is permitted there. The field, streams, and woodlots of Elfrida host a significant population of year-round resident birds and support a large number of migratory bird species on their journey from Central and South America up to the boreal forest and tundra. In addition, they also support winter resident species and visitors such as snow bunting and snowy owl. The needs of these species have not been addressed in the staff report, and we are very concerned that nature will be ignored, leading to further population declines and reduced biodiversity. Hamilton should aim to be part of the solution rather than part of the problem in achieving financially and environmentally sustainable planning. The goal should be to promote a healthier, greener, and more attractive city that celebrates our biodiversity and that is more in line with the intent of the Biodiversity Action Plan. Hamilton Naturalist Club urges City Council to underline to the provincial government that it does not agree with mandated land use directives that favor urban boundary expansion. Hamilton and municipalities across Ontario deserve better than more sprawling subdivisions on farmland and forests. This is an opportune time to send a message to the province that it should change course to promote more sustainable growth. Thank you for once again for letting me speak on this important issue.
Under 5 minutes, perfect. Lori Peel.
I'm Lori Peel, and I live in Councillor Jackson's ward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of option 2. I'm not an expert on this topic. I'm simply a resident observing the soil taking place in my city. I have 4 short comments on thoughts I would like you to consider. My first comment is about housing choices. I have often wondered why the size of single-family homes continue to increase as the size of families continue to shrink. I don't believe it's because people want bigger and bigger houses. After all, who wants a $750,000 mortgage? People buy these houses because they're what's being built. And conversely, I wonder what's behind the rise in compact-sized condo units. If we're aiming for urban intensification, shouldn't the units be big enough for the average family size of 2.9 people? There seems to be a disconnect between what public policymakers are aiming for and what private corporations are providing. Residents are stuck in the middle and can only purchase what is made available to them. My second comment comes from watching an episode of the TV show The Agenda. During this episode, the Builders Association's representative indicated that if Hamilton doesn't expand further, people will live elsewhere. I offer the view that perhaps it is the challenge of all cities located in the Greenbelt to find creative ways to grow within their current boundaries. Perhaps, as custodians and protectors of viable soil, it is our duty to protect future food sustainability, even if that means more nuanced, complex, and customized planning decisions. With the current global focus on climate change, now more than ever, constituents will understand and support a decision that takes a bold step towards protecting the future. My third comment is a lighthearted thought on land use. With my own eyes, I see urban space all over our city that can be rebuilt, repurposed, and reused. This is the hole in the middle of our very own urban donut effect. Let's take a cue from Tim Hortons. With supporting changes to local bylaws, I'm sure we can find ways to benefit from our donut hole. And lastly, and more seriously, I ask that Council not succumb to the pressures of the current provincial government. We need a municipal and local response. While provincial governments have legitimate authority granted to them through the election process, they are intangible and they and their policies come and go. Hamilton is a physical entity, a real place in time and space where people live, work, and play. I believe this issue is this Council's opportunity to permanently influence, for the better, what Hamilton looks and feels like in the future. In closing, I ask that you please support option 2, and thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts with you.
Hello, I'm a resident of Ward 13, and my name is Jill Tonini. Thank you to the committee for letting me weigh in on this very important issue. I was introduced to Hamilton over 5 years ago when I was asked by a friend to house sit for the summer so that her property didn't look abandoned. She had bought a rundown, turn-of-the-century home that she loved, but needed to convert it into a duplex in order to afford it, living on one level and renting out the other. It was in rough shape and needed major renovation. But the worst part was that she had been stuck in the rezoning process for the better part of a year without any sign of progress, so it sat empty. I was happy to help and also curious about getting to know Hamilton. The house was downtown, and coming from Toronto, I was absolutely shocked at the amount of parking and asphalt covering prime downtown neighborhoods such as Beasley. Just going to share my screen now. Here we go. I can only imagine the stormwater runoff and sewer infrastructure issues resulting from all this non-porous paving when it rains. It was a sea of asphalt. It also felt unsafe, simply because the amenities were so removed from the residential streets. Crossing gigantic parking lots the size of whole city blocks was not something I could comfortably do by myself after dark, and it felt crippling. I'm happy to now see some mixed-use development. I'm just thinking of the King William Street revitalization. Sometimes people call it the missing middle these days, but really it's smart mixed-use density along with public transit that creates safe, walkable streets that are a balance of both residential and commercial. These images were found on the Hamilton tourism website, so we inherently understand that this sort of thing is a draw. Making room for the missing middle involves amending these zoning bylaws to create opportunities for low-rise condos, storefronts with housing above, opportunities for duplexes, triplexes, cluster housing, and townhouses, rental suites and granny flats. All these things help to support a diverse demographic. It's also the fastest and most organic way to grow a city. People have known about this and wanted this for decades, but they have their hands tied with bylaws and policies that are outdated and ill-suited to a growing city. Most recently, Ottawa has completed a study where it calculated the costs of suburban sprawl. at $465 per person per year. Alternatively, introducing mild to moderate densification within the existing boundary was estimated to generate approximately $600 per person per year. That's a compelling statistic for anyone who pays taxes. I've also participated in mapping these areas to measure the surface parking as well as vacant properties within the existing urban boundary. So I know firsthand how much land we have sitting there, underutilized. It's astonishing. The diagrams created from this data are clear that densification is not only possible, but critical to creating a safe, walkable city. My background is in architecture, but more notably, I have an education that taught the principles of sustainability and highlighted the negative impact of urban sprawl. So we've known about this and have taught this for decades. It's nothing new. I understand population growth and affordable housing needs need to be considered, but by creating another suburb of unaffordable housing and infrastructure, when we can't even maintain the existing, is a truly terrible idea, one that destroys precious farmland as well. Along with other concerned citizens, I went door to door this summer and was grateful for those I met for their overwhelming support of our farmlands, wetlands, and generally protecting our ecosystem. I personally saw a vast number of stop sprawl lawn signs go up, and it was no surprise that the survey response was clear. 18,000 surveys received and 90% of them in favor of option 2, no urban boundary expansion. Saving our irreplaceable farmland, our food source, should be our greatest concern. So this is what I ask of our councillors, to please vote no to the expanding of the urban boundary, and that we reasonably amend our policies and bylaws to promote the missing middle and make housing more affordable. Thanks very much.